Welcome back, aliens. My name is Davin Reddy, and in this video, we'll talk about Spring Framework. When you talk about the enterprise market, the most famous language there is Java, because when you want to build huge applications which are scalable, secure, Java is preferred. And one of the biggest ecosystem for the enterprise applications is in Java. And the framework, the most famous framework for Java is Spring. Now, when I say most famous, there are other frameworks as well, which are quite famous, but not more than Spring, because it solves the problem of developers. See, Spring started in 2003. It's not a new framework, right? It's old. It's been 21 years now. The reason it started is to solve the problem of Java EE. Java EE is used to build enterprise application, and it was great. The only problem is it was complex and heavy. To make it lightweight, to make it simple, Spring came up with a project. And of course, initially it was a project, but later on, they added some more projects. So initially it was Spring Framework, which provides some features. And later on, they started adding more modules to it. And now when you say Spring is not just a framework or a project, it's basically an umbrella. It has multiple sub-projects to it. And whenever you want to build enterprise-level solutions, and not just that, even if you want to make a simple application, you can use Spring. One of the issues a lot of people talk about Spring is it's heavy, you have to write a lot of codes in Java, not with the latest version of Java and not with Spring Framework. Spring basically has something called Spring Boot, and using that you can build your first API in minutes, maybe 2 minutes. It's that fast. Spring Framework, it's fun. It has multiple modules. So let me just head towards this Spring Framework or Spring website. So you can go to spring.io, and it has details about everything. So what is Spring? You can see they have different events coming up. Ignore that. So what you can do with Spring is you can build microservices, you can build reactive applications, you can build for cloud, you can build web applications, serverless. Multiple options are there. But the beauty is, if you go to the Spring projects, now this is a project, and if you expand this, it's huge. When I say huge, I just have to click on view all projects. And every time I go to this place, there's a chance that there will be new project added. Example, we got Spring Boot. I was talking about it is one of the easiest way to build projects. We got Spring Framework, Spring Cloud, Spring Data, Spring Security, Spring AI. So yeah, we can also build AI applications using Spring now. We got thing which I use, Spring Web Services. And there are other projects as well, which you can see here. Initial days, they used to keep everything in one section, but now we have separate sections for it, the extra projects. So these are the projects which we have in Spring. So basically, it provides you a lot of different features. One of the best features about Spring, and that's how it started, is dependency injection. What exactly it is, we'll talk about in the upcoming videos. The plan is to actually create the entire series for Spring. And you might be saying, hey, we already have that on channel. What we have on channel is Spring 5. We're talking about Spring 6. And for that, basically, I need motivation. Of course, it will take a lot of time, and I need motivation from you. Of course, I will motivate you to learn and practice it. You have to also motivate me to keep making videos. You can do that by commenting on this video. Also like the video so that I will know that, yes, I have to spend enough time and energy to make this series, and you are waiting for it. So let me know that by liking the video. Comment something in the videos, maybe Spring or waiting for the next video. I need comments that give me the motivation, and it also helps the YouTube algorithm to promote the video. Right? So you can do that in the comments, and maybe setting the target is a new trend. So maybe let's say 50 comments. Let's start slow and then we'll build up. So yeah, in the entire series, the plan is to actually talk about dependency injection, Spring Core, Spring Web. You can build web application using Spring, and we have talked about the project here. So we have that in the Spring. We can have Spring Web. We can also have Spring Data JPA for database connectivity. We'll talk about Spring Boot. How do we build application? So the idea is to also make videos on Spring Security. We have talked about Spring Data, also the cloud applications, cloud deployment. And again, I need your motivation there. We have talked about what is Spring, and then we have discussed that we can build applications, the enterprise application, web application, with the help of Spring Framework. And before we talk about the actual topic and discuss what other components are, let's talk about the project we are going to do. Of course, right, when you are learning something, you want to do some projects side by side. Now, this is the project which you're going to build. Of course, this doesn't look like a good UI, but that doesn't matter. We are learning here Spring Framework, not HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? So let's focus on the features of the backend. And just to show how it will look on the front end. Of course, designing can be a different thing. You can help me in that. But this is what we're going to build. Now we are trying to build a simple e-commerce website. Of course, we cannot build Amazon here. That's a huge application. But a simple e-commerce website where someone can lease their products and someone can buy it. Of course, we're not doing the end-to-end part of sending the product from the warehouse to the client, but at least a person should be able to add to the cart or something like that. So this is what we're going to build, of course, from scratch, and while learning a concept. So let's say if we talk about one concept, and we'll see how do we include that concept in this project, and slowly we are going to build this. So this is not what you will see in the first video after this. You will see something blank and we don't have anything there. We'll build from scratch, okay? But before we talk about this, let's set the target. So as I mentioned before, for the first video of Spring, we set the target for 50 comments. This time, since we got a good response, let's set the target for 200 comments. Okay, that's how I'll be motivated for the next video. So please motivate me. Make sure that we complete the target of 200 comments. So coming back here, this is what we're going to build. So this is the home page. Now on the home page, I can see certain products here. I can see a laptop or a fan or a telephone or a Dio. Of course, they should have some images as well, but we'll see how do we put that here later. Or you can help us if you are good with UI. You will find the link in description. So let's say if I want to buy a fan. So if I click on fan here, this is the detail about the fan. This is a fan icon. We got the product name, the brand, description, and the price. Then we got an option of add to cart. Then we got stock available 5, product listed on this date. And even I can update this. I should be able to update this detail. Maybe I want to say the description is not just top speed, but also silent fan or something like that. So in that case, I should be able to update it. And we should be able to delete this. Example, if I click on delete, now it's gone. You can see fan is not there. Okay, so we have to refresh the home page. Yeah, so the fan is not there. So this is how basically you can add, update, and delete the products from the page. Also, we can sort this by category. Example, here we got Dio in fashion. So you can see the category is fashion here. And if you see this telephone, this is in electronics. So we should be able to sort the products based on the category. It's not complete yet, but we'll build it. We'll build to categorize it. And if I go back to homepage, this is what you will see. If I go to Telesco here, that takes you to the Telesco homepage. This is the official page of Telesco. Go back here. And yeah, this is what I want. Also, I should be able to search the product, and it's not implemented yet. No problem, we'll do that. Cool, so this is what we have. Now this is what you're going to build. Now, if I want to show you the code for this, this is the code for the existing project. You can see we have two sections here. We got a backend and we got a front end here. Let me close all the code files because I don't want to confuse you with the code files. Okay, so we got a front end and we got a back end here. Now front end is built with React. Again, this is not a React playlist, so we are not going to focus on the React one, but I will show you how the React code looks like, but not in this video, in the other video. And then this is the back end. This is what we need to build. So example, let's say if I give you just a front end, of course you will see the page, but then the page will not have any products because the backend is not there. So we have to slowly build this backend to give something to the front end. Okay, that's what you're going to build. And let's say if you don't want to build a front end, you don't want to work with React, you can also test this with your REST clients. It can be Postman or some other clients. Let me know in the comments with what client you have used before apart from Postman. Okay, so this is what we are going to build, and this is basically a web application. But then when you talk about Spring, we're not going to directly start with web application. We'll start with the Spring code. What if you want to build a standalone application and you want to achieve the same thing where you should be able to list the products or delete the products? How we are going to do that? So we'll start with that and then we'll move towards the web part. And remember, the target for this video is 200 comments. Also, if I can get 500 likes, that will be awesome. Now, till this point, we have talked about what is Spring, and then we have seen the project which we are going to build. But when you want to learn a Spring framework, there are certain things which you should know and you should have in your machine. The first thing you need to know in Spring is Java. So the prerequisite is the Java language. Of course, right, when you're learning a framework, you need to also know a language on which you're going to build. So you need to know Java from start to end. So when I say end, there's actually no end, but at least you should know till threads and exception handling and collection. So basically I'm talking about the syntax of Java, loops, conditional statements, how do you work with array, working with exceptions, threads, and collection. Maybe threads is not that important, but you should know it. Collection is very important. And one of the most important thing is the OOPS concept. So OOPS and interfaces, abstraction, those things are very important. Next, when you talk about framework, we also need a build tool. So when you work on a project, there are certain build tools which you have to use. In fact, any one, either it can be Maven or Gradle. So in this particular series, we are going to use Maven. But if you know Gradle before, it will be easier for you to understand Maven. And if you don't know any of this, Maven is preferred for this series. Next, you need to also know about database connectivity, because anyway, we are going to connect our Spring application with database. So if you know JDBC, it will be easier for me to explain you the connectivity there. Then you have to understand Hibernate. See, we are going to use Spring Data JPA here, and then I'm not going to explain how things are working behind the scenes because that's a part of Hibernate concept. So you need to know Hibernate so that you can understand Spring Data JPA properly. And also, if you can work with XML files, that will be better. So get used to XML JSON, because of course, this course is not about JSON and XML. We will be doing some configuration in XML, and the passing of data between the client and a server will be done with the help of JSON format. So you should know what is JSON. Now question arises from where you're going to learn this. So don't worry, you are basically covered. So in the description, you will find the videos for this. Basically, you will find the video for a complete Java course where you get Java, Maven, Hibernate in one video. It also has Spring, but it has Spring 5. We are going to learn Spring 6 here. So till Spring, you can learn everything. And for JSON also, there will be video. XML also, there will be video. So make sure that you complete those. So those are the prerequisites before you start with the course. Also, you need to have certain things in your machine. Example, you need JDK, of course, right? Java Development Kit, because you're working on Java. Then you also need an editor. Of course, you can use Notepad here, but then maximum time you will spend in debugging and stuff. So prefer if you can use IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment. Now there are multiple options here, and you can use whatever you want to use. Example, we can use VS Code, we can use Eclipse, we can use IntelliJ IDEA, and there are multiple tools, but I can work on this three properly, so I'm naming this. VS Code is good, but it's not optimized for Java. They are still working on it. It's not there yet. So if you are happy with VS Code, please continue with it. Because ultimately we are using a Maven for a build tool and for the project structure. It doesn't matter which IDE you are going to use. The project structure will remain same. You can also use Eclipse, which is open source and free. And it's one of the best tools available for Java development. So Eclipse, you can use enterprise version. And then comes IntelliJ IDEA. Now the thing is, IntelliJ IDEA is great, but they have two versions. One is a community version, and second is the ultimate version. The community version is free. The ultimate version is paid. Now, if you are sure that you're going to work on Java on different projects, and if you join a company, you're going to use IntelliJ IDEA, I would suggest you to explore the ultimate version. It's awesome. Especially for students, they give you discount or free. You can check it out, but it's great. Community version is also good. And we are going to use community version here. And you will be saying, hey, in community version, we don't have all the features. You know what? We don't need all the feature when you're learning things. And also, if you're building a small project and if you have a small team, community version works. But of course, if you want some advanced features, if you want to boost your productivity, explore the ultimate version, at least give it a try for trial version. So yeah, that's about the tools, the things which are needed in your machine, and you're good to go. For JDK, the version is go for about 17, because if you want to work with Spring 5, JDK 8 works. For Spring 6, minimum you need JDK 17. I have JDK 21 here in this machine, so I'm going to use that. Again, if you want to use it, you can also use 22 version, but LTS versions are better. So stick to 21 and that perfectly works. So yeah, that's a prerequisite and the tools required for this particular course. Now till this point, we have talked about what is Spring, we have talked about the prerequisites. And then when we talked about Spring Framework, we introduced a term there called dependency injection. But that was just a name. What exactly this concept means? In fact, in this video, we'll not just talk about dependency injection, but also IOC. Because Spring started with this concept. Of course, it has a lot of features, but then this remains the core of it. So what exactly these two terms are? So before we talk about it, the target for this video is 200 comments. Okay, so let's talk about IOC. See, when you talk about a typical application, it can be a web application or the enterprise application. See, ultimately, you want to give this application for your clients, right? So you have a client. Now, this can be a browser. This can be your mobile application, doesn't matter. And then what you want on this screen is data. So most of the application are data-driven application. You use it for the data, right? And typically, this data is stored in a database. Now, it doesn't matter is it a SQL database or no SQL database, that's a different topic. The point is, the data is coming from database or maybe from some external service. But then how do you send your data from database to client? And that's where you write this server-side code, right? Now in Java, we can do that with the help of servlet. So somewhere in between, you need a system which will interact with the database, right? So when a client sends a request, you get the response back, and then your application interacts with the database, right? Now this can be a standalone application. This can be a web application as well. If it is web application, you use servlet in between. So this box here represents a servlet, or this is done with the help of servlet. But now we are talking about Spring, right? And a typical application, how it will look like. We normally create multiple layers. So of course, we'll talk about this in detail when we talk about Spring Web, but typically we have multiple layers in between. Just to show you here. So we got a layer here. Of course, this will be a class in Java. And then we have one more layer here. Of course, this will be a class, and we have one more layer here. So the role of this particular layer here is to accept the client request. The role of this layer is to do any business logic. And the role of this layer is to connect with database, right? So we have different classes for different work here, right? Typically, they are called as controllers, services, and repositories, right? So don't go with this short form, doesn't matter. We have different layers, that's important. Now, the dependency becomes here is, if you have a controller here who wants to talk to a service class, basically in Java, everything is object, right? So basically we have to work with the concept of object-oriented programming. And everything in Java is an object. That means if you want to work with service in the controller, we have to create object of a service inside the controller. So what I'm saying is, imagine there's a class called controller in which if you want to use service methods, basically you need the object of service, right? So this is a class service and this is the reference. So if you want to use the service inside the controller, you have to basically create the object of it. And Java is object driven. Same applies to the service. Let's say if service wants to work with the repository, imagine there's a class called service. And in this class, of course, you need to use some features of repository. We have to create object of repository here. And mind you, this is not the object, this is just a reference. We have to literally create an object by using a new keyword. That means in Java, this is only 3 classes, right? Imagine if you have a Java application which has thousands of classes. Okay, now that's exaggerated. Let's say you have hundreds of classes. So you have to create a class, you have to create an object of one class in another class, and not just for one, we have multiple classes there. So what if, let's say we have a philosophy here by saying, hey, let me make the work of Java developers simple. What if there is some external power who says, hey, Java developer, in your application, you focus only on the logic. Let me handle the object creations. That's a philosophy, right? So let someone else take care of it. And as a Java developer, now you're happy is because you'll be saying what's difficult in object creation, right? We can simply use a new keyword and object can be created. See, it's not that simple. When you say you are creating an object, you have to manage the entire cycle of it. It's not just about creation, it's also about managing the object, destroying the object, right? And we don't do that, right? We simply create the object, depend upon how many requests we get. For every new request, we create new object. And sometimes we don't need multiple objects. And still we do it. We create those objects. So what if you say, hey, let me focus on the logic, let someone else in the world take care of it. That's the concept of IOC, which stands for inversion of control. So what it means is, typically, we create the object by ourselves. That means we have a control on the object creation. But what if you give it to someone else? That is inversion of control. You're giving the control to someone else, right? That's IOC. But then IOC is just a principle. It's a philosophy. So we need certain technique to do it. And that's where the concept of dependency injection comes here. So dependency injection is the actual implementation of IOC. So how do we implement IOC in Spring or in Java? Is with the help of dependency injection. It's a concrete technique. So a lot of people get confused between IOC and DI, and they think they are similar. Yes, they do the same thing, almost the same thing, but IOC is a principle, right? And the dependency injection is the design pattern. It's the actual thing which we do. So in Spring, to achieve IOC, we use DI, dependency injection. So what we are saying is we have some external thing. Here, in this case, it is Spring. Spring says, you don't worry. Every time you want an object, just ask for the object. I will give it to you. That is injecting the object. It sounds cool, right? So that means if you talk about this particular example here where you have a controller and a service. So let's say a controller here needs the object of service. We don't have to actually say new service. That's not our job here. You can simply say inject. You can ask Spring Framework to inject the object. You just mention the reference, Spring will give you the object. That is called the dependency injection. So basically there are three techniques to achieve dependency injection. One is the constructor injection. So what you do in the controller class is you create a constructor, and in that constructor you pass the reference of service, and you say, now since I need service here, inject the object. That's one way. The second way is setter. So maybe you can create a setter methods for that service reference, and you can do the setter injection. The third way of doing is the field injection. So in Java, we have a concept of loose coupling. Basically, what you do is you don't have a concrete implementation of one class in the other. You code for the interfaces, right? So if you use a field injection, somewhere you're stopping it. You're not able to mock test and all those stuff. Again, it will make much more sense once we go forward. So field injection is not recommended. You can go for constructor and setter. We are going to use field injection in this course, but we'll also focus on constructor and setter. So that's dependency injection. That simply means someone else is injecting the object in your application, and that someone else, in our case, is a Spring framework. So I hope it makes some sense, and once we start implementing it, it will make much more sense. So before we talk about Spring Boot, the target for this video is 250 comments. Now till this point, we have talked about Spring Framework, right? And we are excited to understand how this framework works and whatever things it promises, how it deals with that. So yes, Spring Framework is amazing, right? And whatever application we are going to build now is with the help of Spring. So let's say you want to build an application. This can be anything in the world. Even it can be a huge application, or it can be an application for Hello World. Typically, what happens is when you want to build the application, of course, you have your Java code with you. And then to make it work, Spring says, hey, doesn't matter how many classes you have, I will take care of the object creation. And you are quite happy because now you don't have to worry about the objects. Spring says, I will take care of it. So let's say in your application, you have 3 classes, and you say, hey, Spring, create object of these 3 classes. And Spring is happy to do that. So let's say in your application now you have 100 or 1000 classes. Can Spring handle all the objects? Of course it can. But the question is, do you want Spring to handle all the classes? Most of the time, we don't even want the object of few classes. Let's say you have a lot of classes here, and out of all these classes, you need objects of only few classes. How do you talk to your Spring framework by saying, hey, don't create objects for everything. I don't want all those things. I just want few. Spring says, okay, tell me which one you want. And that's where when you talk to the framework, we have to do that in the configuration file. It can be XML file or it can be a property file, but you have to talk to the framework. That means just because you're using a framework, you will not be able to run your code in the first go. You have to first do the configuration. Next part. Let's say if you're building a web application. Now, if you want to run your web application, basically you need a server. In terms of Java, we need something called a Tomcat server. Of course, we have multiple options. Let's say if you're building a web application in Spring, you need to have a Tomcat server. That means in your machine, even before you run your code, you have to make sure that you have installed Tomcat, you have configured Tomcat, then only you can run your application. So you'll be saying, hey, what's wrong with that? I mean, of course, we can do configuration, we can install Tomcat. See, the problem is when you have a long project, it makes sense to spend few hours or days doing the configuration because the project will go for a year. But what if you are doing some experiment? What if you want to get started in few minutes? See, most of the languages nowadays, they are doing that. If you talk about Python or JavaScript, they have their frameworks. And if you want to at least print hello world, you can do that in minutes. Now this is what Spring was lacking way back and Java was lagging way back. And that's where we got something called a Spring Boot. Now Spring Boot says all your problems of configuration, let me take care of it. What if you can get your project running in few minutes? And that's what Spring Boot gives you. It's not a new project, it's there from a long time, but it basically solves your problem of building a project in less time. So does it mean that Spring Boot is different from Spring Framework? Not exactly. See, underlying, it's all Spring Framework, right? On top of that, you have one more layer of Spring Boot. So you can actually build application directly using Spring Framework, or if you want to make it easy, you can use Spring Boot. Again, that's an optional stuff. But this optional thing is very, very important, and it will make your work faster. So basically, we can use a Spring Boot, which is an opinionated framework, which means it will give you certain things the way it wants, and you can simply use it to run your application. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So let's say if I go to the spring.io, the official website, and instead of this website, if I just say start.spring.io, it will take you to a website. Now see, when you talk about building a project in different IDEs, we have an option of directly saying a new project, and you can create a Spring project. In Spring project, basically you create a Maven project. Again, we'll see that in some time or in the upcoming videos, but basically you have to create a Maven project, add the Spring dependency, a lot of different steps, right? IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate version gives you an option of creating a Spring Boot project directly. But since we are not going to go for the Ultimate version, we don't want to pay for it, we have a good alternative. What you can do is you can go to Spring Initializer, which is this website, start.spring.io, and you can mention what kind of project you're building. So I'm building a Maven project. This is a build tool. The language I'm going for is Java. And then the Spring Boot version. So this is the update version. So you can see we have 3.2.5. We can even go for the RC1, but I just want to stick to the stable one, which is 3.2.5. And depending upon when you're watching this, you can just use that particular version. The group, I will say com.telisco. And the project name is, let's say, demo app. And then the packaging is I'm going for Java. Now this is where the beauty lies. You know, if you talk about the Spring framework or any web application in Java, you can create a project, and if you want to deploy it on the cloud, basically you create a var file. So var stands for web archive, and then you basically push your var file in the Tomcat to run it. Multiple steps, right? Spring Boot says, don't worry, you can create a jar file, but the problem is jar file, we cannot run jar file on the Tomcat. Then how it would work? What if you don't need external Tomcat? What if the project itself has a Tomcat? I mean, that will be awesome, right? So basically Spring Boot says, if you want to build a web project, you will get a embedded Tomcat. So I will select jar, and I'll show you what embedded Tomcat I'm talking about. And then I can select my Java version. So in this machine, I got Java 21. So I will go with that. It is LTS version, so it's safe to use. And dependencies. So what are things we need? So of course, if you remember when we talked about Spring Framework, I mentioned that there are multiple projects inside Spring, and we don't need all. Depending upon your use case, you will choose one. So I will click on Add Dependencies. So you can see there are a lot of options here to choose from, and you don't have to know everything. Use whatever you need. Example, here I want to build a web application. So I will simply say Spring Web. If you want to add database connectivity, you can also add JPA, but we don't need that at this point. If you want to get a Lombok support, you can choose that. If you want to use GraphQL, you can use that. So as I mentioned, there are so many options here, but I just want to stick to one, which is Spring Web, and click on Generate. Now, before I click on Generate, I will show you how this configuration looks like. So it will give you the entire configuration. We can see we got dependency, which is Spring Boot Starter Web here. The Java version is 21. This is my project name. And this is the Spring Boot version which we are using. And behind this, it will use Spring Framework. I will show you the code. So I'll click on download. You can even click on the generate here. So you can see in the downloads, I got this project, which is demo app. What I will do is I will just unzip it. So unzipping is done on the other screen, but I will just open that project now in my IDE. Now you can use any IDE here. You can use Eclipse, you can use VS Code, you can use IntelliJ IDEA community version or the Ultimate version. So I'm using a community version here. Just to show you the proof, I will click on not update. I will click on about, and you can see this is a community version. And I will click on open the project. So this is the project which I've downloaded. Click on open and voila, you got your project. And the beauty is, if I expand the dependencies, I think it will take some time to download. Okay, download it. too fast. And you can see it had added so many dependencies here. For the Jackson, for JSON conversion, we got micrometer for observing. We got Tomcat. You can see we got embedded Tomcat. So basically you don't need to have the external Tomcat here. And if you go down, we got Spring Boot, but also we got Spring Framework. You can see we got Spring Code. So all the things which are required for Spring Code or Spring Project, we got it here, okay? Let me just drop it here. And now let me create a hello world. So what I will do is just to create hello world. Now, if you have worked with Servlet or any other language before, basically we do multiple steps, right? But let me show you the code in Spring, which will print hello world. I'm not going to explain everything in this video, how Spring Web works. We have a separate section on that. But just to show you how to build application, I will get a class and I will name this class as hello. I will just simply say hello. And then I will just return, I will create a method here. And this method is responsible to print hello world on the screen. So I will say public string. I will simply say greet. And this will return hello world. A very simple method, right? Nothing fancy for server, a simple class. It's just that if you want this to work, you simply say here REST controller, and we have to map it with, again, I'm not explaining it here. We have a detailed topic on this. What is request mapping? What is REST controller? We'll talk about it. At this point, just go for two annotations and say, I will say slash. So basically, whenever you request on the home page, it will return the hello world. That's what I want. Or maybe I can say hello world, welcome to Telesco. Okay, cool. And now let's run this. How do we run this? So you go back to your application, the main file, and simply say run. Behind the scene, it will, of course, compile the code. It will run this on a Tomcat. Just have a look. And when you run for the first time, it will print this Spring pattern here. You can change it if you want, but we are concerned about this, or we want to focus on this. So Tomcat started on port number 8080. Nowhere externally I'm using Tomcat, okay? A very simple stuff. And I'm saying run on 8080, I got it. How do I test it? Of course, you can use a REST client like Postman, or I will just open the browser and here I will say localhost colon 8080, enter. And if you can see, we got the answer. We got response, which is hello world, welcome to the Telesco. It's so simple, right? And how much time it took me to run this? Of course, I was talking to the camera and doing this, so it took a lot of time. But if you want to do this, you can do that in minutes. So you got your application up and running in minutes. That's not the case with Spring Framework. And you will see that once we start with Spring later. So this is Spring Boot. Behind the scene, it is still Spring Framework. Now the question is it better than Spring? Of course, right? It will help you. But there are certain issues with Spring Boot as well. Of course, not a big issue. One of the issue is by default, it will do a lot of stuff for you. So it basically follows convention over configuration, because in Spring, we do a lot of configuration. Here, it says, I will give you stuff. You tell me what you want, I will give it to you. And most of the time, it also gives you certain things which you don't want. Example, if you expand this libraries here, there are so many things. Maybe I will not even going to use this, but Spring Boot says, take it. Okay, so that's one. Next, since it gives you a lot of default stuff, if you want to configure, then of course you have to do those configuration by yourself. That means if you want more control, it is better to work with Spring Framework than Spring Boot. Again, debatable. Personally, I prefer Spring Boot. If I want to work on a project, I'm happy to do the configuration in Spring Boot. But yeah, people might prefer Spring Framework for that reason. It's still debatable, but Spring Boot is awesome. So yeah, that's one of the issue, and yeah, that's about it. I wanted to show you what is Spring Boot, and people who cry about Java being slow, Java being verbose, Spring Boot is here. It will make your work easy. Let's try to implement dependency injection using Spring Boot. Now, till this point, we have talked about what is dependency injection. We have talked about what is Spring Boot. And then we have also created a simple project with the help of the Spring Initializer. And we got the web project, but we are not going to use this project. Basically, let's create a new project without the web, and let's try to implement dependency injection. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's create the simple project. For that, I'm going to go to start.spring.io, and here, let's create a new project. So I will click on Maven, and I'm going to select Java here. The version is 3.2.5. Group ID is Telesco. Project name is my app. Of course, this can be anything, but let's say my app. The Java version I have is 21, so and the jar packaging. I'm not going to add any dependency because when you say you want to go for web, you have to add a web dependency. But if you don't add any dependency, you will get a default Spring Boot options. I will click on generate and you can see we got the download and I've also unzipped it. Now it's time to open that in the IDE. So we got this IntelliJ IDEA community version. I will simply open that project. So this is the project which I got just now and I will click on open in this window. Yeah. Okay, so now you can see this is a default project, nothing fancy, there's no web part here. If you go to the pom.xml, we just got the Spring Boot starter, nothing fancy, a simple dependency, right? Now, what I want to do is let's experiment with dependency injection. And we have talked about dependency injection before. Basically, when you have dependencies in one class, normally what you do is you create the object of it. Now we want to inject it. How we do that? So let's create a main code. So we already have a main file here. So you can see we have a class and it says my app application, weird name, but that's fine for us. And then we are saying public static void main. This is your main code, which takes the string arguments. And here we are running a Spring application. So what it does is here, so when you say Spring application.run, it basically creates a container. Okay, now you'll be saying what is container here? See, what happens is when you talk about your project. So let's say this is your project. In this project, you have a lot of classes. So let's say you have 1 class, 2 class, 3 class, 4 class, and let's say you have multiple classes here. And now you are saying, hey, Spring Framework, it is your job to create object of this. Spring will say, okay, that's my job, I will do it. But question is where exactly Spring will do it? Of course, objects are created inside the JVM. So you'll be having this big box here of JVM. I mean, this is your project. This is JVM, and this is where you create all the objects. Now, when you talk about Spring, Spring itself has its own container inside it. So Spring will have a container inside the JVM, and they call this container as a IOC container. So this particular section here, this green box here is called the IOC container, or you can say Spring container, that's fine. Now in this container, you create all the objects. So let's say from your project, you don't want object of all the classes. Let's say you got object for this, you got object for this. So these 2 classes, you want the object. And where exactly Spring will create the object? So Spring is going to create the object inside this. So this is where it will create the object. So it depends upon how many objects you want and which classes object you want. But this will create the object inside this container. That means when you want to run this application, the first thing you need is not the object, but this container. And this line here is responsible to create that container. So when you say Spring application.run, it will simply run that container for you. Okay. So we have the container ready, right? But then we want the object also. And for the objects, we want class. So what I will do is I will create a very simple class here. And normally I call my participants, my students as aliens. It's just that I believe that we don't live in this real world. We live in virtual world, not physically, but virtually, because we create virtual solutions, right? So we live in virtual world, and that's why I call alien. And every time you see alien I'm writing, imagine that's a developer. Or maybe I can also say dev, if that is not an issue. So let's say dev. So let's say we have a dev class here. So in this world, we all are objects, right? I know that's not a good thing to objectify people, but let's say in this example, every developer is an object. So I'm an object, you're the object, and we came from the same class, let's say dev class. And what is your job? Your job is to code. So public void code, and that's our job. Or maybe instead of saying code, I will say build. That sounds much better, right? See, difference between coding and building is when you code, you write some statements, but will it run? There's no idea. But when you say build, you are actually building something. And now here, I'm going to print working on awesome project. Again, just want to print something, and that's why I'm doing this. And this is what I want to call. So I want to call this method build. Now from where, of course, the execution starts from the main. The question is how I'm going to call. Okay, let me just put that in side by side so that you can see it. So this is the method I want to call. So this build method I want to call from here. Of course, the way you can do that is you can go here and you can call build. Will this work? Of course not. We know in Java, if you want to call a method, and if it is a non-static method, we need object of it. So that means to call build, we have to create object of dev. So what you will do, you will just come back here and you say dev obj is equal to new dev, right? And then using this obj, you will be calling build. And that's how thing works, right? So basically you call this and you run this. Example, if I click on run, it will create the object of dev, and you can see we got the statement which is working on the awesome project. Is it a good idea? Of course, it works, and basically this is what we should do when you don't use Spring. Basically, you create the object by yourself. But the idea behind Spring Framework is you don't have to manage the objects. Spring will do it for you. Because when you say new dev here, what you're doing is you are manually creating an object inside the JVM, but not in the container. That means when you create this object, it is your responsibility to manage the entire cycle of it. We don't want to do that. We don't want to create this object by ourselves. We want Spring to create it. And how will you do that? It's very simple. Now, since this is a Spring project, I'm assuming that Spring might be creating the object behind the scene. I just have to use it, right? Maybe the object is already there. Maybe this is the object is already there. Why you have to create a new object for dev? So in that case, what I will do is I will not be creating this object. So I will not say new dev because that's what creates the object. But if I remove it, you know, your compiler is giving you some bad words. Compiler says, hey, what you doing? Variable obj might not have been initialized. Okay, so we have to initialize it. And one way to do that is just to fake your ID, your compiler. You can say null, and your ID is now very happy. At least you have assigned something. But of course, when you run this, you will get one of the most famous error in the world, and we love it. No, I'm just kidding. And the error is the null pointer exception. We don't want that, right? So how do we do this? Assigning null is not a good idea. So we can get this object from the container. Now question is, how do you talk to the container? Because now you are in this main code. Container is there with the JVM. How will you talk to the container? We want to get a hold on it. How will you get the hold on it? Maybe we can get a reference of it, right? So if you can get a reference of the container, you're good to go. So basically, the type of this container here. So let's say the type of this IOC container is of type application context. So the type of this particular object, of course, right, this is an object. Even the container inside your JVM, which is your IOC container itself, is an object, right? So for that object, there should be some type, and the type is application context. So what if you can simply get application context, and you can see it came from the Spring Framework, application context from Spring Framework.context, and we can use the reference of it. I can say context equal to, okay, we have to get the object for this. Now this is weird, right? Because ultimately we are saying we don't want to get the object, but now it says we have to get the object. See, not exactly. See, application context will work only when you create the object of it, right? But what if I can get the object from Spring itself? Remember when we talked about this particular line at the start, and I told you that this particular line creates the container for you? It does. Example, if I click on this run here, you can see this run method returns the object. So I just went to the source code of it. Basically, I've decompiled the file with the help of IDE. And this run method, which we are calling of Spring application.class, it basically returns the object of configurable application context. If I go here, it returns the object, it extends the interface called application context. That means this run is returning you the object of application context. That means we already have the object. So what you have to do is you just get this cut, put it here, and say equal to. So what we are doing is we are assigning this object which returns from run to the context. Once that is done, I can simply use the context and say, so context has multiple methods here. And you tell me, looking at this in the comments, before when I go forward, I will take a pause, which method you are going to use to get that object. Pause the video, let me know in the comments. Okay, so I hope you have entered the answer. So it's actually the getBean. So in the getBean, you have to mention which class object you want. So I want the object of alien class. That's it. Sorry, not alien. We're not going for alien anymore. We are going for dev. Okay. So you can see we are saying that I want the object of dev. Who has created the object? It is Spring. That's what I'm assuming, that the object is there in the container. I just have to use it. And I'm doing the coding for that. So now this will give me the object which is existing. I'm assuming that it is there, and I'm fetching it. Let's see if that works. I will run this. And if you see, we got an error. It says no qualifying bean of type com._.myapp.dev. Oh, okay. So we don't have this object in the container. I was assuming that there's an object, but it's not there. Container is there for sure because this is what creates the container. But inside the container, the object is not there. And the entire video got wasted is because Spring says I'm not going to create the object. Why it is not creating the object? Now, if you remember in the one of the video, we have mentioned that Spring by default will not create object of all the classes, and we don't even want it. Because if Spring creates object of all the classes, and if you have 100 or 1,000 classes, we don't want the JVM to be burdened with all these objects, which we're not going to even use it. And that's why Spring says, I'm not going to create the object by default. You tell me which class objects you want. And whatever you say, I will create the object. And the question is, how will you talk to Spring Framework? Maybe you need a config class, or in the Spring Boot, or we can use Java-based configuration, we can actually use something called an annotation. So on top of your class, whichever class object you want, just say this class is a component. Just by mentioning this annotation here, your Spring understands that this is the class which I have to manage. So this is a managed bean. What it means is Spring will create the object for you in the container. So the moment you say component, Spring says, now I know what's my job. My job is to create the object. I will do it for you. And now let's see, just by adding that component annotation, is it working? Let's relaunch the code, relaunch this application, and it worked. Can you see that? It says working on this awesome project. So this is working, right? And that's how we get dependency injection. So what we are doing is, in this code, we wanted the object of developer or dev, and Spring is injecting that dependency. Okay, now we can go bit more layers. Example, let's say we got dev, and then dev needs an object of a laptop. Of course, as a programmer or as a developer, you want to work on a laptop, and you don't have a laptop here. You're just saying working on a project, but how? In the Air, or maybe Oculus device, or maybe Apple Vision Pro, doesn't matter. You need something to work on, right? And we don't have it. So let's say in the next video, let's try to create one more layer. Because in this, we got two layers, right? We got two classes. So main needs object of dev, it is working. But what if dev needs object of laptop? How that will work? Let's try to understand that in the next video. But yeah, I hope you got something from this video, something about the dependency injection using Spring Boot, where you are injecting a dependency in this particular section. So now we know how exactly your Spring Boot helps you with the dependency injection. But now let's add one more layer. So there's a concept called auto wiring. And in this video, let's try to focus on auto wiring with the help of one more layer. Target for this video is 250 commits. Now, which layer I'm talking about? Now, just for example, let's say when I talk about developers, of course, as a developer, I need a machine to work with. It can be a laptop, desktop, doesn't matter. I just want a machine to work with. So what I can do is I can work on the awesome project, but while doing that, maybe I also want to compile the code. So maybe I want to call a method called compile. Maybe I want to call the method debug. So we got all these methods to work with. And of course, I can't do this in my mind. We do that when you want to do a dry compilation. But technically, if you want to really build a project, you need to have a machine where you can compile and debug. So in order to call these methods, I need a class where I can define this. And that class is your laptop class. So let me create a class here, and time in I will just close this, and let's create a new class. So here I will create a class called a laptop. Okay, and then in this laptop class, basically I'll be having method like public void compile. Of course, you need a compiler in your machine to compile something. But let's say if I have a method called compile, and it will say compiling with 404 bugs. But now, okay, this can be a simple joke, right? Where I say 404 bugs, where it's not found, bugs not found. Maybe I tried, maybe I failed. Anyway, the point is, I'm trying to print compiling with 404 bugs, and this is what I want to print. And now, since I have a laptop class, since I have a method now, I can, okay, it still shows you an error. Okay, it's there, he's here. So basically, if I want to call this compile, of course, I need the object of laptop here. So I can simply say laptop. I got the reference, not the object. And using that reference, I can call this. I can say laptop.compile. Let's say we don't have debug, just to keep it simple. Let's go with single method. Of course, you can have multiple methods. So I got the laptop reference and I can call it now. There is no compile time issue. Okay, you can see there is no problem here. But by default, when you talk about the instance variables, so laptop is a variable which is an instance variable. By default, it will get a value which is null. And we don't want it, right? We'll get the same problem which we got earlier. I want to show you that. I want to show you the error which we got earlier. So I will just run this and you will get, waiting for the error. Okay, so you can see we got null pointer exception. It's because the laptop is by default null. Let me just put this side by side. So how do we connect this? So one way is you can create the object here. So you can say new laptop, right? And then this will solve the problem is because now you don't have a null there. You got the real object. So if I run this, it says working on this awesome project. Also, it says compiling with 404 bugs. So our problem is solved. Basically, it's able to call the laptop. But then this is not what I want. I don't want to say new laptop. And even if you want to say new laptop, there are multiple places you can do that. We don't actually create the object when you define the instance. You basically do that in the constructor of this class of developer or in the setter. Of course, this is a variable, right? So this should be private, where you can create a setter method for this and you can do that in the setter if you want to use the new laptop. But anyway, I don't want to use new laptop anywhere. What I want is I want Spring to create this object and then automatically connect it here. So the first thing is what I will do is, so I will talk to Spring Framework by saying, hey Spring Framework, I know you are creating the object for dev. I want you to create object for the laptop as well. But it's not doing that. You know why? Because we forgot to do one thing, which is add component. Now, when you add component here, now your Spring Framework knows or your Spring Boot knows, hey, dev is not the only class where I have to create the object. It's also the laptop. So now Spring Boot will create both the objects. And that's not a big deal. The big deal is how will you connect this two? Now the developer says, I want laptop. How will you connect this? See, one way you can do is you can use the application context. Remember, in the main, basically we had this application context. And if you can get this in the developer or dev class, you can do that. But I don't want to invoke application context there. I don't want to use that there. So what you can do is you can use certain annotations. One of the annotations we can use here, or you can use one annotation which is called auto-wired. Now what this does is it says, see, as a developer or as a programmer here, in this case, not the programmer or in the example, but someone like me, I'm doing a code now. I want to connect this two, right? So basically when you say connect, that basically means wiring. Now, since I want this wiring to be done automatically, I can call this as auto wiring. And that's what the animation is. When you say auto wired, now your Spring Boot says, okay, I want to get object of dev, but dev is dependent on the laptop. Let me connect this two. So behind the scene, it will connect it. And now you actually got the instance for the laptop. So using this, it will get the object, but using AutoWire, it will connect it. And how do we check it? Of course, to check it, we have to run it. So we'll just relaunch this application and you can see we got the same output without the new keyword. So that's the beauty of auto wiring. Okay. And you can do that in multiple places, not just here. And basically when you do it here, it is called a field injection. So when you do that on the top, it is field injection. Remember when we talked about dependency injection, we talked about 3 different types: field injection, constructor injection, setter injection. So when you do it here, that's your field injection. But let's say if you don't want to do that here, what's the other option? You can use a constructor here. So I can say dev, and in the constructor, you can pass the object of laptop, and you can say laptop is equal to, this dot laptop is equal to laptop. If you're not sure what this line is, go through the video of this keyword on YouTube. So search for this keyword in Java and you will know what I've did here. Okay, so now this is how it does the constructor injection. You don't have to use AutoWire that, it is optional. So when you run this, this also works. So this is constructor injection. Otherwise, if you don't want to use constructor injection, see if you just uncheck, if you just comment the AutoWire and constructor injection, if you try this, you will get the same error which we were getting before. So those things are working, okay? Let me try this setter injection. So what I will do is I will just create a setter method which is public void set laptop, and I will say laptop this dot laptop is equal to laptop. Okay, so now I got the setter injection or setter method. Let's try if this works. Now when you do that, it is still giving you an error. So by default, setter will not be going for auto wiring. You have to say auto wired here. Now, when you mention auto wire, then it will behave like the way we want. It will do the set injection. We have not done for the constructor. You can do it. It will not give you error. But even if you skip that, it is by default picking it. So for constructor, it is default. It is optional. But for field injection and for setter injection, you have to use auto wire. Which is better? Constructor and setter is better. Field is not. But you will see me using that in the upcoming videos, is because I want to keep this simple so that you will understand the project, or you will understand how Spring Framework works behind the scene. I want to do one more thing here. So what I will do is, I will just go with the auto wiring field injection. And let me remove, or let me just comment this constructor and setter. Let's only focus on the auto wiring here. Now question arises, how exactly is connecting? How your Spring Framework knows that when you say auto wire, it will connect with this class object, not some other classes, because in your project, you might be having multiple classes, right? So how it knows that we have to connect with laptop only. So what happens is, when you say auto wiring, it goes for by type. It is not searching for name. If you're thinking it's because of this name, no, it's not because of the name. It is because of the type of the class. So since we are saying laptop, it says laptop connected. But the question is, what if you try to apply loose coupling here? What I'm trying to say is, what if you create an interface out of this? So I will say refactor, extract the interface, and let's code for the interface. Because see, in this world, there's nothing called computer. It is either a laptop or desktop, but both are called as computer. Okay, do we got computer here? Or I don't know, we just clicked on OK. So we got computer here, and you can see computer is not having any method. So I will say void compile, and this will be declared. Let me just put that down here. I know there are multiple things open here, but yeah, we don't have a choice. You can see on the left hand side, we got dev. Here we got computer, and here we got laptop, and laptop implements computer. So basically what we are trying to do is we are coding for the interface. Okay, so here we got the interface, which has method called compile, and laptop implements computer. Now what's the advantage of this? See, one of the advantages when you talk about developers, when you say you want to work on a project, when you join a company, your demand for MacBook, right? And that's the industry standards now. Everyone wants MacBook, but you don't get it. I'm still waiting for my MacBook. But anyway, the point is, when you join a company, they don't promise you that they will give you a laptop. They promise you that they will give you a computer. This can be a laptop or a desktop. And that's why a developer should not be dependent on the laptop. This is hard coding. A developer should be dependent on the, not on computer, not on component, on the computer. And I will say comp here. And let me replace this with comp. So basically what I'm saying is, as a developer, you should focus on dependent on the computer, not on the laptop. And it depends upon the company what they want to provide you. They want to provide you laptop or desktop, that's their choice, right? Now, when you say computer, will this work? Because see, add component we are writing on top of laptop, right? But here we are looking for computer. And as I mentioned before, it goes by type. So by type means it will search for the type of computer. And laptop is a type of computer. So if I relaunch it, and you will see it works. So basically it is not compulsory that you should use only laptop. You can also use computer, and that's the good practice to use. So we got computer here. But with this, I got one more thought. What if, now since it is searching for computer and you got laptop, that's a good thing, right? But what if there's a confusion? Okay, what confusion I'm talking about? Let me copy this laptop class and paste it here. Of course, we have to change the name of it. So I will say desktop. And now you can see I got a desktop class as well. And there are so many windows open. Let me close computer. Now we know that computer is an interface which has only one method. Let me close it. We got two classes here. One is a desktop and one is a laptop. And both are implementing computer. And the method also same, compile and compile, is because they're implementing computer. Here I will just write a different thing, compiling with 404 bugs, but faster. And now you can see we got two different implementation, right? Now my question to you, we got two classes. Both are implementing computer, so both have type of computer. Both have component on top of it. So basically in your container, you will have now three objects, right? So this is for the dev, this is for the laptop, and this is for the desktop. I will say desktop here. So basically I got three objects. And now in the developer, when you say auto wire with computer, which object it will connect with? Laptop or desktop? Confusion, right? It's like you're joining a company and then they are giving you two options and you are confused because on the desktop you will get with the same amount of price, desktop works faster. plus it is connected to the high power source. Laptop is portable, so you're confused there. And that's what is happening with Spring now. So let me rerun this and see what Spring says. Okay, so we have not got the error, but we got the error, not the red one, but we got the error. The error says application failed to start. Reason, field comp, this one, is in this particular dev class required a single bean. I mean, of course, right, we want only one object, but two were found. And this is what happens when you're confused between two things. One is desktop and one is laptop. Which one should I pick for? And it's basically confused. How do we solve this? One of the ways you can delete the desktop class. It will solve the problem. Or you can basically remove the add component on top of desktop. So now what you're doing is you're saying in the container you only got one object of laptop. We don't have the object for desktop. So there will not be any confusion there. It will pick up the laptop part. But what if you have a component here and you don't have a component on top of laptop? In this case, it will pick up the desktop, and you can see it says faster, so this is desktop. But what if both has it? Now that's a problem, right? Now in this case, in case of confusion, you can use certain annotation or one annotation. So, when you have two options, sometimes one thing becomes your preference. Let's say for me, I prefer desktops, but maybe you prefer laptop. So in this case, on top of your laptop, you can use one annotation called primary. So what's the use of primary? In case of confusion, this class will be preferred. And now when you say component on both, but when you run it, it will prefer the laptop. You can see it doesn't say it's faster, so that's laptop. But what if you write primary on both? Not a good idea, but let's see what happens. When you say primary on both of them, again there will be confusion, but this time it is giving you different error. But yeah, it says the same thing. It says more than one primary being found among the candidates. So not a good idea, but yeah, this one way. You can put a primary on one class. What if you don't want to mention primary? What if you want to say component? Then you can decide in this level. So you can also use something called a qualifier. Now in the qualifier, you can mention the name of your class. So you can mention laptop here. Okay, not the name of the class, but the name of the instance. See, by default, this instance will have some name, or we say bean name. So for the laptop, it will be your class name, but without the capital letter, the first capital letter. So if it is laptop, it will be laptop, but with small l. So that's the name you have to pick up here. Okay, so when you say qualifier, in case of confusion, it will pick up the laptop. So now if you run this, we got laptop. You can also do it for the desktop and it works. So basically, this is how you do auto wiring. So in this video, we have not just talked about the auto wiring, we have talked about primary and qualifier, and we have seen how do we code for the interfaces. Yeah, lengthy video, but I think worth it. So I hope you got some idea behind the scene how auto wiring is working. We have talked about Spring Framework, but then when we started coding, in between we talked about Spring Boot, and the project which we have created is done with the help of Spring Boot. And things are a bit easy, right? But what if you don't want to use Spring Boot? What if you want to work on a Spring Framework? So there are two reasons why this video is important. First, what if the project you are working on in your company or maybe by yourself, you don't want to use Spring Boot, or you don't have a choice of using a Spring Boot? So this video becomes important to understand how do you work with Spring Framework. Second reason for this video is, in this video you will understand what is happening behind the scene, right? How Spring analyze the configuration and what are different aspects of this configuration. So we'll talk about it. Of course, we have discussed those things in the Spring Boot as well, but when you do it here, it will make much more sense. So the project which we have here, again a simple project. What we have done till now is we got three different classes. We got developer, we got desktop and laptop, and then a developer needs a computer. It can be a desktop or laptop, and that's what we are doing here. But if you see, nowhere we have done any configuration. Basically, the Spring Boot analyze these annotations, and then based on that, it will create a project for you and it will make it work for you. But then, as I mentioned, there is no XML file, there is no separate Java class where you are doing all this configuration. So what if you don't want to use Spring Boot? I want to use a normal Spring Framework now. So what I will do is, I will just go back here and create a new project. So let's go to here, the IntelliJ IDE. Of course, any IDE will work. You will click on new, click on project, and I don't want to create a Spring project now because when you create a Spring project, it will be Spring Boot project. So what I will do is I will click on Maven archetype. See, when you talk about a project like Spring, when you talk about different frameworks, you have to use certain build tool to create those projects. Of course, in Spring Boot also we have used Maven. Here also we are going to use Maven. Of course, we can also use Gradle there, but let's stick to Maven. So here I'm going to create a project. I will say demo Spring, that's my project name, and I will keep that in downloads, doesn't matter where it is. Next, the JDK version. So make sure that you first of all click on this Maven archetype, or if you're using Eclipse, it will give you option of creating a Maven project. So select that. The JDK version, in this machine, I have 21. I will just go with that. And then it is asking you for the catalog. See, Maven as a build tool also has its way of creating a project. It will give you a basic structure of a project. Now, based on different framework, based on different services which you want to use, they provide you certain archetypes. Archetypes is basically your project structure. So they provide you different archetypes which you can use. Of course, you can build this archetype or you can build this project from scratch without using their particular template. But they give you certain templates to use. And there are certain templates which they have inbuilt, and there are some templates which have been sourced. So example, if I click on catalog here, you can see there's an option of internal, then also Maven Central. So there are certain templates or archetypes you can use it from Maven Central. So if I choose internal here, and if I expand this archetype, there are limited options. You can see, you can actually at least count it. There is a template for a J2E application, for portlets, for quick start. We are going to use quick start, and we have web app as well. But if you click on Maven Central, you will see a lot of options. You can see it is loading here, loading done. And if I expand now, there are so many options here. You can just, sometimes it is confusing which one to choose, and that's why we are not going to use this. Maybe there is already application available for Spring Boot. As you can see, it is here, Spring Boot 3 REST API archetype. So you can use this archetype, it will give you a template to work with. I will stick to internal, and let's create a quick start project. So I can just click on quick start here, and the version, just stick to it. There are certain additional properties, we can skip that. Advanced settings, this is where you can mention your group ID, which is already com.telisco. The artifact name is demo Spring, and I can click on create here. And I'm going to create a new window because maybe I want to use the old project code. So this is my project. This is my Spring project. Now, you know what? Basically, this is a Spring project, but only with a name. Nowhere in the project we are using Spring feature. See, when you say Spring feature, basically we have to add a dependency for Spring. And we don't have it here. If you can see, we don't have a Spring dependency. We have to add that. So that's one. Next, if you see the external dependency, of course, we don't have anything here. We don't even have the configuration for Spring. We have not done for Spring Boot as well, but here we have to create a configuration file to make it work. So now what we will do is, let's create a simple code. In fact, we can actually use those codes which we already have. So maybe I will just try to reuse. So let's go to the Spring Boot app, and I want to use these two classes, dev and, okay, let's only use dev. I'll just copy this and paste it here. So we got dev class, and we don't need all these annotations now. We don't need auto wire, other stuff, or maybe we don't even need a computer. Maybe I could have just typed it by myself. Sometimes being lazy is additional work you get. Okay, so I just wanted these two things, and I don't even want all these packages. A simple class, nothing fancy. You can see we got a dev class, which has a build method, and it says working on the awesome project. Maybe you can just type it instead of copying it from the older project. And now I want to create object of dev inside this app. So this is your main code, the main Java code. First, I want to check if this project is running. I mean, this is the important step you should do. Whenever you create a new project without typing any code, just run it to check if it is working. That's important. So here I don't want to print hello world. We just want to, okay, I don't even want the comments here. So what I want here is to create object for dev so that I can call build. So the idea is to call build, but for that I have to create object of dev. So I will say dev obj equal to new dev, and then I'm going to say obj.build. So this should work because we are creating the object by ourselves. Nowhere we are using Spring yet. So it says working on the awesome project, so we are happy. But then we don't want to say new dev here, right? This is what I want to get from Spring. I want Spring to create this object. Now, can I use, we have seen in the Spring Boot, can we use Spring, can we use component here? First of all, we don't have this component option is because we don't have Spring Boot or Spring Framework here. And even if you use Spring Framework component, it will not able to configure that. So this will not work. So how do we make it work? The first thing is, if you want the dev here, we have to work with the container. Remember when we have talked about a project where you can have multiple classes, and then you also have something called a JVM here, in which you will be having a section where you will be having heap memory and stuff, and then inside that you will be having your IOC container, and then inside this you will be having objects. But unfortunately, we don't have the object yet. So how do we get this object? So even before you get the object, the first thing you need to get is the container. How will you get the container? And we have seen that, right, before. If you want to work with the container, we have to create object of application context. You need object of application context, and we don't have the object. First of all, we don't even have this interface in the project. If when I say control space, you're not getting the package of it. Reason, this is not part of a Java. This is a part of Spring Framework. So if you want this to work, we need to get the external libraries for Spring. And how do we do that? So we have to add this Spring dependency. So we already have a JUnit dependency. Apart from this, we need to get the dependency for Spring. But not everyone remembers the dependency name and the artifact ID and the version number. We don't know that, right? Or maybe some superhumans knows this by heart. I don't know. So how do we get it? So it's very simple. What you can do is you can go to one of the most famous plays for the dependency, which is called a Maven repository. You can just go here and search for, in fact, it already had a Spring context. Is it so famous, or maybe they are tracking me what I'm doing? They got so many libraries, why it is only promoting Spring? Maybe even they're tracking me. So here, basically you have to search for Spring context. And you can see this is what I want. So when I click on this, I can select any version. So normally I prefer the version which doesn't have any vulnerabilities, and you can see they give you warning as well. 5.3 has the vulnerability. We can skip that. 6 is a version which we are going for. Which one to choose? First of all, make sure that you don't have any security issue here. Second, go with the version which is not latest. But if it is latest and it is used by so many projects, that's fine. You can go with this 6.1.6. So you can see this version, basically you can just copy this. Or if you're not using Maven, you can even get it from the Gradle. So you can just use that. So I'm using Maven. I will just copy this and replace this dependency which we have written with the new thing. I don't want to market this Spring Maven repository. So yeah, so this is how basically you create, you get the dependency. Oh, but it's not coming here. Why it is not coming here? It's because we have to reload the changes. So in IntelliJ, you have to load this Maven changes, but in Eclipse, it will happen. Most of the time it happens by default. So I will click on load Maven changes. And now you can see we got the dependencies for Spring context. And once you have that, let's go to our app and let's say control space. Okay, there was some issue with the importing. It should normally work, but I don't know what's wrong. Or maybe I'm writing a wrong spelling. Or maybe IntelliJ has some issues. Anyway, so I got the context. I will say this is context equal to. Now, how do we create this object? So let me just comment this too for time being. So how do we create this object? So of course, you can say new application context, but application context itself is an interface. So you can't get object of application context. In that case, we can go for the classes which implements application context. And one of the class is class path XML application context. We are going to use this because initially we'll start with the XML configuration. We can do it with annotations as well or Java-based configuration. Let's go with XML. And that's it. You got this object. And now once you do this, this line basically creates the container. So our job is done. The container is ready. But with that container, how do I get the object? It's very simple. You can simply say context.getBean. And here you can mention what bean you want. Maybe I want the bean of dev.class. Our job is done and it should work. Let's see if that works. Let's run this because we got the container. I'm expecting the object is there. I just have to use that. Let's run this, and no, it's not working. So it says bin factory not initialized or already closed. So it says before accessing bin via application context. First of all, what is bin factory? So the way you have application context, the container is created with the help of bin factory. It manages the container. So in the earlier versions of Spring, we used to use bin factory, but now we use application context. So it says something is wrong. I mean, it's closed. I'm not able to create the container. I mean, it's creating a container, but it is closed now. So how do you configure your container? Because in the container, we don't have this object of dev. And that's where you have to create a XML configuration. But how do we do that? So it's simple actually. In this bracket, you can mention the XML configuration name. So I will say spring.xml. But we have to create this XML file. Okay. And if you run this just by that statement, of course, this name can be anything. It says the XML is not found. And where it is searching for it, it is searching for that file in the class path resource. Okay, since it is a class path, we have to go with class path. So what I will do is in the main folder, I will create a directory called resources. Normally it is there, but maybe it is not showing that in the IntelliJ IDEA. Just check if you have resources folder. In this resource folder, you will create a file called spring.xml. And this is where you have to do the configuration. And if you just create a file and if you do nothing here, and relaunch it, this time it should not say file not found. It should give you some different error. It says line number 1, column number 1, premature end of file, because we have not done anything. But what is this configuration? Now we are basically trying to create a Spring project without Spring Boot. And of course for that we have to do a lot of configuration. And to achieve that, we have basically created the project. And in that we do have a dev class here in which you have a method called build. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to call the build. But for that, we need object of dev. And then we want Spring Framework to create the object, which is actually not happening because if I run this, this is what you are getting. We were getting the error which says premature end of file. Which file I'm talking about is this spring.xml. Because if you want Spring to create the object, we have to do the configuration, and this configuration will be done in the XML file. And this is empty at this point. I don't want this to be empty. We have to write some configuration using which you can create the object. And if you have this question in your mind, why we are using XML when we are happy with Spring Boot, there are two reasons. One is, what if your project which you are maintaining is a legacy project? In that case, of course, they will be having, or they might be having XML configuration, so you should know. Second is, if you want to understand what is happening behind the scene for Spring Boot, this configuration will help you there. Okay, so let's get started. Now, if you want to do this configuration, even before that, when you talk about this line number 10 here, and when you say you are creating a context, behind the scene, we got the container. So we do have a container ready. But in this container, we don't have the object yet. So if you want to create the object, or if you want Spring to create the object, you have to mention that here. And every class which Spring manages, they're called Spring Beans, right? Or managed beans. So what I will do is, since we want to create beans, I will use a beans tag. Now this is how you work with XML. If you're new to XML, basically you can compare XML with HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. XML stands for Extensible Markup Language. So basically in the HTML, you have some tags which you can use. And who understands those tags is your browser. So in the browser, it has a definition of all those tags which you're using. Maybe you're using HTML tag, body tag, or a p tag, or a div tag. So basically your browser knows those tags because they have the definition of it. In XML, you can use any tag which you want. There's no compulsion that you should use this tag or those tags. Even if I want, I can use the Naveen tag here. I mean, that's my choice. I want to use Naveen tag, I can use that. But when it comes to Spring Framework, we have to use certain tags which has their own definitions. And we do that with the help of DTD files, which is document type definitions. You don't have to get into that much. Just imagine XML, you can use your own tags, provided you have a definitions for it. Now we are using some tags here, and we do have a definitions for it. I will show you that in some time. But we have to use a beans tag because you'll be having multiple classes and multiple objects. And inside this beans tag, you can create multiple bean tag, right? So you can have one, depending upon your requirement, you can have multiple bean. Now in this bean, you can mention which class bean you want, which class object or which class you want Spring to manage. So I can mention the class name here with the help of class attribute, and you can mention the class name, which is dev in this case. Now, simply class name will not work. You have to basically provide the qualified name for it. So in this case, it is com.dev, which is the qualified name. So you can see dev belongs to com.dev, that's a package name. And then optionally, you can also provide the ID for it. So let's say ID is dev. You can use any name, doesn't matter. I'm using dev in this case. Now where this will be useful, example, if you go back to your app in this line number 11, what we are doing is we were using dev.class in the earlier example. You can also use dev here. So earlier, basically we were using dev.class. Here we can use, in double quotes, we can use dev. But you just have to make sure that since we are using dev, this getBean returns you the object type. Just typecast it with dev and that should work. Going back here, so now we do have a definition, right? Or we do have the bean created. So the configuration is done. Let's try. So what I will do is I will just relaunch this and see what happens. Okay, still it is giving you error. It still says it is invalid, but why? This time it is giving you some different error. It says line number 4, which is this, beans. It says cannot find the declaration of element beans. Oh, this is weird. So basically, we don't have a definition for it. As I mentioned before, you can use any tag provided you have a definition for it. For this bean, we don't have a definition. So in this case, you don't have to buy a definition. What you can just do is you can just go to Google and search for Spring 6 bean configuration XML and look at this file or this link. Click here and it talks about the configuration. Just go down and search for this one. And you can simply copy this and replace the beans, because in this, if you can see, there's also a bean tag here or beans tag here. Just replace it and we are good. Okay, beans not 2 times, only once. And I will just remove this. So what we are doing is we are providing the definition for beans here, okay? And with this, if I relaunch it, hopefully this will work. Okay, hopefully I said, but it's not working. There's some problem. It says line number 4, there is some issue with the parsing. Some problem with the first line. Is it the issue? Okay, so maybe there was some issue with this line here. Okay, I'll just simply get rid of this. Maybe there's some extra character which I can't see. Anyway, so if I relaunch this, we have provided the bean definition and this is working. It says working on the awesome project. So by doing this, what we are doing is we are asking our Spring framework that you are responsible to create the object for dev, and which we have done. And that's why you are getting this object here. So that's our first one. How about one more class? Let's say in this particular project, let me create one more class. And let me name this class as laptop. Okay, a simple class, nothing fancy. And maybe in this class, I want to have a method called compile. So I will say public void compile. And in this, I'm going to print compiling. And now if I go back to Spring, you can see we are just mentioning dev here, right? And one more thing, what I will do is I will just comment this section. Now, how many classes we have in our project? Of course, we have 3 classes, but then we are concerned about the 2 classes because app only has a main method. So we have 2 classes, dev and laptop, which we created. A normal class like dev, a normal class like laptop. And now if I run this, tell me what, just think about it. If I just run this code, how many objects will be created inside the container? Or how many classes object will be created inside the container? Is it 0? Is it 1? Is it 2? So let me know in the comments. Okay, so if I run this, let's see. Okay, first of all, how we will see? We don't even have an idea, right? We are not printing anything. See, the thing is, if you look at the XML file, when you execute this line, it goes to the XML file. In the XML, we are creating the object only of 1 class, or we are saying only 1 bean tag. So it will create the object only of that class which you have mentioned here, which is dev. Okay. And to prove that, what I will do is I will just have a constructor here. I will say public dev, which is a constructor. And in this, I'm going to print dev constructor. And I'm going to do the same thing in the laptop. So I will have a constructor here. Of course, this should not be dev, it should be laptop. And here also, I'm going to replace this with laptop. Okay, a simple class, simple constructor, nothing fancy. Okay. And now if I try to run this, so if we don't get any output, that means none of the object got created. But let's see what happens. So we only got dev constructor. That means we got 1 object, and that too of the developer. Reason? In the Spring XML, we have mentioned only that. What if I create for the laptop as well? So I can just reuse my code. Instead of saying copy paste, reuse sounds good. And we don't need that much of space between being closing. And here I will say laptop, and here the class name is laptop. And the moment I do that, and if I run this, let's relaunch it. And you can see now it says dev and the laptop as well, both got created. But we are not using them in the code, right? We are just saying execute this line, create the container, and as soon as the container is created, it will simply look at the XML file and say, okay, we do have 2 beans here mentioned. Let me create the object for them. Okay, so and then in your container, you basically have 2 objects, one for your dev and one for your laptop. But the question is, what if you mention the dev one more time? So we'll just copy this and paste it here, and let's say dev1. We got different ID. So now let me know in the comments how many objects it will create. 1, 2, 3. Of course, it should be more than 2, or 2 or more than 2. So let's try, and you can see it is calling the dev constructor 2 times. That means it depends upon how many times you mention bean. If you say once, it will get 1 object. If you say 2, it will say 1 more time, it will create another object for dev. So we got 2 objects for dev, right? On 1 for your laptop. So that's how basically you can configure your Spring framework to create the object. Now we can go for the next step, which is what if in the dev you need object of laptop? Now that will be tricky, right? Because now your dev, initially we were dependent on the Spring container to give you this dev, right? Dev object. And now inside dev, if you want a laptop object, now that's where the dependency will come. So till this point, we were able to work with Spring Boot, but then we want to also explore how do you work with Spring Framework without Spring Boot. And then to achieve that, what we have done is we got this dev, we got this app. Basically, we were trying to create the object for dev. So when I say we are trying to create the object, basically I'm asking Spring Framework to give me the object. As you can see, we have done that in the configuration. So if I show you the configuration, which is spring.xml, we got 3 objects here. So every time you want the object from Spring Framework, if you are not using Spring Boot, we have to use some configuration. We are using XML here. You can also do that in different ways. But in XML, if you're doing that, we can use bean tags. You can see we got a bean tag with the ID dev, and the class name is dev. We got another bean tag, which is dev1, and the class is dev. Then we got laptop of class laptop. So in total, when you run this application, your Spring Framework will see this and say, okay, it's my job to create these 3 objects, and it will do that for you. And in the container, basically in the IOC container, or you can call it a Spring container, you will find these objects. You can see we got 3 objects here, 2 for dev and 1 for laptop. Why this is happening is because we have done that in the bean configuration. You can see here 3 different beans. And the IDs for the particular first object, the ID is dev. For the second object is dev1, and for the third object laptop, it is your laptop, right? So these are the IDs for it. Now, what we want to do is, let's say in the dev class, I have some properties. So in this particular video, let's discuss how do you work with the injections, the setter injection and the constructor injection. To do that, of course, what I want ultimately is to have the laptop object here. Okay, maybe I just want to introduce a reference. I want Spring to give this object because at this point it's just a reference, it's not the object. So let's say in the build, if you try to say laptop.compile, which is the method of laptop class, it will not work. Reason is laptop, this one is just a reference. We have not assigned an object here, or we have not instantiated here, or we have not specified the memory here. So by default it will be null, and when you run this, it will give you our favorite error, which is null pointer exception, and we don't want it, right? So ultimately we want this object to be passed, but at this point I will just comment it. We'll use it later because this will not work. And to understand how do you inject, let's start simple. What I will do is, let me create a simple variable here, and maybe the variable name or variable name is age. Of course, you can go with any name, doesn't matter. But let's say I'm saying age here. And in this build, I want to print the age. So whenever someone calls the build, I want to print the age. Or if you don't want to do that from here, we can do one more thing. See, app is a main class, right? This is where you have your main method. And if you say you got this object here, let me just uncomment this. You got this object here of dev class, and you're calling build. Let me say I don't want to call build now. What I just want to do is, I want to print the value for age. So what I will do is I will simply say out and obj.age. Now, since it's an int variable, let me show you that. Let me just minimize this thing. We don't need that. Let me just put that here on the side. Yeah. Okay. So if you see age is an int variable, and when you try to access this, it will try to pick up the default value. So what do you think the default value for age is? Of course, it's an int value, so default value will be 0. And when you run this, you will get 0. Let me just try this. So run this app, and now you can see it prints 0. Yeah, we got this output as well, is because we were working with the constructor. Ignore that, we got this 0 here, right? Now I want to assign some values to it. And we can do that, right? So we can simply say int age is equal to some value, 8 or 10, because nowadays children at the age of 7, 8, they are doing programming. It's fun and weird at the same point. But anyway, the point is we have assigned a value to it. And if you have noticed, I'm not using private modifier here. That's on purpose. It's because I want to use this variable directly here. Not a good practice, but since we are into learning stage, we want to see what are things happening behind the scene. So I'm doing that here, okay? And so we can pass it. Now what I will do is, I don't want to, of course, we should run this first just to see if this is working. And you can see we got 8. So you can assign the value from here, or you can assign the value from here as well. You can say obj.age, and you can set whatever value you want here. Let's say 18. And if I run this, it should be 18, is because initially you have assigned 8 when the object was creating. But then later on, when you are running this, after the object creation, you are replacing the value with 18, and that's why it is 18 here. Now, let me just make this variable as a private variable, because that's the ideal way. And I don't want to assign the value from here. Not a good idea to assign hard-coded values. Now, since this is a variable which is private, if you want to access this from outside, example, if you try to see that, it says age has a private access. So we can't directly access it. We need a getter and setter for that. So what I will do is, I will just create a getter setter after this constructor here. So right click and say, hey, I want a getter setters for this particular variable, and I got it. So you can see we got the getter, we got the setter, okay? And if you want to assign the value, this is not a good way. You can simply say set age. You can set the age as 18 and whatever value you want to assign. And here you can say obj.getAge, right? And now if you run this, what you're expecting is, of course, we want 18, and that's what we got here. But what if you don't assign the value? Let's say we are not assigning a value here. And if I run this, you can see we got 0. Cool. But now the point is, I want to assign this value using Spring Framework. So I don't want to do that here or here. I want to assign some value with the help of Spring. So I want to inject the value. How do I do that? Now, since we are saying we want Spring to do it, we have to do the configuration in this spring.xml file. And how do we do that? See, when you are creating this object here, what you can do is, in this particular bean tag, there are multiple options. You can assign properties, because ultimately these are called properties, right, for the object. So you can define a property. Now, this is a inbuilt tag inside this Spring. So you can say property, and then in this property you can assign a name of a property. So which property you want to change? I want to change the value for the age property. With what? So you have to assign the value as well. So let's say the value is maybe different value, 12. I think this is the ideal age to start programming, not 8. So anyway, so we got age as 12, and now let's run this and let's see what happens. If you run this, you can see we got 12. That means we are assigning, okay, when I say we, Spring is assigning the value of 12 to age variable, right? So that's what is happening here. So when I say I'm getting this object, the object which got created inside your container, now it has a age variable and the value is 12. So the moment you create this instance, it will have the value 12 because of this setting here. But what about the dev1? Is it applied there as well? Let's try. So what I will do is I will just go back here and say dev1, and if you run this, you can see it is not for dev1. So when I say dev1, which is this particular thing here, the value for age is still 0 because we have not assigned the value for that. And how do we know that? So if you see the bean, we are not assigning a property here, okay? And since we are not using it, we can also remove it, right? So we can just go back here and say go back to dev, because we don't have dev1 at this point, and run this, it will go back to 12. So this is how basically you use setter injection. But we have one more, which is constructor injection. How do we do that? So what I will do is I will create one more constructor here, which is a parameterized constructor. So I'll just right click here and say, hey, generate a constructor for me, which will take int age as a parameter. And you got it here. And I want to inject the value of age, not with the setter, but with the constructor. So that means I will just go back here in the spring.xml file. And here, instead of using a property, because property will use setter, I can just comment that section and we can use something called a constructor argument. And in this, you can specify the value as whatever value you want, let's say 14 in this case. And instead of, I will just say self-closing tags, yeah. So instead of using a property, I'm going to use a constructor. This time it will use this particular constructor. And you can see when you say dev constructor, it was getting printed here, right? Because initially we were using a default constructor. Now, since we are using a parameterized constructor, I will just say dev1 constructor, just to differentiate between the parameterized and the default one. Okay, and now let me run this. Now what will happen is with the help of this constructor argument tag, we can assign the value with the help of constructor. And you can see it says dev1, right, which is the parameterized constructor output. And the value is 14. Cool. So that's how basically you can use constructor and setter. Okay, but there are certain things which you have to remember. In the property, we have used name. In constructor, we are not doing that. It's because we have a constructor which takes only one parameter. But if you want, you can also specify name here. There's a name property here if you can use that. You can say age. But since we only have one parameter, you can skip that. If you have two parameters, and if you want to specify the sequence, you can also use index. You can specify for index 0, index 1. So at this point, we just have one. But let's say in case if you have two parameter here, let's say age and salary, in that case, you can specify the index 0 for age and index 1 for salary. So you just have to say constructor arguments 2 times. Cool. So that's how basically you use a setter injection and the constructor injection. But then that was for this simple variable, right? What about a variable like laptop? Now this is not a simple variable. This is a reference variable, right? Which is you have a class reference there. And how do we achieve that? So what I will do is I will just comment this constructor. So we don't want to work with age anymore. So I can just comment that section. Let's only focus on the laptop. Now, when I say focus, what I want to do is in the dev, when you say build, right? Example, in the app, when you're calling this build will call the method called compile. And with those settings, okay, let me also comment this age. I don't want to print age. Let me run this. There's no age now. It's just a constructor. And you can see we got an error. It says the laptop, they cannot invoke is because we got null pointer exception. It says this laptop is null. Okay. Null is because we have not created the object. We just got the reference of it, which is here. So what I want to do is, we know that in the container, we do have the object of laptop. We have it here. We just have to inject this to the developer object, right? The instance. And how do we do that? Of course, we can use a Spring here. So don't you think laptop is also a property? What I can do is for this particular dev, I can simply specify a property, but this time not for the age, but for the laptop, right? And then we can assign a value to it. Okay, hold on. Now that's a problem. For the age, we can assign the value because that's a int variable. That's a primitive variable. Laptop is not a primitive variable, it's a reference variable. You can't simply assign a value to it. So what to do? So instead of assigning a value, we can use something. So if I say control space, you can see we get 2 options, not one. We get a ref and we get value. So we can use ref for the reference. But the question is, what should we specify in the reference? Now that's a question. If you go down, we do have this laptop object here, right? And the ID for that is laptop. So the same ID, so instead of using laptop, let me just try one more thing. I will say lap1. So this is the ID we need to use here. I mean, we can also use laptop. I just don't want you to get confused between laptop. Is it the class laptop or the instance laptop or the name laptop? So I've just changed the name of a bean, which is, initially it was laptop. I say lap1. And that lap1 I'm using here. So what we are trying to do is, we are saying, hey, I'm creating this object. Okay, so when I say Spring, when I say, hey, Spring, create the object, Spring says, okay, let me try to create the object for dev. But the moment it is trying to create the object, it will create the object for sure. But it will see at the property and say, hey, we need to get the laptop reference here. And where do we find it? So the name of the reference is lap1. So it will search the container by saying, hey, do we have any object of the laptop or any object with the name lap1? And it will find that it is there, right? And it will try to connect it. So basically what we are doing is we are doing a wiring here. So we are wiring the laptop object into the dev object. So that wiring is what is helping to do that. But will it really work? Let's try. So what I will do is I will just run this, and we got the error. I was not expecting the error, but we got the error. Let's try to solve it now. So the error, if I go up, and it's good to get errors, you get something new every time. It says bean property laptop is not writable or invalid. Oh, okay. See, when we specify the property for the age, we have used getter setters for it. For the laptop, we have not specified the getter setters yet. My bad. So what I will do is we need to get the getters and setters. In fact, we need setters, not getter, but we'll have both. They come in the parcel. So I will say generate and getter set for laptop. And now we have it. Okay, I don't think it should complain now. Let's relaunch it. Oh, it's working. You can see it says compiling. So that was the issue. We have not specified the getter setters. And what we have done is we have specified a property for laptop, and we are saying that the reference is lap1. Cool, right? So this is how basically you reference it. Now this is a setter injection for the reference variable. What about the constructor? Let's try. So what I will do is let's go back to the same constructor which we are using earlier, but instead of saying int age, let me say laptop, and here this dot laptop should be equal to laptop. Okay, so instead of age, I'm going for the laptop now. And in here, we can specify, in fact, I will do that here. I will say constructor arguments. And then instead of using a value, which we have used for int, for the integer variable, let's use ref and say the same thing, which is lap1, and our job is done. So this is the constructor injection. Let me try this, and it works. You can see it says dev1, which is the constructor for the parameterized constructor, and we got compiling. So this is working. This is the constructor injection. Now, which is better? It depends. If the variable is something which is compulsory when you get the object, it's better to go with constructor. But if the variable is optional, you can go with setter. Because if you say you want to use a constructor, that means you need to have it when you are getting the object for dev. Setter, you can set it later, because we can call the setter method later, not the constructor. So yeah, that's how basically you work with setter and the constructor injection with the help of primitive values and the reference values. So I hope it was fun. Now till this point, we were able to achieve constructor and setter injection. It's time to talk about auto wiring. If you remember, when we talked about Spring Boot, we have done this in Spring Boot. We have done with auto wiring. But here also, without Spring Boot, let's try to explore it. And even before we do that, if you remember the Spring Boot videos, we have talked about different classes and interfaces, because in this case, we only have laptop and developer. What we don't have is computer interface and desktop implementation of it. So let's create those and let's get forward. So what I will do is I will just go back here and say, let me just copy and paste, or maybe reuse the same laptop class, but this time we'll name it as desktop. And in desktop, we'll change certain things. I will just close this part. And in desktop, what I will do is when I say the constructor should be desktop created. And in the compiling, I will say compiling with, or compiling in desktop. Okay, so these are the changes I've made. So in the laptop, it says compiling. I will just change it to compiling in laptop. Okay. Nothing fancy, just two different classes for the same concept. And when I say concept, these two are the same type, right? So they both are computer. So what I will do is I will just extract the interface out of it. Extract the interface, and we'll name this as computer. You can do this in different IDs. Otherwise, you can just simply create an interface and have this method which we want. So if you go to computer, okay, void compile. So I wanted this method, I don't know what, I made some mistake while refactoring it, doesn't matter. So you can see we got the interface, which is computer, and both these classes, the laptop and desktop, need to implement computer. So I will say implements computer. If this is not happening by default in your IDE, just try to manually type it. That should not be a problem. So we got the interface, computer, and then we got two implementation, laptop and desktop, okay? Just to go with this concept of coding for the interfaces. Now, since we have made those changes, I also want to change my developer. Now, developers should not be dependent on a laptop, right? So developers should be dependent on a computer. So I will just mention computer here. And here also, I will just say this is a type. I will say comp, even comp works. Okay, and then since we have made those changes, I have to also change the, in fact, I will just remove this particular constructor of parameterized constructor of dev. And then we have to make two changes here. So when I say two changes, basically I want to change the getter setters, not for laptop this time, but for the computer. So I will just say generate getter setters for the computer. I will say okay. And now we got this two we got these two methods. And then here also in the build, I will say com.compile, not laptop.compile. Because as a developer, it doesn't matter which one you want to use, which one you're using basically, desktop or laptop. It should work, right? So we made few changes, and will this work? That's a question. Let's try. I have not made any changes in the spring.xml file, so there's no configuration change. Let's see if this works, and let's see what breaks when we do that. So yeah, we got the error. And if you see the error, it says error creating a bean dev, of course, but why? It says cannot resolve to a constructor. Yeah, because we have removed the constructor. And I think in the XML file, we are still using this constructor. So what I will do is I will just remove everything since we know now how to use it. So let me remove everything. Okay, so dev is basically empty now. And we got a laptop, and the name for the ID for the laptop is lab1. What I want to do is I want to set some properties, right? So we have to basically set the property for the two things. If you go to dev, I'll just close this. We got two properties. We got comp and we got age. And maybe we don't even need age now. Let's only focus on comp, okay? Of course, even if it is there, it should not make any difference, but I just want to keep the code a bit clean. So let's say we have only one dependency, which is of computer here. And if I go back to the XML file now, the dev needs to have a computer object, the property. So I will say property. The name of the property is comp, but what should be the value? Of course, you cannot set a values because this is not a primitive type. This is a reference type. So instead of value, it should be ref. The question is what it is referring to. Now, computer is an interface, right? So if you look at developer, it is dependent on a computer, and computer itself is an interface. So I can't simply create an object of the interface, right? So I have to look for the implementation. And in this case, we got two implementation. We got desktop and we got laptop. But if you look at the bean creation, we are not creating the object for desktop. We are just creating the object for laptop. So basically in your container, when you run this, if it works, basically you will get two objects. One for your developer and one for your laptop. Okay, so we'll get these two objects. Now laptop itself is a computer, right? So can we just inject laptop in this developer when it is asking for the comp? Yes, we can. So what we can simply do is we already have the object created for laptop, which is lab1. We can simply refer it here. Our job is done, right? So now if I rerun this, I hope this time it will work. And if not, let's debug it. But it works. You can see it says working on the awesome project, laptop constructor, developer constructor. Nowhere it says desktop constructor is because we have not created the bean here. And then it says compiling in laptop. So perfectly makes sense. But how about I want the object for the desktop as well. So I can say bean ID, and I can say this is desk1, and I will say class. The class is com.telescope.desktop, and then in here, okay, we don't have any property there. So now we got two objects, and now if I run this, look at the output. Basically, you will also get the desktop constructor. So it depends upon how many beans you mention here. Okay, so now you even got the desktop object here. Okay, so in total we got three objects. But in developer, which object we are using? We are using the lab1. Again, we have done this before. We know how it is referring now. But yeah, if you want to say this is desk1, that's your choice. I mean, you can mention what property you want. Do you want a desktop or do you want a laptop? So you can change that in XML file. And now it says compiling in desktop. So the way you change that, it will basically inject that particular object in the developer. So it will inject this, not this one. Okay, things are working out. But what if I change the name here? So let's say the ID for laptop is comp. Okay, and will this work now? Of course, I have to change here as well. It will work because it will not be using comp, it will be using desk1. But what if I say comp? Will there be an issue if you have the same name? Of course not. See, this comp is basically referring to the developer variable name, which is comp. And the second comp, this one is referring to the name of the bean or the ID of the bean, which is laptop bean, which is comp. And now if you run this, of course, it will refer to the laptop. And you can see it says compiling a laptop. So our theory is working. But don't you think these two names are same? When you say name is comp, the reference is also comp. What if I just skip this part? I mean, Spring is so awesome, right? If Spring is that awesome, I want Spring to actually connect that automatically. What we are doing is we are doing wiring, and I want this wiring to be happening automatically. We have done that in Spring Boot. Here also, if I just comment it, and if I run, let's see if Spring is happy about it. No, Spring is not happy. Spring says it's still null pointer exception. It's because we are commenting it and we are assuming that it will do auto wiring, but Spring says, no, I will not automatically do it. You have to tell me to do it. So what you can do is you can just, in the bean tag, you can add one more attribute called AutoWire, if you can see. AutoWire, and you can say by name. Now what it will do is, it will check. Okay, so in this particular developer class, we got only one property of comp, the computer property. The name is comp. What I will do is, I will search for this name in this particular container. So in this container, do we have any object with comp? Yes, so we have this name here. So for this object, we have comp. For this object, it is desk1. So it will search, hey, do we have any object with name comp? And yes, we do have it, which is here. So it will try to connect it. And that's auto wiring. So if I run this, your Spring is happy. It says compiling in laptop. He's happy. So basically, that's how you use auto wire. But the problem is you can't use desktop here because you can't have two things with the same name. Example, if you say both are comp, there will be a confusion. And you can see a huge confusion. It says bean comp is already used, right? So we cannot use the same ID two times. And that's why they're IDs, right? It should be unique. So we can have it comp and comp1. But let's say if you want to use desktop as well, one thing you can do, you can remove the IDs, or you can change by saying, hey, I don't want to go by name. I want to go by type. Even you can do that. So this time I'm not saying by name, I'm saying by type. So when you're searching for comp, it's basically searching for these two components here and says, okay, we got laptop and we got desktop. Both are computer. What I will do time being is I will just comment this laptop and let's see if that works. So by type, it is searching for the type of a computer, and desktop is a type of computer. But the problem starts when you have both. Now, if you see, we got two beans. Of course, they have different name, but it doesn't matter. We are not even searching by name. We are searching by type. The type of computer, and desktop and laptop both are computers. And now if you run this, your Spring is not happy. Spring says, hey, I was searching for one, but I found two. There are two beans which are claiming that they are computers. I can't select one. I don't want to be biased. As a programmer, we can be biased, not the framework. So what we can say, okay, in case of confusion, give me the laptop. So I will say primary is equal to true. So you can use the primary attribute. So primary says, in terms of confusion, go with this particular bean, which is the laptop. So we are saying primary is true. And we have done this in the Spring Boot as well with the help of @primary annotation. But here I'm using the attribute and it says compiling with laptop. So now I hope you are able to connect what we have done in the Spring Boot and what is happening here. Of course, XML is not something we love about, but I just wanted to explain you what is happening behind the scene. So now this laptop object becomes the primary one. We can do actually one more thing, which we have not talked about, which is the app.java. In this, if you see, we are saying getBean, and when we say getBean, we are asking for the ID, right? I don't want to mention the ID. What if I mention the type of the object I want? I want the object of, or not computer, I want the object of dev. Now, will this work? So we are not searching by name here, we are searching by type. And when you search by type, you don't even have to typecast it. So it reduces the number of words you write, and if you run this, it works. Right? So you have a choice. You can get bean by name or you can get bean by type. So in this case, if you see the XML file, the name is not important. The type is important. So you're searching for the object by type. So that's how basically you work with the auto wire concept. So that's it from this video where we talked about the auto wiring, and I hope the Spring framework without Spring Boot makes sense now. Enough of Spring framework now. Let's focus on Spring Boot more, and then we'll move towards the project. So I hope you're enjoying this series where we are talking about Spring and Spring Boot, and it's time to focus more on Spring Boot. Now, till this point, we have seen Spring Boot and Spring, and then we were able to achieve the same thing in both the projects. So basically the demo Spring, the project which we have created is for the normal Spring without Spring Boot. And then the My App is basically the same thing with the help of Spring Boot. If you can see the classes, we got the same number of classes and interfaces. We got computer, we got desktop, we got dev, laptop, and then the main class. If you go to the demo Spring, the same thing, we got app, which is the main class. And then we got a computer, desktop, dev, and laptop. And we are doing the same thing. So if you go back to your desktop, or maybe if you go back to your developer, you can see in the developer, we are doing the same thing. We are calling a method of the computer. And if you go to my app, I think it will be done the same thing. Yeah, so we have the computer object in dev, and then we are trying to call compile. Both are same, right? But if you look at what is different is the configuration. Now, both are doing the same thing, but the configuration is different. If you look at the project with normal Spring, if you want to configure this, we have to use a XML file. Of course, there are other options as well, but we have gone for XML. So in the XML, we have to mention everything what we wanted. If you want to get a bean, you have to mention that. If you want to have auto wiring, you have to mention that. So everything need to be done in the XML file. The problem is most of us don't like configuration. Even if you see, sometimes we don't have a choice. We have to do configuration. But then when you have an idea, if you want to implement something, and if you spend most of your time in the configuration, somewhere you lose a track of the project, or you lose the interest, or you spend time debugging your configurations. Example, I have worked a lot on XML, so I find it easy now, or maybe I'm comfortable to work with XML. But if you are new to XML files or XML configuration, even if a small spelling mistakes will create issue. Of course, it will not give issue here. Example, if I make a mistake here, because of the IDE, I'm getting the error. But if I'm not using an IDE, and if you run this, if you use a simple IDE, which is not showing you this error, and if you run this, and then you spend a lot of amount of time debugging what went wrong, right? So that's one of the issue with the configuration. On the other hand, if you talk about our project of Spring Boot, there's no configuration file. Of course, there is a configuration file which I want to show you, which is the application.properties. And of course, you can set your properties here. But at this point, we have not done that. We only got one property, which is optional. You can also remove this. Apart from that, there's no configuration in the property file or the XML file. We are doing those configuration with the help of annotations. And sometimes it is easy to work with annotations. And at least it is easier to debug. So you know what is going wrong where. Now, I just want to compare these two projects. If you go back to your Spring project, you can see whichever class I open, nowhere we are using any annotation. Not even here, not in dev, not in laptop, not in app. There's no annotation anywhere, right? And whatever we have to do that in XML. In XML, what we have done is we have created these beans, and we have using AutoWire also. We also specified primary here. If you want to compare this with the Spring Boot, we don't have XML, but if you look at the classes, we got dev class. On top of that, we are using add component. So instead of using a bean tag, we are using add component. Then we are using add AutoWire for the auto wiring. We are using add qualifier. We can also use primary. I think when we go for the desktop or laptop, okay, we have not mentioned, but you can do that. So you can mention primary here. So we can mention primary here, and that is similar to what we have done here, okay? And so basically what we are doing is we are using different annotations. How do we start the container? So if you go back to your main application file or main file, using this line, we are starting the container. In case of Spring, the normal Spring project, we have to use this new class path XML configuration, and this will start the container. So both are doing the same thing, but in Spring Boot, we are doing less configuration. But the magic is, whatever you're doing in Spring Boot, behind the scene, it is using the Spring Framework, okay? So yeah, ultimately we are using Spring Framework, even if you're using Spring Boot. So those are the changes in these two projects. And as I mentioned before, we'll only focus on the Spring Boot from now. Before we go ahead, I want to talk about more things. See, ultimately we are going to build a project, right? And we have discussed this in the first few videos. So we are going to build a project, and the project which you're going to build is a web project, right? So whatever we have done till now, that's basically a console project. And now we want to work on the web project. So whatever annotations we have used, or the configuration we have used, that's for standalone project. Now, when you talk about web, things are a bit different. How it is different? First of all, when you want to work with a web project, and if you're not using Spring, if you're using normal Java, and if you want to build a web project, so what's so special about web project? The thing is, the web is hosted on the server, and it will accept the request from the client. So in this case, we do have a client here who will send the request to the server, and server will respond back. And this thing is happening on the internet with the help of HTTP protocol. So we have to use this protocol to achieve this, okay? And this is hosted on the server. So that means the application which we are building should be capable enough to accept the request over the internet, which is your HTTP request, right? So this has to be something special. So you can't simply run this on JVM. JVM is only for the machine. Now, if you want this to work on the server, basically we need something called a web server or a web container, basically. And what you work with Java, or what you use in Java, is something called servlets, okay? And servlets run in the web container. We also call that container as a servlet container. But which container we have to use, which software we have to use, which tool we have to use. And the name of the tool is Tomcat. So basically we have to use Tomcat to run the servlets. But hold on, we are talking about Spring here, right? We want to use Spring. So even if you're using Spring Framework, ultimately, behind the scene, Spring is going to use servlets, okay? And it will run on Tomcat. So if you want to make a web application using Spring, behind the scene it will get converted into servlets, which will run on the Tomcat. So it's important for us to use Tomcat as well. Now the question is, if you want to use a Tomcat here, we have to install Tomcat, we have to run our project. Spring Boot says you don't have to worry about that. In the project itself, in the project folder in your IDE, you will get the embedded Tomcat. So you will be having Tomcat inside your project. So you don't need external Tomcat. Those were the beautiful days where you have to do a lot of configuration for the Tomcat, set the port number, make sure it is running, create a var file of your project, then put it on inside Tomcat. You know, listening to it looks a lot of steps, right? And literally it was a lot of steps. But now because of embedded Tomcat, you don't have to worry about it. With your project, you will get the Tomcat, you can run it anywhere you want on the machine, not on your car. Okay, come back. So basically we have Tomcat here. Next, we need some layer which will accept the request. So if you remember, in the first few videos, we have talked about different layers. We are going to create, we have a controller layer who is responsible to accept the request. Then we have to use service layer and repository layer. Now these are normal classes, but then this controller is a special class because it was going to accept the request from the client and also respond it. And we have to understand how this works. So even before we start with the project, we'll focus on how do we create this controller. And to achieve that, we have to first understand Spring MVC. In fact, Spring Boot MVC. We'll be using Spring Boot here to achieve that. Now, till this point, we have worked with Spring Boot and Spring Framework, but that was for the standalone application or console-based application. Now, we want to focus on the web. See, the project which we were discussing is actually a web project. And of course, we have seen the project before. But if we talk about the layers, we do have a client here, right? Now, this is a client. And then we have a server with different layers, and then we have a database. Of course, we are using database here so that we can get some data, and we want to store that data for the permanent purpose. So that will store in database, and then we can fetch it. We are using a server which will accept the request from the client, which will process the request, maybe getting data from the database. So there are different operations here. The client is someone who is using this application. So you are the client, I'm the client. So whoever opens this application or the website on the browser is a client. Now this client is not just a web application, it can be a mobile application as well. So maybe you can have one more client here, which is your mobile application. And then this mobile application can also send request and get response. Okay, so basically in the mobile application, the layout will be there. What you are going to send from the server is just data. And most of the time, or most of the application which you are building now follows this approach, where basically you only send the data. So think about a mobile application, maybe any application which is your favorite. Example, if you are watching a sport, it can be any sport. And if you don't want to watch the match, but you want to check the score. So we have certain applications which will give you this code. But if you open that application, of course, you will get the layout and you will also get data. But let's say internet is not working. So that app will give you the layout, but that app cannot give you the data because data is coming from the server. That means app will already have the layout. What you are going to send from the server, it is just the data. Same goes for your client. See, in the earlier days, if you go back, way back in the time, when you send something from the server has to send two things. First, the layout and also the data, right? So when I say data, it can be simple data, but what about the layout? Layout has to be done with the help of HTML and CSS, okay? And that's what will make your page look beautiful on the client side. So server is responsible to generate both. But nowadays what we are doing is we are using two different applications for the front end and for the back end. So what you do is you use certain things like React or maybe AngularJS. In this, you basically have the layout ready, which will go to the client, and then you will send the request for the data from the server, and then server will send the data. And this data can be represented with the help of JSON or maybe XML. Okay, so that means as a backend, you are responsible to send only the data. The client can be a browser which has React application loaded. Of course, you will have to send that from the server itself, but as a separate thing. Or maybe your front end, or maybe your client is a mobile application where the layout is already there. What you will send here is again JSON. Now there are different formats like JSON, XML. JSON is very famous, which stands for JavaScript Object Notation, which is a very simple and good looking format data which you get on the client side. Okay, so when I say good looking, not exactly it will look good. It's just that it is simple to understand and simple to represent. Okay, so basically, this is what we are building, right? Now we are not concerned about React here. Of course, you will get the code in the upcoming videos. We are concerned about building a backend. How do you build a web backend? So we are going to create this controller. This is what is important. Now, how we are going to do this? Now this has to be a special project, not the project which we are doing, because in this project we don't have the web feature. How do I know that? See, when you go to the pom.xml file, we are saying that it is a Spring Boot starter project. In the starter project, you will not get web by default. You want web. If you remember, when we went for the Spring projects, the web was a separate part. So we have to add Spring Web here. Of course, you can simply add a dependency that will make your job good. But I don't want to add dependency now. Again, it will be more confusing. So what we'll do is, and of course you can do that, it's just that I'm avoiding it. So what you can do is you can go back to your browser. Remember this particular website, which is start.spring.io. This is where you can create a new project for web. So I will create a Maven project, and then the language is Java. The Spring Boot version, so when we started the videos, it was 3.2.5. Now it is 3.2.6, upgraded version. And okay, so I will change the group ID, which is com.telescope. Project is simple web app. And then we are going to create a packaging of jar. And the version which I'm using in this machine is 21. So I will go with that. Next, we have to add dependencies. So Spring Starter Boot or Spring Boot Starter will be already there. You don't have to add that. What we have to add is web. So we'll be using Spring Web. Enter. Apart from this, I'm also going to add the DevTools. See, what happens is every time you make a change in your code, you have to restart your server. What I want to do is I want to have a live reload, and that's what you get here. So basically you can also, it also improves your application restarts. If you want to restart, it will provide you live reload that will help to speed up. So we just need this too. Of course, we don't want to include database at this point, but if you want to do that, you can add one more dependency for databases. Maybe the MySQL driver if you want to use, or Postgres. I'm going to use Postgres, but if you want to use MySQL, that's your choice. But at this point, we don't need any of the DBMS or databases driver. So I will simply click on generate. This will generate the project for me, and that's what is here. We just have to unzip it and load in your project. So I'm going to unzip this. So unzipping done. And now we have to basically open that in the IDE. So I'll go back to the IDE. I will say open the project. So this is the project which we got. I will just click on open. I will use a new window, or maybe this window I don't want this window anymore. And you can see, okay, we already have demo Spring, we'll close that. So you can see this is your Spring project. And the beauty is, this is a web project, right? And I have not done any coding yet. In the normal world, before Spring Boot, if you want to run your web application, basically you have to run a server. It can be a Tomcat server or some other servers. Basically, first you have to run the server in your machine, and then you can basically run your project after the configuration. But now I have not done any coding. Still, I will go back to my main. If you can see, we already have a main code here. I will just right click here and say run without doing any coding, and it should work. And it worked. If you can see, it says Spring, awesome, this text here, and it says the server started. The server started on port number 8080. So that means even doing any code, it is running. At this point, I will just stop it. I just want to show you something. I will just go back to my browser and I will just go here, localhost colon 8080. Why 8080 is because we were running the project on 8080. I will say enter. At this point, it says this site cannot be reached. It's because the server is not running. But what I will do is I will just run this now. Let's run the project and yeah, bit fast, cool. It says it started on 8080. I will just say enter. Can you see that? We got something. Of course, not the output we were expecting, but we got something, right? We are not getting that page which says this site is not reachable. You are getting something. It says 404 because we are sending a request for the home page and we have not handled the request. How do we do that? How do we handle the request? Maybe I just want to say welcome to Telescope. How do I do that here? And for that, basically we need someone on the server who can accept our request. The request is going to the server, but there's no one on the server side who can say, hey, let me handle it and let me return welcome to Telescope. Let's create that particular person there. Not a person, some service. The way you can do that is you can right click on your project, or you can right click on your package and create a new Java class. And you'll be saying, seriously, we have to create a Java class to handle the request? Yes, a simple class can do that. Let me show you. Or maybe I'm just lying here. Let's try. So what I will do is I will say, maybe home. I want someone who can handle the home page request. Now question arises, who is that particular person? Can I say person here? Doesn't matter. Who is that particular person who can handle this? And that's where we have talked about the controller. So we need a layer here, a class maybe, who is a controller who can handle your request. So I will say this is my home controller. And in this home controller, I can accept the request and respond. But the question is, if you want to do that in Java, how do you make something work? So basically we need a method here. So I will create a method, and this method returns a string because I want to say welcome to the Discord, right? So I will say public string, it returns a string, and the method name can be, let's say, greet. So someone is coming to the home page, I will say greet, and I will simply return welcome to the Discord. That's it. Simple class, simple method. And you just save this and restart and see the magic. So I will just restart this, go back to my page, and the magic. Nothing happened. That's the magic. Nothing happened. See, the thing is, Spring is awesome. Spring is magic, but not entire magic. We still have to do some configuration. Not much. The problem is, see, this is a normal class, right? Now, Spring has no idea that this class is responsible to handle the request for the home page. And we don't want Spring to guess, because once you start expecting your framework to guess something for you, it becomes uncontrollable. You don't know what's happening behind the scene, or if something is buggy, it will be difficult to debug. And that's why you need control. So what I want to do is I want to say, hey, this is not a normal class Spring framework. This is someone who is a controller. So you just say add controller. Remember in Spring Boot, we have used add component. In the same way, if you want to create a controller, just say add controller. Will this do our job? See, not exactly. See, on the website, you will be having multiple requests. We are requesting homepage. Maybe after some time, you want to have contact us, about us, add to cart, or maybe all those features, right? Everything is a request. Request with different URL. What URL I'm talking about? See here, you get URLs, right? Like we can have about, or maybe you can have contacts. So this is important. At this point, I'm not passing anything, so that's blank. We can only say slash, enter. So I want to do it for the slash. So for every request, you can create a different method which will respond. So at this point, I'm requesting for this. If someone requests for the slash, which is the home page, I want this to be getting called. And to do that, we have to use a method called request mapping. Okay, so this is the annotation, not method. So we have to use annotation, which is request mapping. And in the bracket of this, we can say for which request. For the slash request, I want to call this. So that's request mapping. Now, will this work? Say we learn from errors, right? And we will get errors here. Let's see, but what error you get? I will just refresh this and it says, okay, it still says 404. That's weird. But if you see, it is also saying something. It says no static resource, welcome to the Disco. Something different. Okay, so it says welcome to the Disco, but no, it is not showing the text. But it says no static resource, welcome to the Disco. See, what happens is a controller behind the scene, and this is how Spring Framework was built before. And depending upon your use case, you can customize it. So what it does is it says, okay, I am going to call this and I'm calling this method. Okay, the method is getting called. To show you the proof, what I will also do is I'll say I'm here just to show you that this works. I'll just restart the app and go back here, say refresh, it's still not reloaded or done. If I show you the console, it says I'm here. That means this method is getting called for sure, but still it's not working. The reason it is not working is what your Spring Framework does or Spring Web does is it says when you call this method and when you return welcome to the Disco, it will look for a file called welcome to the Disco. But why file? Remember when I talked about the old days when a server used to send the layout with data and that layout is a page? So it is searching for a page called welcome to the Disco. In our project, we don't have that page and we don't want to return the page. We want to return the text, right? And to achieve this, what you can do is instead of using a controller, you can use something called a REST controller. Now, REST API is a concept where you return the data from the server to client. So REST stands for representational state transfer. You basically transfer the state, the data from the server to client, not the layout, only the data. And if you want to do that, automatically you can use REST controller. This is one way. The other way is you can send here, you can use one more annotation by saying, hey, I'm not looking for the page, I'm looking for the body, the data. So you can say response body. So what it will do is it will return the data now. I hope this will work if the annotations are correct. Go back here and refresh and you got welcome to the Disco. So basically what we are doing is we are returning the data, not the page. But if you want to create the pages, you can do that with the help of ThemeLeaf or a JSP. You can create those pages here and you can return them by mentioning their names here. But we don't want to do that. We don't want to return the page because the page is there in the React application. What you want to return is the data. And I don't want to use response body from now. What I'm going to use is REST controller because we just want to return data. So we can say REST controller. And even that works. Do I have to restart the application? We'll do that quickly and say refresh. It works. So that's how basically you return for the slash. What if you want to do something else? Maybe you want to return for the about page. So if someone is requesting for, let's say slash about, you want to return something for that. Slash about will not work now is because we're not handling it. So if you want to handle that, it's very simple. You can say public, return something, and I will say about method, and you can accept, you can return, we can use our tagline, we don't teach, we educate. Okay, so I want to return this is a tagline, and then I'm going to say request mapping, and this mapping is for the request about. So you will say slash about here. So for different requests, you specify different methods. And there's no compulsion that this about should be same as this one. It can be different. Restart the server, reload, and it says we don't teach, we educate. Okay, so that's how basically you can have different methods here. And that's how you use Spring Web. But then if you see this image, we have multiple layers here. We got the service layer, we got the repository layer. How do we create those things? Of course, we'll discuss that in the upcoming sessions, but just to give you a hint, for different layers, you will create different classes. Okay, so for service, we have different class. For repository, you'll have a different class. And they will also have their annotations, not controller, but something else. Next, there's no compulsion that you should put all the requests in one particular controller. You can have multiple controllers here. Okay, and that's the beauty. So you can have multiple controllers. And let me create one for you. So maybe I will just say this controller as a login controller. And in this, I can handle the login request. So request mapping, not request mapping. I don't need this import. Request mapping for, let's say, login request. And this has to be a controller, a REST controller to be specific. And here we can have a method. So I'll say public, it should return a string. Of course, it should not be a string, but at this point I'm saying string. And I will return something. Because we're not focusing on logic here. We just want to check how can we have multiple controllers. And I'm going to say login page. Okay, nothing fancy, just a login page. And I forgot the annotation here. Okay, now by doing this, what do you think? Will this work? And why I think it should not work in general is we have multiple controllers, right? And multiple controllers has different requests. We got login here, we got slash, and we got about. How your Spring framework knows for which request we have to go to which controller? Don't you think that's a confusion? We can have multiple controllers. We can have 10 controllers, 20 controllers. We can have 100 controllers. How your Spring framework knows which one to call? First of all, let's check if this is working, and then we'll discuss how it is working. Or, I mean, if it works. Maybe I'm not good with creating a suspense. So I'll just restart this, and about is working. But what about login? Even login is working. So how it's working? So what happens is Spring MVC, basically, or Spring Web, basically has something called a front controller. Now, whenever you send a request from the client, the request first goes to someone who is here. So there's one more layer here which you can't see, which Spring gives you. And this layer here is your front controller. And this is not something which you create. Spring will create this for you. And this front controller sees all the request mappings. So it creates request mapping for all the controllers, and it knows for which request it has to send the request to which controller. And that's the job of your front controller, okay? And then the request goes to the controller. So that's about the introduction. Can I say introduction? Yes, because when we start working on the project, you will see more, but that's how the controller works. Maybe you have further questions. What if you want to send data from the client to the server? We have not done that. We are sending data from this from the server to the client. What about from client to server? In that case, we have to send data here. This is where you will accept that data. Now, till this point, we were able to work with Spring Boot, and also we have created our first Spring Boot web project. And of course, we don't want to discuss everything about web. We want to do that once we start with the project. But there are certain things, some basics we have to understand. In terms of basics, we have talked about how do you map a particular request. So we have done for two requests here, one for the home page, if you can see here, and one for the about page. And in fact, we have done one more. If you remember, for the login as well, we have done this. So in total, we got 3 requests, right? Now, in this request, basically what we are doing is we are sending a request from the client to server. And then on the server side, basically we are mapping it and returning a data. Now, when you return login page, or when you return this text like welcome to the Disco, or we don't teach, we educate, basically what we are doing is we are sending the text back to the client, right? We are not sending a HTML page. In fact, we have talked about it. When we use REST controller here, it returns the data. But if you remove the REST from here, it will return the page name. So basically, your Spring framework will say, okay, it says welcome to the Disco. That means I have to search for a file called welcome to the Disco, right? And then it searches for the file. But we don't have that file. We just want to send data. We don't want to work with the UI part here. We just want to work with data. That's more important, right? And it's working. But let's say you don't want to return a normal text. See, most of the time when you talk about any particular application, you want to return data for a particular entities, right? Example, if it is an e-commerce website, you want to return the products, right? And product will not just have a name. Product will have other details as well. The product ID, product name, product price, product category. So it will have all those things. Now, same goes for, let's say, if you want to book a flight. In flight as well, you'll be having flight details. You'll be having a timing, you'll be having a flight number, and all those details. And think about any application. We normally work with an entity. And in the world of Java, we represent that with the help of objects. So that means if I want to return some details, it can be multiple entities, not just one. So if you talk about the e-commerce website, if you search for a particular product, let's say if you want to search for a laptop, now it will give you a list of laptops. So not one, list of laptops. Now the idea is, how do you send that data from server to client? In which format? Will you send as a normal text? Of course not, right? Because on the client side as well, if it is a React application or a mobile application, they cannot accept a normal text. It will be difficult for them to convert that into a UI or read it from the text. And that's why we have to use a JSON format. It can be XML or JSON. Nowadays we are using JSON, so we'll use that. So basically what I want to do now is I want to return the data, not the data, normal data. I want to return the object. The object will have the data, which I have to return back to the client. Now this is tricky. Not in terms of Spring, this is tricky in general. So what I will do is I will create a new controller, and this controller is responsible to return let's say products. So I will say product controller. And we are going to use this later in the project. So I will say product controller, okay? A simple product controller, nothing fancy. And then this is responsible to accept the request for the products. So when I say public return a string. At this point, I will say string, but we'll change it later. And I will say get products. So maybe I want to return all the products in the database. And of course, in this video, we're not going to work with database. We are just going to return the dummy data, which we have. So it's a list of products. And I want to return something here. At this point, I don't have the data. Now, since we are not working with database, let me create some fake data. And the way I will do that is, first of all, I need a class which will represent a product. So when I say a product, what it would have? Product ID, product name, let's say price. Let's say we have this 3. So I'll just right click here and say new. I want to create a class which will represent our product. And this will have certain things. So it will have private. We can also use Lombok here. Then we don't have to type a lot of things. So what we can do is we can get the Lombok so that, in fact, I will first of all type this. So I'll say private int prod ID, then private string prod name, and private int price. Let's say we have this 3. Later on, we can increase this. So at this point, we got 3. And now I want to use Lombok. Why do we need Lombok is because when you use a private variable, of course, I have to create getter setters for this, constructor as well. So instead of that, I can simply use Lombok library, which will help me to create those things behind the scene, which will make it a bit easy to read. And how do we get Lombok? It's very easy. You go to POM file and you add the Lombok dependency here. So somewhere here. Okay, but I don't remember the Lombok dependency or the group ID and the artifact ID. What you can do is you can go to your browser, search for MV and repository and search for Lombok. This is the project Lombok. Let's get this and go with the version which looks stable. So this one, it got 3000 used. So I will just pick up this one, copy this and paste it here. Okay, now once you do that, of course, I have to remove this line as well. I will save this and you can see there's an option of Maven reload. I will do that so that in my dependency, I will get Lombok as well. So if you expand the external libraries and if you search, you will find Lombok somewhere. It should be in org Lombok is L. Okay, it's project Lombok, is it? Yeah. So you can see we got Lombok here, right? Now, once you have that, you can go back to we can minimize this. We don't need external dependencies, reduce the size of it. And go back to your product. And here we can add an annotation called data. So this will give you the getter setters as well. And now once you have this, you can go back to your product controller and this is where you can return the data. Now normally, if we talk about the layers, if you remember, we have talked about different layers, right? We got controller. And if a controller wants the data, now it will not ask data from database, it will ask data from the service layer. Now this is where we have to introduce new layers because you should not be writing any business logic inside the controller. Controller is just for accepting the request and responding to the client, not doing any business logic. Okay, so we have to get a service layer which will have a business logic. So what I will do is I will create a service layer here because see, when you talk about, what I'm creating, let me delete this file, not needed. Yeah, so here from get products, what I want to do is I want to get all the products from this service. I don't want to write the logic here. So let me create a new class and this class will be responsible for the logic. So I will say product service and I want this to be in different package. So what I will do is I will put all the controllers. If you can see, we have multiple controllers here. Controller should go in controller package. The service classes should go in service package and the product should go in the model package. So there's a concept of MVC, model view controller. So the job of a controller is to accept the request from the client, respond it. So in view, we basically return the page. Now here we're not returning a page, we're returning data, but still it's a part of MVC. The model represents data. So if we talk about the product here, this represents the data, right? So this is model package. So I will say new, I want to create packages, one for the controller. Now this package will have all the controllers. So you can just move that there, refactor. And I want to create a service package as well. So I will create a package which will have the service because in future we are going to get multiple service classes. So I will just move that here. And then I want to create model as well. In fact, once we start with database, we will also create a repo package, not a class. I want to create the package. This is for model and we'll move product to model. Okay, so now we are creating those packages. It will look good and also easy to find. So all the controllers will be in controller, all the models will be in model, all the service will be in service. Okay, now in the service class, basically I want to create a method which will return me the list of products. So I will say list of products and I will say get products. You can have different name, but that's fine. And we can return it. Now, since product is not part of this package, I will just import this. And we got it. And we have to also import the list. So we got it. And now our job is to return the list of products. Now the question is, where do we find this list? We don't have a database. So time being, we can create some dummy data. So I can create a list of data. So what I will do is I will say list of product, and I will say products is equal to, and let me create the product like this, arrays dot as list, and I will say new product. Okay, I want to have a constructor as well, which will accept this. So what I will do is in the product, I will add one more all argument constructor here, so that it will create a constructor for me. So this is a feature of Lombok. I'll just go back here and say, I want to create the list of product, which will accept the first one, product ID. Then I will say iPhone, price is, let's say 50,000. Okay, it's not accepting all arguments constructor. But anyway, we'll try to run this and see what goes wrong. So, and then I will also say new product, and this time we'll add 102. And let's say we only have 2 now. We just want to see right if it's working or not. I will say Canon camera, because that's what I can see on this on the desk. And then I will say price is 70. Okay, so we got this 2 data. It's not working because of Lombok. I think when you run this, it has to enable the Lombok thing. Just see if this is working. Okay, there's no compile time issue. So of course that's a Lombok problem. And it says 8080 port is not working. It may be because the port is busy with something else. What I will do is I will change the port number. So this is the problem with my machine. Every time I close my IntelliJ IDEA, it's not able to close the port number. It may not be issue with you. So it says 8080 is busy. So what I will do is I will change the port number. So we can do that. So if the port number 8080 is busy, I will say server.port is equal to 8081. So now this time it will run on 8081. Even 8081 is busy. That's weird. That's weird. I don't know where I'm using all these ports. So I've not restarted this machine from a long time. So maybe that's the issue. And I've not closed the runtime properly. So 8086, okay, there's some other issue then. It's not the problem of this. So what I will do is I will just try to solve this first. Okay, Lombok is not working properly as expected. I'll say Maven reload project. Okay, what I will also do is I will also make this as a component, and it looks like most of the IDE problem, not this. And for the service class, we can also use component, or we can use service package or service annotation. So basically for different layers, we can use different annotations. Ultimately, they are same. Even service package, service annotation behind the scene is a component. You can see when I go here, it is also a component, but it is similar, but there are some differences which only works for a specific use case, and it's still giving this problem. So maybe Lombok is not working. So what I will do is, it's fine. We can just remove this and create get setters. It normally works. I don't know what's going wrong there. So I'll stick to my basic thing. So we'll right click here and say generate, and let me know if it is working for you on your machine. There might be some issue. Right click, generate constructor for all. Okay, so we got the constructor now, and now it should not be an issue. And you can see this is solved. Some issue with the Lombok. Okay, once we have done this, next we have to return this products. So basically we got the products, we can return it. In fact, we can add one more now since it is looking good. I will say 103. I will say sure mic, and price is, let's say 40. I'm not sure what's the, or maybe 10. Okay, so we got 3 products now, and we are returning. So as you can see, all the logic we are writing in the service package. In the controller, nothing. Now what controller will do is, controller will get this data from the service. So in here, we have to create a product service, and we'll name this as service is equal to new product service. Now this is what we don't want to do, right? We don't want to create the object by ourselves. We want Spring to give it to us. And once you got this service, I can simply say service, because service will return the products. So when you're asking for the controller, controller will say, okay, let me get it from the service. So service.getProducts, but it will return the list of product, not one. It will return the list of products. Now this will not work is because we are not writing @autowire. So we need the object so we can ask for it. So the object will be created inside the Spring container because of this service annotation, which is component behind the scene, and you can simply autowire it. Now some certain things are missing here. On top of this, we have to say REST controller, and on top of this method, we have to say request mapping, and for which request. So whenever I say /products, I want this. So whenever you say /products, you have to return this. So simple, right? Will this work? That's the question. Let's try. So what I will do is, this time I hope it will work. I will just relaunch this. I don't know why it is saying the port number is busy. Okay. Now this time problem is different. It says product required for a bean of type int could not be found. The parameter is 0 of the constructor in model required a bean of type int that could not be found. Okay, so let me go back to the product. It's fun to debug the applications, right? So it says prod ID, we are returning int for the first one. And in this service, we are passing int. Not an issue. Okay, is it required to have a no argument constructor? Okay, this time we got another error. It says port number 8086 was already in use. Okay, let's solve this. Looks like there's some issue with the IDE. What I will do is I will just close this. Okay, reopening done of the IntelliJ IDEA. Let me just change the port number to 8090. I don't know why all the errors are coming today. There might be some problem with the IDE, or maybe I'm doing some mistake. Let me know in the comment if you can find my problem here. Sometimes you can't debug your own stuff. Okay, it doesn't look like a problem of the server. Is there something wrong with the code? Not sure. We are writing REST controller. We are saying that this is a service. We are returning the products. Mapping is done properly. The product service. We are returning the products. We have added service here. Things are looking good. I don't see any problem. Is it the issue with the Lombok library? Let me just get rid of Lombok library. Restart. Package Lombok does not exist. I'm not even using them. Remove. Launch. Nope. I'm not sure what is going wrong and things are getting lengthy. So I will just restart the entire system and it will work, and let's try to see what was wrong. Okay, now this is a part which I'm recording later after some time, in fact few hours, and we know something, right? Whenever something goes wrong, if it is not working, after trying for making some changes, if it's still not working, what we do is we restart our system. So I've done the restart and I've also ran it. It was working, so I'm just doing that once more in the video. So I will just relaunch this. Nothing changed, port number is still same. I just restarted my system. There was some issue with the maybe the system or the IntelliJ, I'm not sure, but now it's working. You can see it says Tomcat started on 8080. Now, how do I test it if it's working or not? So one thing you can do, you can open your browser and go to localhost 8080 and search for products. Okay, still not working because the port number we have changed. It is 8090. Enter, and now you can see we got our products. So I also installed a plugin in my browser, which is Prerequisite. Maybe because of that, I'm getting this option, but you can see we got the products here. I know this doesn't look good because in the real world, we want to see the page, right? The design, but then we have talked about it. We are not concerned about design here. We are concerned about the data, and we got it here. This is one way of doing it. We can also get this data on another tool. So whenever you want to test your APIs, basically what we are doing here is we are building APIs, which will be used by mobile application, or it will be used for a browser using React application or Angular. And this will send request to the API. API will send the data. So this is one way. Another way you can also use is Postman. But how exactly we use Postman, we'll talk about that in the next video. But at this point, we are able to run that on the browser. Just wanted to finish this video with working output. So basically, we were able to get the products, right? So if I go back to the browser and if I hit the URL for the products, it will give you the list of products. Of course, I can prettify it and you will get in this format. Now, basically, you got all the thing which is your server returning to the client. Of course, the data. Now, basically, we are fetching everything, right? And that's what you can see here. What if you want to fetch one? What if you want to add something in this list? Now, this is something we are going to do in this video. But before we do that, I want to talk about the other type of API tool which you can use, not just your browser. Because see, when you talk about REST API, and if you want to basically work with data, what we normally do with data is we send data. So you have your client here, and then this client will send data from client to server, then it will also accept data from server to client. What we are doing here is basically we are sending the data from server to client, right? But we do certain other things as well. We send data from client to server, right? To store something in the database if you want to do that. Sometimes we want to, so basically we are fetching and we are storing, right? So we got two things, fetch and send or store. Next, what if you want to update? What if you want to delete certain things? Example, the product here, maybe I want to delete this 103. Maybe I want to update this particular price here. So this thing you can do with the help of some type of request. Now, REST API basically uses a protocol called HTTP. We have talked about it before, and it has certain methods to work with. So basically your REST API uses a protocol called HTTP, which has certain methods to work with. So if you want to fetch something, we have a get method. If you want to store something on the server, we use post. If you want to update something, we use put. If you want to delete something, we have delete. Apart from this, we have other methods as well, but these are 4 we normally use. Now, we also use something called a CRUD short, which is for create, read, update, delete. So we can create with the help of post. We can read with the help of get, we can update with the help of put, and we can delete with the help of delete. So these are the methods which is available. So REST uses HTTP, and we are going to use this. Now, by default, when you pass a URL in the browser, it sends the GET request. Now, this is what we have done. But what about post, put, delete? Now, this is not something you can do with your browser, right? So you can't simply use your address bar to change the method name. Now, this is where we have to use certain API tools to do that. One of the tool, we have multiple tools. One of the tool is Postman. So if you know how to use one tool, it is easier to explore the other as well. So here what we're going to do is we are going to use this particular Postman. If you want to get this, so let me just talk about this. So this is a Postman. This is what the logo looks like. So if you search on the Google, I can also take you to the website. This is the official website of Postman. You can get it from here. It's free. They also have a paid version, but we don't want it. We are going for free version here. And it works, okay? Of course, I could have used some advanced recent tool, but that's fine if this works. So how exactly we are going to hit the URL? It's very simple. You can say localhost :in 8090, that's our port number we are using, /, then you have to say products. Now, if you observe, we have a method called get here, right? Apart from this get, if you expand, there are multiple methods. We have post, put, patch, delete, head, options. We are going to use only 4. So let's say we have a get request. And when you click on this send button, it will send the request and you will get the response. So this is a response you got. Apart from response, you also get a status code here, which is 200. Now there are different status code options available in the series of 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. If you have seen, one of the most famous code which you get is 404 for resource not found. So that is a part of this status code. It comes under 400 series. So if something is wrong with the resources, it will send you 400 series. If something is wrong with the server, it will go for 500 series. If everything is going well, it will go in 200 series. So that's how we have different series. And we'll talk about this series in the upcoming videos. But we are getting the status code as well. This is a response time, which is 200. And yeah, and this is the size of data which you're getting back. So basically, this is your data here. Apart from the body, you also get some headers from the server. This is the header. So the type of data you're getting is JSON. That means you can also ask for the XML data if you want. But by default, it will send the JSON data. So let me go back to the body and you got the response. If you have more, you will see more. You can also check this in a text format and this is how it looks like, but we want to see that in JSON format, which looks good. And that's what you got here. Okay, so this is what we have done to get data. But what about you want to, let's say, get one, not all, one. Something like this. I want the products for sure, but let's say I want the product with the ID 102. Can we do that? So we can simply say /102. This is how basically you also build your REST APIs, right? So you simply say products, which is the URL for all the products, and / the ID, which you want to fetch, 102. And when you say send, it should fetch only one record. Now this is not working, and you can see we also got a status code called 404 or 404. The resource could not be found. We have talked about it. And this is the error which you got. Again, not a good looking error, but that's fine. It says not found. Let's solve this. I want to return one data. How do we do that? So I want to hit this URL. Now, to achieve that, we have to create one more method which will accept this particular URL. Products will only accept products, not the / and the number. So what I'm going to do is I will say public. And this time we are not going to return the list of products. We are going to return only one product because we are accessing the unique field, which is product ID. So I'm going to say product, return one product. And instead of saying get products, I will say get product by their ID. So we can just use this name. You can also say product, get product, that works. I will say get product by ID. And here I will accept the ID. So whatever ID I'm sending from there. So I will say prod ID, whatever you're sending from the client. And based on that ID, I'm going to fetch. So who is responsible to give me that? So I will say service. Hey service, it is your job. So I will say get product by ID. I want this method in the service layer as well. And then I'm going to pass the ID. Now, unfortunately, we don't have this method called getProductID or getProductByID in the service layer. And if you see the service class, let me just close the application properties. We don't need that now. If you go to the service class of product, we only got one method here, right? Which is getProducts. I want this as well. So I can ask my ID to give me that. So I can just click here and say create method. And we got the method now, but it has to do the actual work, right? Now this is tricky. How will you get this particular data? Now the data is something in the list, right? Which is in this array list. So I can say return, and this has to come from the products. So it's a products.get. Now I'm not sure in which particular method I can get that. I just want the product based on their ID, right? So basically what we can do here is we have multiple ways. We can use normal for loop, enhanced for loop to get the data, or I can use the Java Stream API. If you're not sure what Stream API is, you can find the link in description. If it is not there, let me know in the comments. I will just put that. So what I will do is I will say, hey, I got the list of products. From this products, I want to create a stream because using stream, you can filter the products. So I'll say filter dot, stream dot, and I can apply a filter. Now filter based on what? For any product which I get from the stream, if the product, get product ID, if it is matching with the product ID, okay, the moment we get this, and I just want to stop this search once I get this product, and I will say find first, because stream has no idea that we have a unique product ID. Stream says, okay, I will filter this, but there might be a chance that you will get multiple. So I will say find first to get the first element, and then find first dot get. Now this will return you the product. Okay, so this is the logic. Of course, you can also use normal for loop. And if you have that logic with you, put that in comments so that others can say it. And if you're not sure what Stream API is, you will get the link in description. Okay, so this implementation is done. In the controller, I'm asking the service to do that for me. And now I want to check if this is working. Let's restart the application. Okay, it's still working and done. Now, where do we test it? So of course I can do that in the browser. So I will say products / I want to mention 103, and we got the error. Okay, still not working. Something is wrong. Now what is missing here? Most important thing, we are missing the request mapping. So the request mapping has to be done for the / products / for 103, right? We have to do the mapping there. And now after doing the mapping of 103, let's see if this works. And this time I'm going to test that in the Postman. So I will say send the request for 103, send. Okay, it's still not working. It says optional int parameter prod ID is present, but cannot be translated to null due to declare as a primitive type. Okay, so what's the next problem? Okay, first of all, there are two problems. Okay, I wanted to show you that problem, but then I realized I have to first talk about this one. See, the problem here is you are passing, you're writing 103, right? Which is the hard-coded values. Don't you think we are not going to search for 103 always? We might want to search for 102 or 101 or 1010 later. How are you going to change that? So I don't want this to be static. I don't want it to be dynamic. So what you can do is you can use a syntax call, you can put a curly brackets here, and you can put your variable name or some text there, which is per ID, not the number. Now what Spring will do is, whatever is coming in the browser, so which is this, it will convert your 103, or it will store your 103 here, it will map it, and that has to be mapped here in the prod ID. Apart from this, you have to also use an annotation called path variable because we want to match it now. So you want to match your prod ID with this prod ID, so you have to use this annotation called path variable. Okay, there are a lot of annotations will be coming up, and once you get used to it, you will remember. But since we are accepting the value from the path of the address bar or the address, the annotation name is path variable. And by making those changes, we have solved two problems. And now let's see if this works. With 103, send, it worked. For 102, send, it worked. For 101, it worked. For 105, which is not there, it will give you the usual error. But then this time it's not saying that it's not found. The request has been sent. It's just that the data is not there, right? You can also solve this. You can handle these exceptions by handling it on the server side, but we're not going to do that now, okay? So this is what you got. You can do one more thing if you want. In the service, when you say get here, you can say find first dot, or else you can pass a new product with a dummy value. Let's say 100, no item, and the price is 0. So what we'll do is, if the item is not found, because 105 is not there in this, right? So at this point, you can return with no item. So now if I restart the app, there is one way of handling it, not the best way, but one way. Now if you send request for this, you will see you got 100, no item, 0 price. Okay, but again, not a good idea, or not the best solution. So what we have done now is we have basically fetching the data with the help of slash with the product ID. Next, maybe I want to send data and store that in this list here. So how do I do that? What I want to do is I want to create a method which will add the product. So basically we have to send this product from the client to server. So I'm doing that in the service now. So I'm going in the reverse order. For the get, we went from client to controller, controller to service. This time we are coding from service. So I want to basically first of all accept the product, and I will say prod here. And I want to save this product in the list. The list name is products dot. I want to say add, and I want to add, let's say, I want to add this product. Okay, so this is done. Now we have to make the changes in the controller. So in the controller as well, I will create a method which will return nothing, and we can say add product, which will accept the product from the client. And this is beauty, right? Because from the client side, you are going to send JSON. On the server side, it will be getting converted automatically in the object format. In fact, if you observe, when you are sending the list of products or even a single product, you are sending the object format, right? And what you are getting on the client side is JSON. Who is doing that? Someone is converting the data from Java object to JSON, from JSON to Java object, and that's where you got a library here. So when you add a Spring Web, you by default get one of the library called Jackson. So if you expand this, there's a Jackson library here. Now this Jackson library is responsible to convert your object into JSON, from JSON to object. So it does that for you. So I will say product prod, and we can simply use the service layer, service.add, and pass it. So if you observe, we are not doing anything in the controller, right? Controller job is just to accept the request. If you want to do certain things, ask your service layer to do that. You don't do it, right? So this is fun, but we have to do the mapping as well. So I will say request mapping, and this time we'll do it for the product. So we're not saying products, we are saying product, or we can also say products, that's fine. Sending a request for the products, right? But here's the problem. If you see this products and this looks same, right? That means for two different methods, we are using the same URL. Will it work? It will not. There will be confusion, right? And that's where you can use those methods. Remember post, get, but we have not used this method, right? This is get request. This is also a get request. We have not mentioned it. It's because by default, the methods are get methods. If you want to use something else, we have to mention that. So you can give a comma here and you can mention the method type, or you can use some specialized annotation here. So what you can do is, instead of using request mapping, you can say get mapping. So here also, instead of saying request mapping, you say get mapping. And for the post, instead of saying request mapping, we are going to use post mapping. Now these two mappings are different is because of their methods. The URL looks same, this one and this one, but the methods are different, right? So the controller and service done. Now let's try to work with the client side. See, for the post request, we can't simply use the address bar. You can create a React application using which you can send this data. Otherwise, you can also create a form But again, you have to do that in the JavaScript. You have to do some code to achieve that. But we're not going to do that. We are going to simply use Postman. So after making these changes, I'm going to restart the application. And I think it might fail because of the way you have defined the list. Let me just check that later. Let's go back to the Postman. And now instead of sending a GET request, we have to send a POST request. What is the URL? The same URL, the products, right? We're not changing the URL between the GET products and add product. We're just changing the method here. This is a response. We're not supposed to touch the response. We have to touch the URL. I will click on send. And you can see we got an error. Unsupported operation. Okay, it's with the list, right? So if this is the error I'm talking about. But okay, we'll talk about this error later. But one more thing, we are not sending any data, right? So basically we have to send the data as well in the body here. Okay. Now how will you send data? It's very simple. You click on the raw here and select JSON because you're sending JSON data. And you can enter your JSON data here. But if you're not good with JSON, that's fine. What you can do is, let's send the request for 101. So this is a history. You can just get your old URL and you can hit that. So we got this. I will just copy this and go back here for the post request. Go to body, raw, and JSON. Put your data here and update it. So this is 104. I want to create a new one. Let's say what I have on my table. Let's say AC remote, and the price is, let's say 2000. I don't know what's the cost of AC remote. So let's say we have 2000, and now we just have to send it. Again, we got the same problem. So we are sending data. There's no problem with the sending data. The problem is, I think, when we create as list, it creates a immutable list. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say new add a list, and I'm going to pass this add a list inside this. So it will make it mutable. It's not able to add the data. So new add a list, that's what I've added here. Let's restart the app. And now, hopefully this will work. I will say send. Okay, something worked. We have not gotten a response because in the controller we are using void, right? It's not returning the data. But you got status, it says 200. How do I verify this? That's tricky, right? The way you can verify that is by sending a request for the get. Let's get all the products. And, okay. No, it's not working. You can see we got 0, null, and 0. It's not getting added. What's wrong? Let me just check my controller. I know the error. I got to know the error. But I want to show you that. What I will do is I will just try to print whatever we are accepting on the client, on the server side. And let's see what you are getting. That will solve the problem. So server restart done. I will send the same request, which we have done before. The body is still intact. I will just send, we got the same response. But if you see okay, my bad. Now, since I thought we are using Lombok, which we are not doing that, I should have added toString method, because in Lombok, you get that by default. Now, since I'm using Lombok from a long time, it normally works. So I will say toString and restart. It was printing the address. I don't want the hash code. Let's say send. And this is what you're getting on the server. So that means what you're sending from the client is not actually getting received on the server side. It's because to achieve that, we have to use one annotation called request body. Now, since you are sending a body from the client to the server, you have to use this annotation called request body. Now, this will try to match the data which you're sending and put that in the product, the prod thing here. Okay. I hope this time it will work. I hope. And you learn from errors, right? You know now why we are using certain things the way we are, and now send same response. But on the client side, if you see, or on the console, if you see, you are getting the data, what you're sending from the client. And now, let me send the get request. Send, go down, and you can see we got 104. Good, right? The only problem is we are using a list in the code. It's not storing in the database. The moment I restart the application, that you will lose this data. But anyway, the point is, it's working. So now we know how to use get, we know how to use post. We also know how to get the data using one. How about put and delete? Let's try to do that in the next video. So till this point, what we have done is we know how to use Postman to work with the APIs. We have sent the get request and post request. It's fun. So just want to show you the product controller once. So we got 3 mappings. Get mapping, and post mapping. Now it's time to write the code for the update and delete. So what we have done till now is basically we have this products page or the controller, and we are sending a request to get all the products. We are getting that on the client side. It can be a browser or it can be a API client like Postman. And then we are also fetching one product details, or we are able to add new products. And we have done that in Postman. So if I open my Postman, so this was the request, right? So we have sent the get request, using which we were getting the products. We have also done with the post request. In the post, basically we are sending data as well. So what we'll do is, before we go for the update and delete, let me add this product, and then we'll do that. And I can't do this now. So if I send a request, it says the server is not running. So I have to make sure the server is running. So I will just restart the application, and hopefully this time there will not be any issue because I'm recording after a long time. And if you see here, it's running on port number 8090. If I go back to Postman, first of all, let's say get the products, and this time it will show only 3, because see, we are not storing this data in the database. Every time you restart the application, you will lose your data. So basically we have the hard-coded linked list, or we have the hard-coded list, which is in the service. This is what we are returning, right? These products. Now I want to add a product. So if I click on the post, which is having this data, which is 104, and when I click on send, you can see we got 200, okay. But again, if I say get, it should be having 4 records, and we have it. So now let's try to update something. Let's say I want to update the price for this Shure mic. I don't want the price to be 10,000. Let's say let's make it 12,000. How do I do that? See, for the update, what we have to do is we have to change the type of the request. First of all, let me just have this data with me. I will just copy this. And next, I will change the type of method. So instead of saying get and post, we'll go for put. So put is used for the update. And I will go to the body, and I want to say, I want to change this data. So this is the new data which I have. Okay, so how do I make it work? If I click on send now, it will not work because we don't have any method which is accepting a put request. So you can see it says method not allowed. So how do we solve this? It is actually simple. What we can do is let's go back to the controller. And here, let's create a method for the put. So I will say public void. I don't want anything written, or maybe we can simply return the data, or we can avoid it. So I will say void. Okay, that was not intentional, but anyway. So I will say update product. And here, so when you say update, basically you are sending the data as well, right? So we have to accept the data in the product prod. It can be named, doesn't matter. And I want to use the request body annotation. We have used it for the post as well. This is responsible to get the data in the request and send that in this reference. So here, what we can do is we can say, hey service, I got this request and I want you to update the product. Okay, so I'm doing that, and I will simply say prod here, and that's done. But the thing is, we don't have this method in the service. So what I can do is I can just click here and say create a method update product, and we got it this. The tricky part when it comes to doing this manually with the help of this list, it's tricky. See, in the normal world, we store this data in database. Now, because of a module called Spring Data JPA, it becomes very easy. So we'll see what exactly Spring Data JPA is in some time in the upcoming videos, but here we have to do some manual work. But trust me, once we start with Spring Data JPA, we just have to change one line and it will work. Okay, but then here, I'm not sure about the code. Let's try. So I will say products dot, I don't want to add now, I just want to update. So do we have a method which will update this? Unfortunately, we don't have it. So we have to go in a manual process. So if I want to update a particular list, I will say get, can I set the value to, yeah. So basically this is what we want to do. We want to set the product on a particular ID, but I don't know the ID, where to set this. That's a tricky part. So the way you can get the ID is this. So you can run the loop. Maybe I can use a normal loop here. I can just run the loop here from int 0 to I less than products.size, I plus plus. I just want to get the ID, right? Or the index. So I will say int index. I want the index. Index will be originally 0. But this is a problem here, right? So, okay, we'll talk about the problem in some time. Basically, I want to iterate, and if I want to check if the products.getI.getProductID is equal to prod.getProductID. If this is matching, I will set index to that particular I value, right? Since for only has one thing, we can just remove the curly brackets. And I got the index and the product. So basically what we have done is we are setting, so when you say set, it will replace. Basically, we are changing the data or the object with the new object which we got here. So we are writing such a lengthy code, right? If you have a better solution, let me know in the comments. This is not the best solution. But once you start with Data JPA, this will become easy, okay? I know I'm creating suspense here, but you will see that later. And let me know if you have a better solution to update the product list. Okay, will this work? Let's try. First of all, I want to map it also. So I will say put mapping, and here I will accept the request for products, the same list or the same URL, but then with a different method. And once we have done that, I will just refresh this. The problem is once I restart the application, we are losing that fourth object because again, we have to add. So let's say we only have 3 records. And now if I go back to my Postman, let's send the GET request first of all and see what are the data we have. So you can see we have this data and I want to change the, let's say this time, let's change the second one. Okay. And let's change the price for this. And for this, I will be sending a put request. You can see we have a put request for the same URL, and the body, I want to change it with this. But then instead of saying Canon camera, I will say Canon only. Let's remove the camera and say send. Okay. It says unsupported media type. Okay, if I check the data, okay, let's debug this. So what I will do is I will just try to print something here, and I just want to check if this is getting called. Not sure what is going wrong. And click on send. Okay, same error, but is it printing that? No, it's not even coming inside this. So you can see it is not printing I'm here. That means the update method itself is not getting called. Oh, I think I got the problem. So I'm sending text. I should send JSON. Maybe that was the issue. Oh, such a simple problem. So I was thinking about something else, not looked at JSON here. It was text. And now we have solved it. So you can see we got an update, says 200. And now after making the changes, I will say get products and boom. Can you see that in the second data, we only got Canon now. We don't have Canon camera. So this is working. So put we have done. The next step is to do delete. So now how delete will work. So basically for delete, we have to send a delete request. And okay, question arises how we are going to delete this. So we'll say product / and then we'll give an ID. So instead of sending the object to delete, we can send the ID, product ID. So maybe 101, 102, 103. Let's say I want to work with 102 and I want to delete this. So when I click on send, it should delete that particular object or the product from the products. Okay, so now it says method not allowed. That means we have not done the mapping yet. So let's do the mapping. So here I will just create a method. So public void, or maybe if you want to return something, you can do that, or you can return the status. But at this point, I'm just trying to keep it simple. So I will say delete product. And here, instead of accepting an object, we have to accept the value. The same thing we have done here, right? So we are accepting a particular value. And we can do that with the help of path variable. So let's do that here. So here I can say I want to store that in a value called product ID, but we have to use an annotation called path variable to accept the value. And then the mapping should be, okay, what do you think? What should be the mapping? The mapping is delete mapping. We have to specify the URL, which is products / and then we have to pass the number, right? So we have to accept that with the help of this curly brackets, and we have done that. You just have to make sure that this name is similar to this. Otherwise, you have to mention in the bracket what new name you're using. Since it is same, we don't have to do that. Okay, next, how do I delete it? I don't want to delete that from a controller. Controller will send a request to the service. Service will say, okay, it's my job to delete, but I don't have this method. So we'll create that method. So I will say delete product, accept the product ID and delete it. But unfortunately, we don't have this method in the service. So I will click here and say create a method in service. Now, how do you delete? So we got the prod ID, but we are not sure the index number, because if you want to delete from the list, which is products dot, if you say delete, or if you say, okay, what's the method for deleting? Remove. So we can say remove, and we have to pass the index number. Okay, but I don't have the index number. So how do we get the index number? We can use the same logic, or maybe we can create a common method where you can pass the product, it will give you the ID. right? Or I can just use the same code multiple times. Not a good idea. Okay, this is not good. I'm repeating the code. So basically, I'm not following the dry principle if I'm correct. Do not repeat yourself. I'm repeating myself, but you got the point, right? So you can basically create a method which will accept the object or the ID and it will return something. But in this case, I'm not getting the object, I'm getting the ID. So first we have to get the ID. So from this product ID, I just have to match with this. So instead of saying this, I have to say product ID. And here I can pass the index. Okay. So what I'm doing is I got the product ID. I'm running a loop to check if the product ID is matching with any of the product ID. If it is matching, then remove the index. See, one of the problem I was talking about here as well is, what if the ID which you are passing is not found? In that case, what it will do? It will delete the first element. Technically, you should return by saying that the item not found. But at this point, I just want to keep it simple. And whatever ID I'm mentioning, I'm expecting it is there, so it will work. But again, not a good code, not a perfect code. But here we are not here to work with the logic. We are here to understand how Spring Boot works, how Spring MVC works, how the layer works. Right? Logic is not that important at this point, just to keep it simple. But you got the point. I'm showing you the problems as well. You can solve it. And if you have done that, let me know in the comments what solution you have used. Okay, so this looks good. I'm not sure if this works. And that's how the development life is, right? You're not sure what code will work and what will not work. So you run it and see it. So let me go to my Postman. First of all, let's get all the products. You can see we got 3 products. And now I will send a delete request. Send. No problem. We got the status code as 200. And now let's send the get request once again to see how many data we have. We only have 2. Now you can see 102 is gone. So that's how basically we achieve the CRUD operations. And that's what we have done, right? So we have done with the get request. Initially, we have talked about the post as well. Now we have done with the put and delete. So that's how we achieve with the CRUD operation using Spring Boot. Now, in this video, we'll focus on Spring Data JPA. So why do we need it? See, let's go back to the project which we are doing. And we have done a lot of things here. And just to reiterate, basically we are building this application. This is a general architecture, where you have a client. In this case, we are using a client as Postman. So that's our client, right? Now, we can either use a mobile application to interact with the server. We can either use a client like your React application, or we can use an API tool called Postman or any other tool, using which you can send data to the server and you can get the response. And we have done that, right? The request goes to the front controller. Then from that, it goes to the controllers. And we do have our controller ID. So if you see, we have a product controller which has multiple mapping happening. And then this controller, if you want to do some work, any logical work, that will be forwarded. The request will go to the service. Now it is the job of a service to process any data, or if you want to calculate something, if you want to do some processing, everything will be done in the service layer. And service layer is expert in this thing. So when I say expert, basically you have to code it, right? So that's the job of a service layer. And then what if you want to work with database? Now at this point, we have not worked with database. You can see the data which we have basically hard coded it in the service layer. Not a good idea. Don't do that. We want to store this data in the database, right? So of course we have to use some database. It can be H2, it can be Postgres, it can be MySQL, your choice, doesn't matter. We can even switch this DBMS when we want to do that. But let's say I want to work with H2 here, right? So when I have all these layers, I mean, when I have a service layer, controller layer, they're doing their job. And now I want to talk to the database. Now that's where we have to work with the repository layer. This R here is your repository layer. Now, the job of repository is to connect with the database, okay? So let's say if a client says, hey, I want all the products. So request goes to the controller. Controller says, okay, I want all the products. It will ask this service. Now, till this point, we are hard coding it, right? But now what I want is I want this data to be coming from database. And to do that, we have to do the coding in the repository layer. So this is where we have to do all the coding. Now, if you go back to the old days, the way you work with the repository layer is this. Basically, we have to use something called JDBC, which stands for Java Database Connectivity. Now, using this JDBC, we can basically connect the Java code with the help of database, with the database, right? And to do that, we have to write 7 steps. Now, it goes in multiple ways. Basically, you have to load the driver. We have to connect to the database or DBMS. Then you have to basically create a query, because when you talk about DBMS, we're talking about relational databases here. We have to use something called SQL. So we have to create the query, we have to execute the query, then it will give you some results which you have to process, and then that's how you basically work, right? You have to follow 7 steps. And all this code, I know we have to write lengthy code, this will be done in the repository layer. So basically this is where you have to do all those things. Now things got a bit simpler with the help of Spring JDBC. Now there's something called Spring JDBC inside Spring Framework. You can use this and it will help you to reduce the number of lines you have. It will make it more standard to reduce the bugs. And it's good. So instead of using normal JDBC, we can use Spring JDBC. It will help you with the JDBC template. It's good. But what if you want to make it more easy? See, ultimately, if you want to just send data from your service layer to database layer, because what we are doing in this application is just mostly CRUD, right? So if you just want to use CRUD, which is create, read, update, delete, we can use some easy way to do that. And that something can be done with ORM. So there's a concept of ORM, which stands for Object Relational Mapping. Okay, so what we are doing is we have objects. So in the Java world, everything is object, right? So if we talk about a laptop, if we talk about anything you want to represent, even humans in the Java world are objects. Bad thing, but yeah. So everything in the Java world is object because it's an object-oriented programming. So if I want to represent this remote, that's an object. If I want to represent maybe this bottle, that's an object, right? Everything is an object. And the way you create object is with the help of class. So first thing you do is you create a class, which is a blueprint. And then from that class, you create the object, if that makes sense. Now this object will have 2 things. The object will have the data. So the object will have the data and the object will have the behavior with the help of methods. So in this case, we don't want to talk about methods. Let's focus only on the data. Now, when you say data, what data we have? So basically we have, example, let's talk about this product here. Now, if you go back to any particular product, which we have it here, a product will have the product ID, a product will have a product name, it will have the price, right? This is the data I'm talking about. So every object will have a data. So in this case, we got product ID, we got product name, and we got price, right? So we got these 3 things. This is the data I'm talking about. This is the Java world. In the database world, what we do is we have a table, right? We have a table structure. Now this table will have a name, so table name. Then this table will have the number of columns, and they will have a column names, right? And then they have data as well. So each data will be 1 row. So this is the RDBMS world. This is the object world. Now what we want to do is we want to basically connect them. We want to map them. That is object. So this is object. These are called relations, and we have to basically map them. And if you can do that, that's ORM. Now, how do we map it? It's very simple, right? When we talk about object has data, as I mentioned before. So just an example, the object will have data. So example, we got the ID, I will say PID, and the ID we have is 101. Then let's say we have a name for the product, I will say P name, which is iPhone in this case. And then we got a price, and the price is 50,000. So if you can see, this data is stored in that particular object, right? Here is the object. I want to store this data in the table. Of course, you can write the queries. If you are familiar with SQL, we have something called insert query. So you say insert into product table where, not where, but values are this 101, iPhone, 5000, you can do that. But what if you don't want to write the queries? I mean, think about this. You just have to learn Java. You don't need to learn any other language. I'm talking about SQL here. So can we do that? So yes, that's where we can use ORM, who simply says, hey, give me the object. It's my responsibility to store that in database. So it will basically convert or not convert, but translate your object into SQL query. And then you can save that in database. So your object data here becomes 1 row. So 101 goes here, the P name, iPhone goes here, and your price goes here. So that's your 1 row. If you have multiple objects, you will get multiple rows. But the question still remains, who is responsible to create the table? Who is responsible to specify the number of columns? Who is responsible to name the columns? Are we going to do it? What if I say you don't have to do it? Someone else will take care of it. And who is that someone else? Of course, the ORM tool. So basically we have to use some tool to make it work. Now that tool, is it a magician to know everything? See, the thing is, the table name can be, we can get the table name from the class name, right? We have a class name product. So if you can see, we do have a class called product, right? So we can get the class name as your table name. What about the columns? Each variable becomes a column. We got the column as product ID. We got the column as product name. We got the column as price. So the whatever variables you have, you make them the column names. And what about the rows? Each object is one row. So if you have 10 objects of 10 different products, you will get 10 rows. That's how basically you do the mapping. And who is responsible to do all those things for you is the ORM tool. Examples, we got Hibernate is a very famous one. We got Eclipse Link. We also got MyBetis. MyBetis is not fully ORM, but yeah, you can use it. But the most famous one is Hibernate. It's full-fledged ORM tool, and you will find everything there. So this is a good one, good tool to use. So we got Hibernate. But if you see the title of the video, it talks about JPA, not Hibernate, right? So why? See, the thing is, Hibernate is a good tool. But let's say in future, you want to move from Hibernate to some other tool. You basically have to do a lot of changes to your code. It's because all these tools don't follow the same standard. Or maybe they are, but how they are following the same standard. So what we got is, we got something called JPA, which stands for Java Persistence API. So JPA are just standards, and Hibernate basically implements those standards. Eclipse Links basically implements those standards, right? So most of the ORM tools implement JPA standards. So in future, if you want to move from Hibernate to Eclipse Link, it will be easier. Imagine if you know how to drive one car, it is easy to drive other cars because they follow the same standards, right? That's why we have something called JPA. Now in the world of Spring, since it's a big project, it's got a lot of modules inside it, they got a special tool or special module called Spring Data. Now when you talk about Spring Data, it deals with data, but we want to specifically mention I want to use JPA. So the module name becomes Spring Data JPA. And when we use it, the storing of the data in the database becomes very, very easy. Okay, you will see that in the upcoming videos. But I just wanted to give you the walkthrough, what are we going to do and why JPA is so important. So with the help of Spring Data JPA, we can store this data which we are doing in this service layer in the database. Which database we are going to use? We are going to use H2, which is in-memory database, easy to set up, easy to use. And for learning purposes, it's a good tool. So we are going to use H2, and we are going to use Spring Data JPA to store this data in the database and to fetch data. It will be fun and easy to work with. So now let's implement Spring Data JPA in this project. So the ultimate aim is to basically store this data in the database and also fetch from it. Now, if you can see, we do have a controller for all the different requests. We got get, post, put, and delete. Basically, the request goes to service, and then from service, we have done the hard coding of the values, and that's what we are getting, right? Now we want to work with database. So what are the things we need? The first thing we need is a database. So basically, if you see, we have talked about different layers. We want to work with database. So we have to choose a database now, and we are going for H2 as I mentioned before. Next, to connect database with our Spring application, we need the connectors as well. But once you get we need a connector as well. So we'll get that. So we need a connector between these two. So that is basically your H2 driver. So we need this. Also, we have to create a layer, repository layer, which will make it work. So again, let's try to do that in this video, or we'll divide it into two parts. Let's see how it goes. So the first thing is you need to get H2 and the driver. Also the Spring Data JPA capability. Now how you are going to add that? See, if you want to add a basic feature in your project or any external libraries, you have to do that with the help of pom.xml file. So if you open this, what we got till now is we got web, and that's it. That's the main thing we have. Of course, we have DevTool as well, but that is optional. Apart from this web, we need to get the Data JPA and H2. Now, when you create this project for the first time, if you remember how we created this project, so I will open the Chrome and we'll go to start.spring.io. Remember when we created this project, we have to specify some values here, and then we have to add a dependency. If you don't do that, let's see what dependency you get by default. So I will click on Explore, and I will increase the size a bit. So this is Gradle. I want the Maven. So I will say explore. Okay, now you can see by default, you only get the Spring Boot starter, not even web. So for that, you have to add web. So what you do is you go to add dependency and you say Spring Web. That's the first thing you add. And once you add Spring Web, you will get Spring Starter Web. So you get this. But what if you want to work with JPA? In that case, you click here and search for JPA. So you get an option of Spring Data JPA. You can click on this. And now you got two. So I will click on explore. And if you go down, so we got Spring Data JPA. This was something we need. Apart from this, I also need H2. So we got H2 database driver. Click on this and it will give you this driver. If you click on explore, not just driver, it will also give you a runtime. So basically it will give you the H2 database. See, H2 is an in-memory database, right? So if you work with some other databases, let's say Postgres, MySQL, you need to basically install them on your machine, then do some configuration. It's a good thing because in the real life project, we do that. But since we are into learning phase, H2 works for us. It's an in-memory database and you don't have to do a lot of setup. You just add the dependency and your work is done. It will give you some default settings, just use it and make it work. Okay, so we don't have these things in our project, right? So one thing you can do, you can again go to start.spring.io and copy this dependency. So you can copy this and you can copy this. That's one way. Or instead of going for start.spring.io, we can search for Maven repository and here you can search for it. So I'm searching for Spring Data JPA. I will click on this. That's the first one we got. And then we have to choose a version. So which version to choose here? Now you have to choose a version which you are already using in your project for web. So I will go back to my project. And in fact, you don't have to mention the version because we have mentioned the version here as a parent. So it will simply use this. So you can mention the driver or you can mention the dependency without the version. So I can pick up 3.2.6 and copy this. Okay, looks like this is not the one we are looking for. Okay, that's one of the confusion we have. If you see, we have two options, Spring Data JPA and Spring Boot Data JPA. Now, since we are working with Spring Boot project, we have to use this, not that one. And again, I will select 3.2.6. Yeah, this looks good. So I was looking for this boot word. This is important. So I will just copy this. Go back to the project and paste it here. And of course, I can get rid of this particular version number and reload the Maven changes. Okay, this is done. The next thing you need is the H2. So I will just go back here and you have to get for H2. Again, the same website. I will search for H2, click here. And which version? So you can see there are a lot of vulnerabilities. You can go with this one. Or maybe latest one also looks good. I will click on this. I just need to verify if I'm getting the right one. So yeah, so just com.h2 database, h2 artifact. Okay, I'll get this and paste it here. So these are the two things we need. So I will just remove this. And now by doing this, of course, you have to reload the Maven changes. By doing this, you are basically making sure that in your project now you have Data JPA and also you got H2. How do you verify this? What I will do is I will start the project to see if certain things are working out. Otherwise, we have to make some changes. Okay, so we got the error. It says failed because we have not specified the URL. See, whenever you add any driver, we have to make sure, not just driver, whenever you add Spring Data JPA, basically it will ask you for the URL for the database. See, whenever you connect with database, we have to specify certain things. It's not just for H2, any DBMS. You have to mention the JDBC steps where you have to specify the connection URL. So that's something it says it is missing. So where should we put the URL? So that should be done in the application properties. So just go down. So in order to do that, you have to say spring.datasource.url and you can mention the URL here. So what's the URL? So it is JDBC : then you have to mention the database name. If it is MySQL, semi-MySQL, Postgres, but here we are saying H2. Then in H2, we have to mention it is an in-memory database, mem. We can also get a full storage. It is also option, permanent storage option is there, but we are going for in-memory, so we'll say mem. And then whatever database name is, so I will say testdb, or maybe I can say Telesco. That's our choice. We can mention whatever database name we have. So that's done, right? Now by doing this, let's start the application because that's what it was looking for. And I hope it will work. Okay, we got another error. It's not able to find the driver. Should I remove this version? I'll remove the version. Let's also mention the driver name. I thought it will pick up. Let's try it. So we'll say spring dot data source dot driver class name. Certain things you have to mention for the properties. So it's org.h2.driver. I hope this will work now. So basically we do this in the JDBC as well. So you have to mention the URL, you have to mention the driver name, also username, password, but I want to go for default one. If it is not accepting, we'll type it. We don't have a choice. So let's restart the application. So let's learn from the errors. Okay, more errors. Okay, looks like I made a mistake while mentioning the driver name. Okay, looks like it's not org, it should be, okay, just com dot, it is there. Cannot load driver. Let me check the dependency once. Okay, looks like I've got it. It should be runtime. Because if you see, when we were trying to do this, it says runtime. In the dependency, I got it test. So I forgot to change the scope. Let's see if this works now after making those changes. So basically you have to make sure that your H2 is there available in the runtime. Okay, looks like there's no error. Yeah, there's no error and the Tomcat is running. So yeah, so sometimes it's good to get errors. You learn certain things there. And now what we have is we have the H2 database ready. We don't have data in there yet, but the database is there. But how do I access that database? So since we are not installed in the system, one way to access it is using the URL. So I will say localhost colon 8090 because that's the port number we are using /h2 console. So to access the database, we have to say h2 console, enter. It will give you this page and you can see there are certain things which are mentioned here. So we have the driver name, which is this. The URL, we have the database name as Telesco, so I will use that. The username is by default SA. I have not specified that in the properties. The password is blank. Test connection, it says successful. I will click on connect. And that's our database. Nothing is there because we have not done anything yet. But at least we have the JPA connected and we got H2 connected. And now it's time to create that layer, the repository layer. So now we have our H2 ready. You can see we have the entire console here. But if you see, we don't have the tables which we want. So it got some tables, but not something which we want. So if you expand this, nothing is there for us. What table I'm talking about? If you remember the theory, we have talked about the table because we have a class called product and I want a table which will have this data. So the table name should be product. The column should be the variables of the product and the data will be, of course, rows. So how do I get that? How do we create this table? And for this, we have to do some changes in the code. The first thing you will do is we'll make the changes in the, basically we'll create a repository layer. See, service is not responsible to work with data. It is responsibility of the repository. So what I will do is I will create another package here where you will have all the repositories. So I will just right click here and say new package and we'll call this as repository. Or you can also say repo, that works. Now in this package, you will have all your classes interfaces for the repository. Now the question arises, what kind of file we are going to create? Is it a class or the interface? See, logically it should be class, right? Because we have to write a lot of code to work with database for firing the query and having different methods for different actions. But what if I say we can do that with the help of interface? And you'll be saying, okay, we have talked about that in the theory. Spring Data JPA will help you in that definitions. And yes, so what you can do is you can simply create the interface here. I will say class, but we'll select interface here. And we'll name this as product repo. Okay. Now simple interface, nothing fancy. Now in this interface, we are going to define the methods. Oh, we can't define methods in the interface. We can using default, but we have this interface and we can declare methods. But ultimately it has to be defined somewhere. But JPA will take care of it, or Spring Data JPA will take care of it. We don't have to worry about those definitions. But what should be the method names? Let's say I'm not even mentioning the method names. Let's keep it blank. But one thing I will do, I will just say add repository here. Remember when we talked about controller, we have on top of that, we have add controller. On service, we have add service. Repository layer will have add repository. It gives some extra features to it. But since I want Spring Data JPA to take care of everything, what I will do is I will extend a class called JPA Repository in which you will mention the primary key. So basically you have to mention two things. First, the class name which we are working with, and second, the primary key type, which is the integer. So just these two things and our job is done. Okay, what are the methods? Let's skip it. Let's say if we don't enter it, let's see what happens. Now that's one thing we have done with the repository. Next, in this service, I'm going to use this repository. So I will say come back here, and we got the product repo. Let's create the repo as a reference variable, and let's say autowired, so that we'll get this object. First of all, we don't have a class, right? So Spring is responsible to create the object of this class or this interface. So basically someone has to create the class of it, and then Spring will create the object of it. And who's that someone who will create a class for it? It is your Spring Data JPA. I'll go back here, and now since I don't want this, I will just comment this part. We don't need those things. And when you say get products, who is responsible to give you the products? Let's see. I will say repo dot. The moment I say dot, can you see that we have so many methods? Now, mind you, we are using that repo variable, which is the type of product repo. And in this interface, we don't have any method. Still, when you say dot, it is giving you a lot of options. Question arises from where you're getting all these methods. If you go back to repo, we are extending with JPA Repository. Now, this particular interface has all the methods which we are getting there, right? If not in this, if you see, we have also, it also extends list repository. This has some more methods. If you go to CRUD repository, this has some more methods. If you go to repository, this has nothing. But yeah, but you got the point, right? So we are getting all those methods because of this JPA repository, which I have mentioned here. So let's go back here and let's see which method will help us. So find all looks like a method which will give the list of products, and that's what we want. If you can see, I will say find all. Okay. Next, we need to replace this, and as I mentioned before, right, we don't need to write all this lengthy code once we start using JPA. We want a product based on ID. So I will say repo dot find all, okay, not all, I want one. So I will say find by ID and pass the ID here. But it is giving you an error. It returns an optional. So I will say, or else return me a blank object. That works for me. Next, we have to add a product. So of course we don't have that now. So again, I will use the repo to add the product. Now, which method we are going to use? So if you can see, if you scroll down, some method should be there, which looks good. Yeah, save looks good, right? So I will use save and pass the object. No errors, we're happy. Update. Lengthy code, right? Let's remove everything. Repo dot. Now the thing is, we don't have any method called update. If you see, if I click on, if you type update, there's nothing. The only method you can use is save. For both, for saving as well as updating, we use save. So what this will do is, it will check if the data is there. If the data is there, it will update. If it is not there, it will create. As simple as that. Delete. No lengthy code. Just remove this. And we can say repo dot delete. Delete by ID, because we have to pass an ID. So I'll say prod ID, and our job is done. It's so simple, right? Look at the code here in the service. We don't have any hard-coded values. Everything is coming from the database. Looks good. Okay, is it done yet? Let's try to run this and let's see what errors you get. Run this and, okay, what do you think? We will get the error or not? Oh, we got the error. Let's see what the error is. It says not a managed type. Which one? Product. Is it? If you go back to the product, this is a component, but still it says not managed. Why? Because if you see, the error is because of the Hibernate. See, under the hood, it is implemented with the help of Hibernate. It follows the JPA standards. So if you want to have a class of which you want to create a table, we have to use one more annotation called entity. Okay, so this is the annotation we have to use. Now it should be happy with it, but I think we'll get another error. Let's see. And we got it. This time it says, okay, not the same error. You can see it says entity product, looks good, has no identifier. Oh, that's weird. See, the problem is every table needs to have a primary key. In this case, we know it should be product ID, but we have not specified it. So you have to mention this as ID. So you have to mention, hey, this is a primary key. Okay, so prod is a primary key, prod ID. Let's rerun this. I hope there's no problem. Let's see. Okay, no problem. If you scroll here, Tomcat started. To test it, I will just refresh this and say connect once again. Okay, but if this time if you see, we got a product table. This is what we want, right? Let's run the query. So I will say select star from product. And as of now, it is empty. We want to add some data. How will we do that? Of course, we can run the insert query here, or we can go back to our Postman. Remember Postman? Yeah, it's here. So first of all, let's get all the products and let's see what we get. So we got empty because we don't have any products, and table it is empty. Let's add some data. So I will say post. We do have a body here, which is this. I will start with 101 now. Send. Okay, it says okay. There should be one product now. How do we test it? Let's go back to console, run. Hey, it's working. We got database connectivity. It is getting stored in database. Let's store one more. I will say 2. This time I will store a water bottle, and let's say 200. Click on send. It works. Let's try to fetch all the data, and this data is coming from database, as you can see. Let's also verify in database, and it's working. But hold on. We have not implemented any of these methods. Where is the query? How you're getting all these queries? If you can see, this is empty, and we have not even created a class. And that's the magic of Spring Data JPA, which is creating a class for you behind the scene. But maybe you want to see the queries here. We are getting the products, but what queries it is firing behind the scene? If you want to know that, you can add one more property in the application properties. So we can say spring.data source.show SQL equal to true. I hope this is the property name if I'm not wrong. Let's relaunch it. The problem is every time you relaunch, you will lose the data because you're using in-memory database. Let's see. I will say get. We have not got any data, and we have not even got the query. Maybe the property name is different. Is it spring.jpa.showSQL? Okay, yeah, it is showSQL. If you can see, it is actually creating a table for us, right? So this is the query I'm talking about. So for every query now, so even if you say, let's say if you want to say get all the products and see the query here, it says select query. What if you want to add a product? So click on send, we have added the product, and look at the query, it is insert query. So that's how basically it is working behind the scene. We can see the query as well. What if you want to change the username password of your H2? We can do that. So I will say spring.data source.username, and let's say the username is Naveen, and spring for the passwords, I will say spring.data source.password. I will say the password is Telescope. Now after making those changes, just restart just to secure your H2 console. Okay, it started. And if I want to access the H2 console now, if I use a default username password, if I click on test connection, it failed. So we have to use Naveen and Telesco as a password, connect. It worked. So that's how basically we can change the username password, and we can do all the setup for H2. So I hope this makes sense. There are certain more things in Spring Data JPA. Maybe if you want to customize these methods, we got default methods, but what if you want to have some customized methods? Let's try to achieve that once we do the project itself. We can do those changes. Now, till this point, we have talked about what is Spring Framework. We have talked about Spring Web, Spring Boot. Now, it's time to focus on the project. Remember, in the first or second video, we have talked about the project which we are going to build. Now, to build this project, of course, we have two sides of it. So if you see this diagram here, or this drawing, kind of. So on the left-hand side, we have this thing, right, which is your client. A client can be React application. A client can also be a Postman to test your APIs, or maybe we can use Swagger. But when I talk about client here, which we are using, we will be building a React application. And of course, I don't want to code the entire stuff. We have a code. Let's understand the code first, what we have already done. So this is actually ready for the first video. This is something we want to build. Of course, right, we want a database, we want to have different layers, and when you want to get something from the database, we have to build all these layers even if you want to store it. Now, of course, we'll do that step by step, but what we have ready is this React. So in this video, let's understand only what the front end should look like, and we already have these things. And this is how it was looking in the first or second video. But now, since we want to build the backend as well, since we don't have backend now, we'll build it. But if you run this front end without the backend, it will give you some issues. I'm already running it, but what I will do is I will stop it now and let's redo again. So basically, this is your front end project, which you're opening in VS Code. And if you see, we have this is a simple React application with the help of Wait. And if you open the package.json, these are the things which are needed there. Nothing different in a simple React application. What are things we need? Those things are here. And let's head back to the flow. Now, people who are very new to the world of React, of course, this is not a React session, but just want to give you some intro. Basically, if you want to build a front end, in the earlier days, we used to have, with Java, basically, we used to use JSPs or theme leaf, or maybe a simple HTML, CSS. But then nowadays, what we do is we try to separate these two, and we try to connect them with the help of APIs. So that the front end can change. It can be for mobile, we can have mobile applications. For browsers, we can use React, Angular, Vue.js. There are multiple options. Maybe in every 6 months, you get new framework there. And then we also have API clients to test it. So the backend is pure backend. There's no front end code there, right? Now, if we talk about React, why React got so famous is because it focused on the component building. So whenever we talk about any application, we can build the application, but then there are a lot of moving parts. If you change one thing, it might affect other, and maybe you are reusing the component, but basically you're not reusing it. Let's say you have something on one page and then the same thing is there on the other page. You have to basically rewrite it. And let's say after a few days you want to change it. So you will change in one part and it will not reflect on the other part. So what if you can build components which you can use it anywhere? So it's like building components like Legos and then use it where you want. So that's the basic idea. And this component will have its own layout. They have their own functionality. So you build the components and just use it. And the beautiful thing is, basically, you just build one page. It's not like you're building multiple pages. So we have this thing, right, which is SPA, which is single page application. Basically, what you do is you create one page and you have everything there. Every time you click a button out there, the data changes in the same page. So basically, you don't see that your page is reloading because you're just changing the data of the page. So the way you can do that is you can build components. So we have this common page, which is index.html. We also have that here. So if you see, we have index.html, and throughout the website, you will see only this page, which is index.html. And what is there in this page is whatever given by your root. Okay, so we have this root div, and this thing will keep changing. Okay, why we got this? Okay, so my Copilot is running. Ignore that. Disable. Okay. So I'm disabling my Copilot completion. Okay, so we got this root, and then the way you can change this data is with the help of main.jsx. Now, JSX is a new thing for normal HTML, CSS designers, developers. We got JSX where you can have your own tags. Now, when I say your own tags, it's not like you can have any tag. But basically, you can have tags which you can define and use it. So I will show you in some time what I'm talking about. So basically, this is a new format. Now, this file is responsible, a JavaScript file, you can say. This file is responsible to load the data, right, in this page. Now, what this file is doing, so if you go to main.jsx, it says this basically will be filled with the help of app. Now, look at this. This is a tag I'm talking about. Now, this is not a simple HTML tag. We don't have tag called app. So basically, these are the custom tags which we use. And if you can see, all the React tags starts with capital letters. Capital A here. For React, we got capital R here. But what is this app? Now, if you see here, if you know JavaScript a bit, it says import app from app.jsx. So basically, this file is used. Again, I'm talking in terms of Java developers. We are not into JavaScript. So someone is watching from JavaScript world, they're like, hey, what are you talking about? I'm in a perspective of someone who is new to the world of React and JavaScript. Okay, so I'm moving to app.jsx. Now, this is where the actual fun happens. So in the JavaScript world, everything happened with the help of functions, right? So we got a function here, and the name of the function is app. Now, whenever you want to return a component, your component is something which you return to a page, right? So this is where you are returning it. So this is your component which you're returning. Now in this, basically you just have routes for homepage and for add a product. Now if you remember the image or the page which was running, we got different buttons here. One of them is home and one is add product. When you request for the slash page, it will return you the home page. When you click on add a product, that's a URL, then you will get add product. But what is this home? Again, for this home, this is the component. So I'm jumping on the component section, a separate component section. And if you click on home, now this is responsible to fill the home page. How it is doing that? See, in the home page, you'll be having different products, right? There'll be a list of products. And to do that, of course, in the UI, you're not storing data. Data will be coming from the server. Of course, you got layout, you got color scheme, everything in the UI, but data is coming from the server. how will you request data? And that's where you got this URL, which is localhost:8080/API/product. When you hit this URL, you will get data, and that data, you will basically set it in here. So if you see, when you get that data, we are calling this method called setProducts. Okay, I'm looking at this code with you, okay, so ignore that. Yeah, so setProducts is here. Basically, this is a use state where when you call this method, it will change the value for this products here. And with those products, once you got these products, you will run a loop. So you can say we have a map function basically. So it will iterate between each element, and it will basically show that on the page. So what we are showing, so we are showing the name, then we are showing the brand, and with a lot of CSS in between, we are showing the price. Now this is what we want to show on the page, and of course you also have a button called Add to Cart. Okay, but then if you run this, so let's run this. We are not talking about add product now because in this video let's only understand the home page. Now how do we run this? So once you will find the link for this project in the description. So what you do is, to run this, you open this into your VS Code or any different IDE, and go to terminal on the same path. So you can see this is ecom frontend 1 for the first video. To run this, you will say npm install. You will say npm I. You can also say install, but I works. I will say enter. So this will basically download the packages which you mentioned in the package.json. And once you have it, you can basically run this. So you can say npm run dev. And of course, all these things are actually mentioned in the package.json. So if you can see in the script, we got dev. So basically, this is the thing we have to use. So npm run dev, enter, and it started. So your front end is working on this particular port number. So I will click on this, and this is what you got. It says something went wrong. You know what went wrong? The backend is not there. Okay. How do we check that? So it's very simple. You can also use this URL, which you have used here, and you can just paste this in the browser, and you can see it says this site cannot be reached, or if you try this in Postman, it will say 404, or the server is not there. So we want to make sure that the backend is ready. How will you do that? Of course, it's a very simple thing. You go to your Spring Initializer and create the project. So in this video, we just understood the front end, what the code is, and of course with every new different video the front end might change. I will let you know if I'm using a new front end, and that link you can use it or you can get it from the description. So now it's time to build the back end for this application. So we got the front end ready, and we have talked about it in the last session or in the last video, but now let's build the back end. So I don't want this message which says something went wrong. Let's make it work. Okay, so when you say backend, how do we do it? It's very simple. We have done this before. We have to create a Spring Boot web project, a new project, because we don't want to make changes in the older one. So I will say Maven project, Java, the version remains same. The group ID is as usual, com.risco. The project name, the artifact ID, I will want to make it as ecom project. I will say one. Okay, let's say ecom project. We'll keep making changes in the same project. And the jar packaging, the Java version 21. Now it's time for the dependencies. Now since this is a Spring Web project, I will need web. I don't want to create a REST repository here the way we have done in one of the video, is because I want some customization. So I will prefer web. The next thing is I want database connectivity as well. So I will say JPA is needed. Next I will need dev tools for the fast reload, and Lombok also. Let's try Lombok. Something went wrong last time when we tried it. If it doesn't work, we'll remove it. And okay, what else we need? H2. Database is also required, right? So I will say H2. Of course, you can use a database like Postgres or MySQL. That's your choice. I'm using H2 here, which is lightweight for our use. So we got Spring Web, we got Data JPA, we got DevTool, and Lombok, and H2. Only these 5 dependencies. With this, I will click on generate. It will give me the project, and you can see we got the project here. So I will just unzip it and open that in IntelliJ IDEA. Okay, so this is the project which we have to open. This is what we have downloaded, and now I'm opening this in IntelliJ IDEA community version. So I will click on open, and it's here. Okay, so basically this is your blank project. Of course, nothing is there, and the port number, which is by default port number, is 8080. And even before making any changes, I want to check if that port is empty so that I can use it. So what I will do is I will just open this main file. Nothing changes, right? It's a simple project. It might not work is because in H2 we have not specified the data source. But let's see. if without data source does it work. So running this and okay, it's running, great. And it's running on port number 8080. This is what I wanted. So we are good. Port number 8080 is working, and now we can make the changes. Now, what are the changes I want to make? First of all, of course, I want a database. So I will just make sure that I have the properties for database. So the first thing we have to set is the URL. So I will say spring.datasource.url is equal to JDBC : we're using h2 : mem : then we'll mention the database name. So I will still go with the Disco database. Next, I want to specify is the driver class name. So I will say spring.datasource, and we have done this before, so we can just directly use it. Driver class name, it is org.h2.driver. Perfect. Now, whatever the things happens with the JPA, I want to see the query as well. So I will say spring.jpa.show SQL. I'll make this true. Apart from this, there is one more thing, right? So who is responsible to create a table in the database? So basically in the JPA world, the JPA takes care of creating a table. So there are multiple options there. When you say JPA should create a table, we have an option of create, which will create every time you run this, or it will update. So if the table is already there, it will simply update it. In the terms of H2, we don't need to set that, but if you are using Postgres or MySQL, which is permanent database, we need to set it to update. So I'm doing it so that if you want to use it for Postgres or MySQL, you can use that. So I will say spring.jpa.hibernate.ddl auto. Let's keep it to update so that it will not create every time you restart the application. So I think we are good. Everything looks good. These are the properties we have to mention. Now, once you have your properties ready, what's the next thing you will do? So of course, now we have to create the controller, the service layer, and the repository layer, right? So we'll do that step by step. But there's one important thing, the model. How will you represent your data, which is a product? So basically now we need to represent how your product will look like. So what exactly, when you say we have an e-commerce website, we have multiple products, what are the details we need in a product? Of course, there are multiple properties will be there. One of them is image, but let's not use image now because it's a complex topic. So in the upcoming videos, we'll see how do we work with images as well. But at this point, just to keep it simple, the things which I need is ID. So the first thing is ID, which is also your primary key for the table. Then we'll name a name of a product. So we'll need a name of the product. I will also need a description for the particular product, a long description. We don't want to show that on the home page or the first page. But let's say if you want to see about a particular product, in that case, I want to see the long description. So that should be here. So these two things will be string. This is also going to be same string. Then I need the brand of the product. Let's say if we talk about a car. So let's say if I drive Espresso, which is Suzuki. So that's the brand. Then also the most important thing is price. Every product needs a price there. So this will be integer. So brand will be string, but this will make it integer. Then also we might want to categorize the products, right? Based on, is it a toy? Is it a car? Is it a electronic device? So in that case, I want a category as well, and on which day it got released. So I don't want to do anything with the release date, but let's say in future, if you want to sort by which product came first and which is the latest one, you can do that with this. Now for this, we are going to use date. Bit tricky here is because by default the date format will be US format. We want to use the Indian format, which is DDMMYYY. So we'll see how do we do that. And also if the product is available, of course, a lot of properties, but you have to just define them once. So availability, which will be Boolean if it is true or false. And the last one is quantity. How much quantity we have that product in our stock, right? So this is something we'll keep as int. Category will be string. So these are the properties we'll need. Apart from this, we'll also need image, but at this point, I don't want to put image and we'll put a question mark there, but we'll work with image later. So we'll update our product class and we'll add image there as well. But at this point, I want all these properties. So let's create that. So the way you can do that is the first thing you need different packages. So I need a model package. Then let's get all the packages here, just making our project set up properly. We need the controller. I created a class. So I need a controller package. Then I need the service package. Then I need a repo package. Okay. Again, for repo, you can say it's a DAO, or you can say repo, repository. You can use different names there. I'm using repo here. And in the model, basically I have to create a product. So I will say, in fact, before I do that, I want to make sure one more thing, if I'm getting the output on the page. So what I will do is I will create a simple controller here. So I will create a class and I will call this as a product controller, simple stuff. And on this controller, I will say this is REST controller and request mapping. By default, every request should be passing from API. So the URL will be localhost :8080/API/ whatever you mention in the methods. So now I want a simple method which will greet me. So I will say, I want someone to greet me, right? So I will say greet, return hello world. Now when this will be called, so whenever there is a request for home, so it's a request mapping. This is for the home request. Okay, this is what I want to return. If this works, then we'll continue, right? Otherwise, if this is not working, then we have to debug what is going wrong. So let's do this step first. So it's running the project, and how do I check it? Of course, I can do that from the Postman, or let's use a browser. So I will hit this URL, but without products. I just want API, enter, and we got hello world. So this is working, right? At least our Spring application returning something. But I don't want hello world. Of course, when I say products, if it is products there, it should return the products, which is not there yet. So I will get the controller later. But what I want to do now is create the model. Let's complete that first. So I will say class. I want a, what went wrong? I will say new class product. Now in this product, I want all those properties, right? And I also want to use a Lombok. So I will be using that. So I'll say private int ID, private string name. What else we have? Description. So private string description, private string brand. We also need price, private int price. Then we got categories. So I will say private string category. Then we got release date. So I will say private. In fact, price should not be int. It should be big decimal, because the price can be any big amount, right? So let's keep it big decimal. And here we'll say date, release date. We have to import the date. So I'll say control space from util, yes. And big decimal came from math. Okay. Release date. Then what I want available and quantity. So I will say private int quantity. Okay, so many properties, right? And I don't want to create getter status for this, so I'm going to use Lombok. So on top of it, I will say data, and I also want all arguments constructor and no arguments constructor. That's it. So this is basically the product which you got. Now, will this work? Of course not. If you want to get the table, one thing you have to do is you have to create this as entity, because JPA needs entity. And on top of ID, we have to say @ID, right? That's your primary key. Cool, looks good, right? But will this work? Of course, you cannot send requests from the client, is because the controller is not ready. We don't have products controller, but at least I want to see the table in the H2 database. So I will just refresh this to see if something happens. Okay, there's no error. And if you can see, it is also creating a table. So it says create table product, and you got available, brand, category, description. So it goes in alphabetical order, and that's why if you can see the sequence is not matching. We got first the primary key, which is the ID. Then it starts with this alphabetical one, A, B, C, D, N, P, then quantity, release date, and then primary key, which is the ID. Okay, so these are the things we need. And how do you verify this? It's very simple. You can just go to your console, H2 console. So you can say localhost 8080/H2 console. And we have not set the username password. So default will be SA and no password. Click on connect. And you can see we got a product table which has all these values. Of course, data is not there. But how we are going to load the data? Let's see that in the next video. So basically in this video, we just make sure that we have our structure ready for the project, which is ready here. And the database is empty. We'll add the default data, some data to start with. And yeah, looks good. So now it's time to focus on the controller, because now we want to return the products, right? Now, first of all, we don't have products in the table, but let's see what happens when you don't have a data in the table and still when you try to fetch it. Of course, we'll get blank, but let's do that. So let's go to the product controller, and here we want to create a method which will return you the list of products, and the URL would be /products. We have tried that before, right? So if you go back to your browser, and here we are asking for products, it is giving you 404. We don't want this. So I will go back here and let me say create a method which will return the list of products, because we don't have one product. We'll be having list of products. So list of products, get all products. Of course, you can have any method name, doesn't matter, but still let's give it proper. And we have to also import this. Okay, let's set the URL. So we are going for the get mapping because we are going for the get method. So get mapping, and the URL will be products. So the actual URL will be API/products. So we are seeing this for the first time in this particular, or the last video and this video, but we are using the request mapping on top of the controller. So basically, whenever you talk about this controller follows /API/products. Okay, so now let's return the products. Now, but who will do that? Of course, we don't want your controller to talk to your database directly, right? So we need some layers in between. So I want my service layer. So I will have a service object here, and I will say, hey, get me all products. But unfortunately, we don't even have this object. We don't have a service object. So let's do that quickly, because now we know how do we create those layers, what annotation we use. So I will go back here in the service package. I will say new Java class, and this will be product service. And this product service will have an annotation called service. Now, since we have this as a service, I can create a reference here by saying private product service, and I will say service. Of course, I can use field injection here, which is on top of the variable, or you can use a constructor, or you can use setter to do that. I will use field injection, not a good idea, but it keeps your code smaller. I would encourage you to use this constructor injection. So create a constructor for controller, or a setter in the controller, and then implement it. Okay, so now we got this auto wired, so I can simply use this, but I don't have this method called get all products in the service. So I will ask my ID, hey, I want this method in the product service. It will say, okay, we'll do that, but give me the code. But again, I don't want service to talk to database, and I don't even want to return the hard-coded values. So this is where you need to basically create object of the repo. We don't have it. So in the repo, let me create a interface, class or interface. We have talked about this before. So basically we have to get the interface, and here we'll say product repo or repository, whatever name you want to give. And we got it. And this will basically extends JPA repository, which will take two types. One is a type of class you're working with, or a type of entity you're working with, and next is your primary key. The primary key is of type integer, so let's stick to it. And now let's have the methods. In fact, we don't need to add methods because we have that from JPA repository, right? We can simply use those methods in the service, but we need to use an annotation called repository. Again, I'm going a bit fast because we have talked about this in the previous sections. So let's talk about product service here. And now in this, let's create the object for product repo. I will say repo. And on top of this, we have to say auto wired. Okay, now once you got your repo, I can simply call the methods, right? So I can say, hey, repo, you will be having some methods to give me all the products. So it has find all, and then this will return you the list of products. So I have to say return the list of products. So simple, right? So database says, I'm done. We have a database ready. Service layer says, okay, I will get it from the repo. Repo says, okay, I will get it from the database. Controller says, okay, I will get it from service. And it will return the products to the user. That's what we are expecting, right? And expectation is not a bad thing. So let's try. Let's see what goes wrong and what goes right. If something goes wrong, we'll correct it. So let's get back to the browser. And here, let's say refresh. It worked. Okay, we got an empty array. Reason is because the database itself is empty. How do we get it solved? Okay, so what we can do is we can add some data in database. Of course, we have multiple ways of doing that. One, you can basically add the product from the page here. There should be add button. but I can't see that. I have this buttons here, nothing is working. But let me just refresh this. Still not working, okay? There's something still broken. We'll solve this. We'll solve this problem. But then we want some data when you actually hit this URL. I want to see that here so that I can use it in my front end. In fact, I also want to check this in the Postman. So I will click on send. It says not found because I have to hit the API. If I click on send, it says method not allowed. Okay, we are using post, my bad. I will say get and we got empty. Okay, so we want to have some data in database. How we are going to do that? So multiple ways are there. As I mentioned, you can have a button in your page, or you can go to your H2 console, and from here, you can insert some statement. But there's one problem, if you insert the queries from here, from your H2, okay, I will show you. What I will do is I do have the query ready with me, okay, and this is some random data which I have about cars. So I will just use that query here. So you can see I'm adding different cars here. Again, all this data is given by my team, so I have not actually read what they're talking about cars, what is their perspective towards car. But yeah, so we got this. We got Tata Nexon, Swift, Creta, Thar. So we have different cars here. So I want to add this data. So when I click on run, of course you will have this data in database, but we got an error. It says description not found. Okay, so basically we are using DESC and my team is using description. So let me just use that. Okay, so now let's run this and okay, it says product available. Okay, there are a lot of changes in the query. So we'll say available. Also, there should be issue with the quantity because I'm using quantity and click on run. Okay, still missing ID. Okay, it should be auto-generated. I have not done that. So basically, it says not null because in the query, I'm not assigning the ID. If you can see, I was assuming that it will be auto-generated. And for that, we have to do something. So let's get back to the code. And this is how you do development, right? Nothing is straightforward. So here, I will mention that I want to do auto-generation. So for that, I will use generated value annotation from JPA persistence. And here, I'll mention my strategy, which is control space, generated type identity. Okay. So now we have to restart the application. So it will reload your H2 basically. Okay, that's done. Let's get back to this. I will also copy this so that I don't have to type it again. Refresh, connect, and paste. And this time it should work, and it worked. Can you see that? It says something, updated count 5. I will check that the database. Okay, we have to fire the query to get the data. So I will just have it somewhere. Where should I keep it? I'll keep that in Sublime. Okay, Sublime is messed up with this. Okay, not copied properly. Okay, no issue. Let's make the changes later. But I want to remove this now. I will just keep it copied, and I will say select star from product. And now if I run this, we got the list of cars. But I want these cars on the browser. So I'll go back to the browser, which is I'm already in, refresh, and you can see we got the data now. So this data is actually coming from database. But one thing if you realize, the format of the date is not something I want. I want a simple date format where I will see the day first, then month, and then year. So we want DD, MM, YY feature of the format. Okay, so how do we do this? So we'll do the format thing later. Currently what I'm going to do is, if I restart, okay, where's my IDE? Did I lost my IDE? I don't want Sublime, close it, don't save. Okay, we got the IDE, it should be full screen. Okay, so now if I restart the application, see what happens. Every time you restart the application, and if you see the data, it's gone. Even in H2, it is gone now. It's because H2 is a temporary database, right? So every time you restart, you will lose the data. We don't have this data here now. I can run this select query for you. So not start, so let's go products. And if I click on run, it says product is not there. It is product. Run. Okay, so you can see it is empty now. So how do we solve this problem? I don't want to insert the data every time I run this project. So what I want to do is I want to create some default data. So one thing you can do is you can right click on the resources and say new, create a file, and name it as data.sql. So basically your H2 will load this. And what should be the query? It is this. Product, I don't know why we got this 2 times. I will just have it on the, okay, there is some spacing issues there. Okay, but you got the point, right? We got this data here in this data.sql. And now what we'll do is we'll restart the application and see the magic. Magic got an error, you will get something. And we got the error. Okay, now this was not the issue till Spring 2.7. The problem, Spring Boot 2.7, it started after that. So basically there's a problem where it searches for the table, but the table is created later, and it's trying to insert data where the table is not there. So I want to delay this process of initializing. So what I can do is to delay that, we have to set one more property, which is spring.jpa.defer data source initialization, and we'll keep it true. So basically data initialization should be later. First it will create a table, okay? So we'll set this property true so that now it will not be confused. It knows the sequence properly. So now if I run this, and there should not be an issue, okay, it's working. It created the table, and it will also load it. So I'll go back to my thing and run. Okay, connect once again because the database got recreated. Run, and you can see we got data. Let's also check in this, refresh, and we got the data. But we don't want this data here. We want this data in the React, and it still says something went wrong. How do we solve this? How do we solve this problem? So we'll try to connect this, and also we'll try to understand how do we get the data format which we want. Okay, so things are working out using the browser and the Postman as well. So just to show you the output of Postman, so when you click on this send, you got this data in this JSON format, right? In fact, in Postman, also you can get in a text format if you want, but since it is JSON, we can get JSON. You can even request for XML, but then for that, you have to request for XML. By default, you request for JSON. Okay, but then let's talk about the front end now. If you remember, we have seen the front end code, and then I've stopped it, so we'll run this once again. Basically, when you run this, it will open the page. Let's do that. So I will say npm run dev, and it started on this port number. So mind you, just to give you a hint, so basically we are using this port number, which is 5173 for the front end. So when I click on this, it will take you to the browser, and you can see this is what it says. The reason it is saying that something went wrong is something is wrong. Right? How do we know what is wrong? So what you can do is you can go to the inspect element, and let's head back to the console, and let's see what errors you get when you run this. So refresh, and you got an error. So if you try to understand, so it says this is from origin, this has been blocked by the cause policy. No access control allow origin header is present. Okay, so basically it gives you a cause error, which is cross origin resource sharing error. So what is this? See, the server is running on port number 8080. First of all, let's check if the server is running. So I will just go back here, run, server is running, right? But the server is running on 8080. So if you head back to your diagram here, so the server, which is this, is running on 8080 port number, and the front end, React, is running on okay, what is running on? It's 5173. And they are basically running on 2 different port numbers. Now what happens is, for the security reasons, it is not allowed to send a request with some other address. Maybe there will be some malicious website which is trying to access the resource. So that's why they say, okay, hold on, you can only access from the same resource. And that's why we are saying it is cause, which is cross origin resource sharing error. So from the same origin, you can access it. Cross, you cannot. And that's what is happening here. So we're getting this error. How do we solve this? Now, of course, there are multiple ways of doing that from the server side, from the client side. Let's only focus on the server side now. So if you want to solve this problem, before Spring Boot, we were supposed to do a lot of configuration. But now in Spring Boot, what you simply do is you go back to your controller. On top of your controller, just say @cause origin. Okay, that's it. Nothing changes. By doing this, just restart, and I don't see any error in the console. That's a good thing. Okay. Now let me go back to the browser and hit this URL without the front end. It works for the same resource, or when you're accessing from the browser directly. But when you try to access through the browser or through the front end, Let's refresh and you got the data. So that was the issue and it was giving you error. So whatever data was there in the database, now you can see on the front end. So what is this? Okay, so I have to go back to 100. So this is how it looks like. I will go with the dark mode. This looks good compared to the white mode, doesn't matter. Okay, so we got different products here. And as you add more products, you will see that here. Of course, when I click on add product, this feature is still not here. So in the upcoming videos where we talk about add product, we'll change the front end as well. Home is this. If you click on the Lisco, it will take you to the Lisco homepage. Okay. And if you click on categories, it's not enabled yet. Cart is also not working. If you can see, search will also not work. Add to cart button from here will also not work. So we have to enable this. Also, when you click on each product, I want to see their description. So let's say if I click on Swift, so what exactly the card features are. So I want to know those things. So maybe the features like easily damageable or not safe card. On the other hand, Nexon safe card. Again, I'm not promoting a card or saying anything. It's just that opinions. Anyway, so let's go back to the front end and let's see what is happening in the front end, how you are sending the request. So this is the page on the home page. When you refresh the page, it will hit this URL, which is mentioned before. And whatever data you get, it will be set in the products. And using that products, we are running a map. And for each product, we are basically running, it's like a loop kind of stuff. And you are fetching each element and you're printing or you're showing on the screen. Okay, it's looking beautiful because of the CSS. Otherwise, it's simple stuff. Now, how do you make other things? Basically, if you see there is also add product, but it says coming soon, there should be some more code here. And for search also we'll have that. So nav bar, I think it's not implemented yet. So yeah, so in this video, we have talked about the cause origin, which is mentioned here. And we have solved this problem. So now the front end and the back end is connected. And now we can focus on the next parts. So now it's time to go one step forward. So basically in the last video, we have seen how do you get all the products on the screen, right? But now what if you want to know about each product? What I'm talking about is, let's go back to the front end. So I have changed the front end for this video. So you will see that in the description. And let me open that new code in VS Code. Yeah. Okay. So this is the front end 2, as you can go with the names. So the first one was 1. This is 2. So this is a different UI. Nothing much changes, only one particular change. So if I click on SRC, you can see there is a folder called components. Inside this component, there's folder called product. So basically, let's go back to, first of all, the home. We don't have navigations here, right? Navigations is here. So I can basically get on the products and I can call this product, which is here. Now what is happening in the products is, so basically your client will send a request to the server for one product, not all. Of course, you will get all first because of this page of home page. But then if you click on one of the product, it will send a request to the server and it will send the ID of that particular server. Of the particular product. So this is where we are sending the ID. So of course on the back end, we have to handle that. Okay. So that's something we'll do in this video. But before we do that, I want to make some more changes, or maybe I will do it after. So once we complete this, we'll make those changes, what I was talking about. Okay. So how do you make it work? How do you get this particular ID, or how do you get a product with the ID? So let's run this and to see what we are expecting. So I have to run this. I will say npm install and there is no problem. I will say npm run dev. It's running on this port number. Let's head back to this port number here. Okay, it says something went wrong is because we don't have our database. Okay, or we don't have a server running. So let's go back to the code and let's run the server. Okay, no problem for the server. You can say it says Tomcat started. And now if I head back here, if I say refresh, you can see the products on this page. But then with the new UI, I can actually click on a particular product. So if I click on this, it says loading, but nothing will happen, okay? Because the server is not configured to do this. You can see the request here. It says product/1. I can just go back here and inspect element, console, and let's refresh this to see what happens. Okay, we got an error. Basically, we are not able to send the request because we don't have the backend ready. So let's go back to the backend and let's add it. So in the controller, we'll go back to this controller and add one more method. In fact, we don't need hello world at this point, so I can just remove this part now. and let's add one more method. Now this is going to return only one product, not the list of products. So I can simply say product, and the method name will be, let's say, get product. Okay, now one thing, if you remember, we have talked about this before. You are sending the number, you're sending the ID, right, in the URL. So if you see here, we are sending product/1. Okay, so in that case, I will just map it with get mapping, and we'll say /product / I can't say 1 is because the number might change. So in that case, I will accept that in the ID format. And we have to also accept that here. So I will say path variable and then int ID. So this is where it will be mapped. And once you got the ID, I can get a particular product. But who will give me this particular product? So of course I can say return service. You are responsible to get me the product. So I will say get product baby by ID. So get product by ID. And we'll pass this ID here. But unfortunately, we don't have this method in this service. So what I will do is I will ask my IDE to create this getProductById method. And of course, even this service will not do anything. Service will ask the repo to give the data. So it will say, hey repo, it is your job, so return repo dot. Now we can't say find all because find all will give you all the products. We want the one. So in that case, we have to search by, so you can see we have find by ID method. So we'll use this and let's pass the ID. Okay. Now this will not work is because of this. Find by ID returns you the optional product, not the product, because there might be a chance that in the database, we don't have any product with this particular ID. So it will return null and then you will get null pointer exception. So we don't want it. So to safe side, it says, I will return optional. It is your job to handle it. Now, I can handle it. I can check if the product is present, only return this, otherwise we can return something else. Or I can simply say get, it will give me the product, okay? Or better way is say or else. If the product is not there, in that case, you can return a blank product by sending value, let's say 0. Okay, there are a lot of values you have to set. Okay, so what I will do is I will simply keep it empty so that you will get all the null values or default values. Not a good option, okay? Properly, you should implement this with the status code and something, but we'll set the status code later. At this point, just keep it simple. It'll return the empty product. Or you can even say get, even that works. But again, not a good idea. Okay, so at least if you have a product, it will give you. That's what we are doing now. So now after making these changes, I hope this will work. So I will just refresh and it says, okay, still, okay, our table created, all the steps have been done, started on Tomcat. Let's head back to our browser and let's close this. Let's go back to homepage. We got all the products and this time let's click on some other car and we got it. You can see this says Honda City, cool. So this is how basically you get it. Few changes, I don't know why it is coming out of stock, we'll check this later. But if you see the date here, this is weird, okay? We don't want to show product listed on this. You can do two changes here. Either you can make these changes in the front end, you can simply get it and using React, you can change this value. You can read this value and convert it into DDMMYY format. Or we can directly store this type of data in the database in a different format. Let's see how we can do that. In that case, what I will do is I will go to product. And on top of release date, this is where you have to make a change. So you can basically change the way you store data in database or the data in database, okay? And the way you can do that is with the help of the Jackson library we have used. So Jackson is a library which we use to convert your object into JSON, JSON to object, but it can be used to change other formats as well, which is date format here. And the way you can do that is by using the JSON format. So this is the annotation we have to use, JSON format. And specify what you want to change. So basically, I want to store this in a string format. So I'll say control space. It can be done with the help of shape. And we have to use a format. I want to use a string format. So it's control space and we got string. Then the next thing you have to mention is the pattern, in which format you want to store it. So I will say pattern, and the format which I have is DDMMYYY. So it will basically make my job easy. So by doing this, we are changing the format, how it will look, okay? So restart the application. I think I've done that. So let's go back to the browser and click on home. So we got the products, and if I click on one product, now look at the format. So this is much more readable for the Indians at least. I'm not sure which format we use all over the world. Different countries with different formats. But this I'm very familiar with. So whatever format you prefer, you can change that. So you can say it says the day, it says 30, this is weird. This is not 30, it should be 14th. Okay, I think I have to make M capital. You know, date formats are always headache. Okay, server started, refresh, and hit. Okay, now it looks good. So capital, we have to make the M capital. Okay, now it looks good. So this is how basically you can do that format, date format stuff. What else we can change? This is working. We have made the product controller worked, right? For the particular ID. Now, there's one more thing I want to talk about. See, if you go back to Postman, so let's say if I'm not using the client, the React client, I'm using Postman as a client. And if when I hit this, you got this response, right? But maybe it's a good idea to send your own status code. We are not sending it, okay? And sometime in the front end also, if they want to handle the errors and stuff, if you send a proper status, you have to send the status. That's important, okay? How will you send status? Because we are not doing that. These are the default HTTP status which you are getting. So we are not doing that here. So instead of returning this, we should return the data as well as the status. And the way you can do that is by using something else. And that something else is called the response entity. So instead of returning the list of products, return the response entity object of type list product. So I will say response entity of type list of products. So by doing this, we are not just sending data, but also the response entity. So we can have status there. But then you can't return a product where it is asking you for the response entity. So what you have to do is you have to create object of response entity, and in the bracket you pass this object. And the benefits are, with the object you can also pass the status code. So maybe I want to pass HTTP status dot. So we have inbuilt object. You can see we have OK. You can send something else as well. Maybe anything. You can also say found if you want to do that. I think that's the only thing matching here apart from OK. So I will say OK. We can also use created when you create a product. Now we are not doing that. We are simply sending a response. So OK works. If you are not comfortable with this syntax, what you can also do is you can create a list of products separately, get the products, and then pass the object of list of products here. So, I mean, it's depending upon you how you want to do it. So this is one way. This is one thing. We can also do it for this. But let me just run this, how it will look like for all the products. Just restart the application. You know, after making the changes, we have to check if that is working. So let's get back here, refresh. It is working. It is working. But then the front end, if you are working on front end as well, you have more control. Depending upon the status code, you can change the way you show data. And you can also check that in Postman. But of course, you will only get OK because we have not done that. We have sending OK. But let's see if I send something else. I'm not sure. I've never tried this found. I don't know the status code for this. We can check it. You can click on found, and found returns 302. So let's check what status code you get on the Postman. So head back here, click on send. OK. Server still not started. Started now. Okay. So you got data, but you can see the status code is 302 found. And this is not a good idea. So good status is always 200 series. So we'll say okay. Let's change the product as well. So here also we'll use response entity. So from now we are going to focus on response entity, not just the product or the data. So here also we'll say new response entity. We'll put that here. Looks good. And we send the status. Now, since we are doing this, we can do one more thing. Now, since we are sending the status, don't you think we should also check if the product is there? So I can check if, first of all, let's get the product. What product? Product equal to service.getProductById. We'll send this. And that's what we are doing here, right? On this line. So we don't have to say this now. We can send the product itself. But we can check if the product is not null, then only you send this response, right? But what if the product is not there? In that case, you can return something else. You can return new response entity. We have one more constructor which takes only the status. So I will say HTTP status dot not acceptable, not found. So we can send not found. So this is one way to handle this. Let's relaunch it. So let's head back to the Postman and now send a request for, let's say 1. We have it, so it will get data. But what if you said 12? We don't have any product with 12, I hope. And you got error. And this is where you are getting because of this. So I have to make one more changes in the, because I was assuming that you will get data and we don't have it. So I will say or else return null. Let's work with null. Because anyway, I'm checking that on the client side, right? I mean, from the controller. So send, this works, 12. And you can see it says not found. So this is what I wanted to return. See, there are multiple ways to handle the situations. I'm going for this approach, looks easy, but depending upon different scenario, we can use different approach. Again, sending null is not a good idea. We have to find some other way of doing that. Cool. So this is how basically you get one product, and we have done that here as well. So it is working. Now it's time to move to the next step. Now this step is bit crucial, not exactly crucial, but then difficult to understand, because when I was doing this before the video, there are a lot of moving parts and there are a lot of things we have to take care of, because we are not just doing adding of the new product, because that's what we have discussed, right? So we have talked about getting all the products, and we are getting those products on the page. So just to show you the browser, this is what we had. So if I see here, we got the products, and if you click on this, you will also get the items. That is working, right? But now what I want to do is I want to basically have images as well. So with each product, I want to get their image, because that will make it more interesting, right? So because when you go to any website or any e-commerce website, with the product, you also get the image. And of course, when you click on this thing, on the left hand side also I want an image. Next thing I want is the add product. Of course this is not there, so we have to change the UI as well. But all I want is this option of adding a product. And when you add the product, I also want to add the image. Now the tricky part here is, if you see, if you see our code, this is the UI. If you see our code, in the product, we don't have any variable which handles the image. We have ID, name, description, brand, price, category, release date, availability, and quantity. Nowhere we are talking about image, okay? So that's something we have to add. So now, this time we'll go for the new UI. Okay, so we have updated the UI for this particular section, and we are going to use the new UI. And the link for the new UI you will find in the description. Okay, but in the new UI, you don't need to handle this because it has been handled in the UI itself. So we don't have to convert that by doing it in Java. So in UI also we have done this, so we can remove this. So you got the idea, right? We can do that from the backend as well. Now I'm removing it, so we'll handle that in the UI. Now what are the variables we need, and what is a new UI? So let's see the new UI first. This is the frontend 2 for the previous section. I will open the new UI, so I will say open. So this is where I have my new UI, which is the frontend 3. I will open this. I should have stopped the earlier one. It was stopped. Okay, I have not stopped it. Maybe the same put now we cannot use. Let's see. So I will close this, and now I will open the terminal. In the terminal, basically I'm going to do the same thing, npm install. Same steps which you have done before. Since new projects, I will just do that once again, run dev. And okay, so running on the same port number, so it was stopped automatically, I'm not sure. So if I click on this, it will open the new UI. It is opening on the other screen. I will open that here. Okay, this is a new one. This is the old one, or which is a new one. Okay, so it got refreshed automatically. Anyway, this is a new UI. And what is missing here is, you can see that we got the products, but then this thing here, it was an image, and we are not able to show the images because we don't have the image from the backend. Next, when I click on this, on the left hand side as well, this is where I want the image. So I want to do that as well. And how do we do it? And also we got the add product page. Now this is where you will enter your product name, brand, description, price, which category it belongs to, the quantity, the release date of the product, and the image. Okay, now this is basically tricky part, image, but other things are easy. Now if you're following from a long time, from the start, you know how do we create a new product, or how do we create a new object and send it and save that in database, we know that. But the tricky part here is to handle the image. So we'll do that. We'll do that step by step. So let's get back to our IDE. In fact, we should we should see the code in UI as well. I'm looking at the code UI with you, so just bear with me. Where are the changes would be? Nothing in app, category, use state. Okay, we got product with ID. This was there before. Okay, we also got cart option. So if I click on cart, we can also see the cart, but we'll do the cart part later, not in this video. And we'll do add product. This is what I want to do. And how the add product page is built is with the help of this. So in this, we are changing the product and image separately. So we got two different methods to do that. We got set product and set image. So basically we are fetching them individually. So we are fetching the product here, or we are sending the product. This is the post. And for image will be loaded, right? So that will call that function. It is calling handle image change. Handle image change is calling a set image. Okay, makes sense. So this is how basically you are sending the request for the add product. And on the home page also we have a change, because not just the product data, but we also want to show the image. And for the image, we are sending the request separately. If you can see, we are sending the request for each product. So we are using a map for iteration, and for each product with a different ID, we are sending a request for the image. Okay. So since in the UI we are using this format, let's say use the same format in the backend. So the request would be product slash the product ID. If the product ID is 1, it will be product slash 1 slash image, product slash 2 slash image. That's how it will go. So it will fetch the image for a particular product. Since it's not there in database, it is giving you that blank icon, but that's what it is there in the UI. I don't think there is much change apart from that. There's also cart, but then we'll be doing cart later. In product, individual product also, we are going to supply the image. So same URL, you can see product slash 1 slash image or product slash 2 slash image. So same URL we are going to use. So in the backend, basically we have to build two URLs, one for adding a product and one for getting that image. Okay, so let's do step by step. Let's go back to our code. And the first thing you're going to do is change this product. So for the image, I need 3 things, because when you send data on a client side, you have to also specify the content type of the image. Not all formats are supported. Maybe someone is sending the malicious executable file or some JavaScript file. So make sure that you go for images like JPG. So that's something you can check on in the front end side. So you have to specify what type of content you are working with. So this image actually can be a file. So file name, file type, and file data. So we can also say image data, that's fine. So I will say private string image name, then private string image type, and the data. So I will say private. Now how do you store your data? So basically there are multiple ways of handling with images. You can store the image on some cloud storage, okay? And you can get the link of it. So you can store the URL of that cloud storage in your database. That's one way. We went for the simple way because otherwise we have to sign up the AWS account, store the image there. So multiple steps, right? So just to keep it simple, I'm storing the image in database. Again, not a great idea, but it works. So I'll be using a byte array because we are going to store that in a byte format, and I will say image data. Now, whenever you work with this type of data like byte array, which you want to store in database, we have to store that as a large object. So we have to use annotation from persistence, which is lob, which is large object. Okay, so this is what we have done. And now if you run this, you will get a different database, different table. And since I'm working with images, I don't want some preloaded data. So I will, okay, let's have the same preload data and let's see what happens. So let's reload this to see what is a database change we are getting. So this is loading. Okay, Tomcat started. I will be going to my console, S2 console. Okay, refresh. Default data, I will say product and star. So you can see we got this data, but we got 3 more columns. We got image data, image name, and image type, and all are null. You know why? It's because we have not specified this thing in the data.sql. But I don't want it actually, because image is not there. I have to manually update each image. We can do that in the update feature, but then we are not working on update now. So I will just go with the blank data and I will type each object. Tedious task, but we have to do it, right? So what I will do is I will just delete this, or maybe I will just change the name of it. I hope by changing name, it will not be loaded. So it's data SQL1. Next, I want to, so we have made the changes in the product, and we have seen that it is reflecting in database as well. It's time to accept the new product. So I will create an object. I will create a method here for the new product. So I will say public will return the response entity itself with some data. And I may return any type of data. So I will say put in question mark because I'm not sure. We might return the data or we might return exception. So we'll have it both. I mean, not exception, but only the status if something went wrong. Next, I will say add product. Now the question is what kind of mapping we are going to do. So of course we have to do the post mapping. So post mapping, and the URL is simply /product. Nothing else, just a product. Because we are sending data in the body, right? So this is where you're going to send data. Now, if it is a normal product without the image, it's very simple. You can use request body, and we can simply say product. Our job is done, right? It will accept the product object. But the tricky part here is we are sending the image as well, which is a different format. So instead of using a product or request body, we'll be using the request part. Now request part and request body is a bit different. Request body accept the whole object or the whole JSON as object. Request part will accept in a part, as the name suggests, right? In two different parts or multiple parts. So request part for product it will accept in product, but for the image, we'll do that the next line. So I will say request part, and we'll accept the image. Now image itself is a file, and we'll accept that as a multi-part file, multi-part file, and we'll store that in the name called image file. You can also say image, that works, but image file is here. Now once you got your data, we have to send this data to the next layer. Who's the next layer? We have service layer, right? How we are going to send this? So I can simply say, hey service, add the product, whatever I'm accepting, and I'm going to pass you two things. I'm going to pass you the product, and I'm going to pass you the image file. So you just take care of storing that in database. But I also want to check if it is actually getting stored. So what I will do is, I want it to return me a product. I will say product, okay. And what if something goes wrong? So we also have a product name here. Let's say product 1, and okay, how we are going to get the error? So let's say if something goes wrong with the add product, it will throw the exception, right? So what I can do is I can set that in a try catch. So I will try to add the product. If it is not working, if I get the exception E, so in this case, I will simply return the some other response, okay? But if everything goes wrong, I will return new response entity in which I'm going to save the product, which is the saved project in database, and also the status code. The status I want to save is http status dot created. But what if something goes wrong? In that case, I'm going to return the response object, new response entity, but we'll send only the status, not the object itself. Or maybe I can send the message. So e.getMessage. So it will send the error message. Again, these things will be handled from the client side. So whatever message you're sending, client can decide they want to show it or they want to handle their own way. But I'm sending the message. With message, I also want to send the status. I will say status dot for error. It should be internal server error. Something went wrong. But also we are sending the message. So at least the client will know what is going wrong. Okay, so we got add product, but it's not there in the service. So let's create this. I will just click here and say, hey, create this method called add product. And now the next step goes here. How do we do this? How do we add a product? It's actually quite simple, right? We can add a product by saying, hey repo, save the product. It's so simple, right? Get the product from the controller send it to service, and we are getting in the service. From service, send it to repo. Job is done, right? But actually no, because we don't just have to send the product. We have to also send the image, right? Now this is tricky. To send the image, basically we have to get the image and we have to convert that image into bytes. Remember in this database we are storing that in a bytes format. Okay, so we have to get the bytes format. And not just that, we have to also get the name of the image and the type of the image. So in the product, we'll say, set the image name. And how will you get the image name? So I will say image file dot get name. In fact, not name. It will not return. We have some other method. Yeah, it's original file name. Product dot set image type. So I'll say image file dot get content type. And then we have to set the image as well. So image data. And this will be your image file dot, we have to convert it into bytes, and we have a method called getByID. Okay, it might throw an exception. Yeah, so we have to add the signature. It might throw an exception, so I'm throwing IO exception. And once you have all the image data in the product, I can simply say return. So whatever you save, we'll be returning it here, and it should be stored in database. I hope this will work. So what we have done is we got the product, we got the image, we got image details and set that in the product data or product object, and then we are saving it. So this should be stored in the database. That's the first step. Let's try. Let's see what happens. I will relaunch it, and if something goes wrong, we'll solve it, right? We know how to solve errors now. So Tomcat got restarted. I will go back to my browser. I have to move multiple pages. And here, I will click on Home. Okay, it says nothing is visible, so I will click on Add Product. Let's add some product. I will say Sam Mobile. The brand is Samsung. Some description. Price $99. It's a type of mobile. Stock is, let's say, 4. Release date is, let's say, 1st June. Image I got in my downloads. So that's the image here. Available, yes. Click on Submit. Okay, it says product added successfully. But when I click on OK, and if I click on Home, image is still not there. Okay, so we'll solve this. But I want to see if the image actually has been sent in the database. For that, I will go to H2. And if I click on Product, okay, I think I have to reload. Yeah. Connect, product, run. Okay, we got the product. And if you can see, something went wrong with the description. We'll check that later. But we got the image. We got the image name. We got the image type. We got the name of the phone, price, quantity. Okay, so these two things we have to sync up. I think there's something wrong with the communication between the client and the server, but that is something will resolve it. It might be some name issue. But the main thing is we are able to send the image. But why the image product details are not coming up? What I will do is I will just go back here and I just want to print whatever we are receiving in product just to see what is missing from the client side. Add product. Also Sam M brand Samsung. Some description. $88. So phone. Stock. 6. Release date 1. Image. Available. Submit. Product added. But now I want to see what is coming on the console. On the console, it's sending ID 0, makes sense, M1, okay. So description is not getting sent from the client itself. So there's some issue with the UI. We'll get it resolved and we'll replace the link if I corrected that. But the most important thing is we are sending the image separately, and that's why you got null here. But we'll solve that. It's not a big issue. I think these are the names we have changed, right? That's why there was an issue. Anyway, okay. We are not even loading the default data, so that is working. But what about the image? Why it is not loading the image? It's because if you see the UI, the image is getting fetched as a separate URL. And this is something we have to build. Okay, so we need to work on this. Not just on the product page, but also on the home page. It is requesting for that URL. And now we have to search for that URL. Where it is doing that. Yeah, it's here. So we just have to build this thing and it will work. We just have seen how do we add a new product, but with the help of image as well, with the help of multi-part file. And we are getting the details about the image and storing that in the product, and then we are saving the product in database. So now let's work with that image part. So in the UI, where is the UI? Where is the UI? In the UI, when I click on home, you can see the image is not coming here. And even if I go inside, it's not working. And apart from this, there were multiple issues. The first one is it's still showing out of stock. So we'll solve that. And I think I know the problem. In the description also, we were getting that empty, right? So if I click on here, there's no description. We have entered the description. Also, it is not showing the stock. It's because in the UI and in the backend, there's a name issue. So name is same, brand is same. Description, what we are using is only the not description. So if I change this, I think it will affect somewhere else. I'm not sure. But I think I have to change that in the front end. Yeah, so I have to change it everywhere. So I know the problem, you will solve this, I know. So in your code, in the back end, change this names. Or maybe I will just change that fast. Okay, what I will do is I will just go back to the product. Now since we are making this mistake from start, so let's resolve it. Description, what available? It's product available, stock quantity. What else was there? Stock quantity, product available, release date. And there was one more issue, description, price, category. Yeah, I think these are the only issues. Okay, but if I change this, I think I have to change somewhere else as well in the service. Anywhere we are using it? No? Good. In repo also no change. In the controller also no change. Okay, looks good. So those are the things we have to change. And now let's work with the image. So in the controller, we have to work for that URL, right? So which URL I'm talking about is in the home, this URL. So product / I will just copy this. This is what you have to work on. So let's go back to our code and create a method for this, or create a mapping for this. So it's public, and we are going to return the response entity. In the entity, the type will be byte array because we're going to send the image, right? Byte array, and I will say get image by product ID because that's what we are going to pass, because the mapping is get mapping in the URL. This is the URL, right? So instead of saying product ID, I will simply say ID, or maybe product ID will look good. Why there's a mistake here? Okay. So let's complete this method now, and there was an issue with the method name. And here we have to accept the name. So I will say product path variable, integer product ID, and let's work with this. Now, how will you get the image? So of course the image will be coming in the product itself, right? So we'll fetch the product and we'll save that in our product. So I will say product equal to, and who will give me the product? It is service. So I will say service, hey service, get our product by ID, and the ID we already have now. So this will give me a product. Now from this product, I want to get the image. In which format? In the bytes format. So I will say byte array image file equal to. How will you get this? So I will say, hey product, get me the image data dot get me the bytes. Okay, get image data itself is a byte, right? Yeah, itself is a byte. So we got the bytes. We don't need the name of it, but we'll need type, because on the client side, we have to send the content type, what type of content we are working with, because there might be some issues. So we'll send the content type as well. So let's return the data now. So since we have the image, so I'll say return. This time we want to send the content type as well. So I will use a different format, response entity, because it has multiple ways of doing this. You can send the OK, which is the status, and we can say dot. I want to send the content type as well. The content type is, okay, content type is media type. So we have to say media type dot, we have to use value type, value of, and you have to mention the type of the content. And how will you get the content type? So I'll say product dot get image type. Apart from this, so we are sending the status, okay, then we are sending the content type. We have to also send the data, right? So data will be going in a body, not boy, body, and the data itself is image file. Okay, looks good. So we got the product, then we got the image in the byte format. We are sending a response by sending okay. We are sending the content type, which is the get image type, and then we are sending the image file. You just try out without the content type. I tried before this, there was some issue, and this has resolved it. You try it without it and let me know in the comments if it is working for you. So now with this, let's refresh. I hope this will work. Hope. But again, when you restart, we have to create the object once again. So let's try. So Tomcat started. Let's go back here, click on home. You can see no product available. I will say add product. I will say Galaxy M. That's the phone name. Brand is Samsung. Best phone, $999. Okay, that's a huge price for this phone. $500. It's a mobile phone. Stock is 5. Release date is, let's say, 1st June. Image pegged. Product is available. Click on submit. It says product added successfully. That's great. Okay. Click on home. Oh, we got the image. Okay. So that's a good thing. Click on this. And okay, description is still not there. Okay, description is there. Yeah, it is best phone. Stock is now 5. So we have solved that problem. It says add to cart. So yeah, the names were the issue and we got the image. It's huge, but then that is something CSS issue, not our issue, right? I can click on add to cart. It says add it to the cart, but we have to manage this in the backend. Oh no. That's a UI feature anyway. Now I will add more products. I'll say sports shoe. Brand is Nike. Walk-in code. Price 99. Category fashion. Stock is, let's say, only 1. Date of release is today. Image. I hope I have picked the shoe image. Available. Submit. Product added successfully. Great. Click on home. Yeah, we got 2 products. So like this, we can add more products, and we can see that here. And if I click on this, this is what we got. Okay, things are working out, looking good. So this is how basically you integrate the front end and back end. So for a particular URL, you have to build the API so that the front end will get the data. And that's what we have done. Cool stuff, right? We can handle this more because we're actually not checking while sending the data that if the product is already there. What if you're sending an ID and the product is not there? What you will send? So we can handle that here using if-else stuff. And yeah, so this is working. So once we have done with the create and read, it's time to do the update and delete. The thing is, the UI which you are working with, I'm not sure it has the update and delete feature. I can't see that here. So we'll be going for a new UI. So we'll replace this. First of all, I will just stop this, what I was running here. And let's open the new UI. So I will go to File, Open. And this is where I have all the UI. Now this is the latest one. So this ecom frontend 4, I will upload that in the, you will find the link in description. I will open this and open. So this is our new UI and we need to make it work. So again, the same steps which we have done before. I will go to terminal. I will click on new terminal. And here I will say, okay, don't restart now. npm install, that's the first step. The next step is we have to say npm run dev. Okay, so this is running. I will click on this thing. It is opening on some other page. I'll just take it here. Okay. So here we got two products. Now this is because in the database we already have two things. I have not restarted my database yet or the backend yet. It's only the front end which is changed. And now when I click on any of the product, you can see we have this button now which is update and delete. I'm not sure in the old UI it was there. Please let me know in the comments or I will just check that after the video. But we got this button now, update and delete. And when I click on update, it should open the update form. So we'll have all these details and I can change the category of this. Maybe I will just put that into electronics now. And the number of quantities, I want to make it 7. Let's keep the same image and I will click on submit. So it says failed to update the product. Try again. So what went wrong? Of course, we don't have a URL or we don't have an API which will handle the update. But which URL it is heading? So let me just check my UI. So if I go here in the components, I don't see update. Yeah, we have the update. So we have update product and it is hitting the URL for put. Okay, where's the put request? Yeah. So this is a put request and we are hitting a URL which is localhost /80/API/product/ID, but the put request. Okay, that's important. Put request. And what type of data we are going to send? So from this, we are going to send three things. One thing is, of course, the ID. Next is the product and the multi-part image. Okay, so we are going to send three things: the ID, the multi-part image, and the product. So for this, we have to create a API. We also have a delete option. I will show you the delete one. So delete product is getting called. So I'm into product.jsx and yeah. So this is the delete request. So for delete also we have the same thing, same URL, but the method is different, okay? And in delete, we don't have to send the product data or the image. We just have to send the ID, okay? So these are the two URLs, just remember, these are the two URLs we have to work with. And for this, we have to create the API. So let's head back to our project and let's create these two controllers. So the first controller I'm going to create is this for the update. So let's say public, and we are going to return the status with some text. So I will say response entity and it is string, and I will say update product. Now, as I mentioned, we are going to accept three things, but then what will be URL? We have to use put mapping for the update, and the URL is /product/the ID, and that ID we have to accept here with the help of path variable. So I will say path variable int ID. That's the first thing. Apart from this, we can just take it from the post mapping. You can say we are accepting these two things. So I can simply use it. We are not copy pasting, we are just reusing the code, right? That sounds better. And open close. So this is the update method which we have. Okay, so when I say update, who is going to update this? Of course, I will ask my service to update the product. So I will say update product. And I want my update product to also return me something. So it should return the product which is updated. And maybe based on that, I will return something. Maybe I will say product 1. And here we have to send those three things. We have to send ID, we have to send the product, and we have to send the image file. Three things. Okay. And if you receive the product or if there's nothing wrong, so product 1, if it is not equal to null, in that case, I will return the new response entity by sending two things. I will send the text first, which is updated. And then I'm going to send the status, which is okay or created. Okay looks good. So I will say okay. And else I will return new response entity. We'll send the message failed to update and we'll pass the status dot maybe bad request or bad request works. Okay, so this is the thing, but then this is not working, right? So the actual logic goes into the update product now. This is a bit complex. So what I will do is I will just go back here and say create method update product. See, it is complex because we are also working with the image. If it is simply product, there's no problem. But since we also have an image here, then we have to make some changes. Now, it's very simple actually. You can simply use your repo by saying, hey repo, I want to save, because even if you want to update, you will use a save method. You can simply pass product. Okay, it depends upon us if you want to use the ID or if you don't want to use the ID, because I can simply skip ID if I want. I can simply update this. But there's one more issue with this. What if the product is not there? Of course, no one can send an update request if the product is not there, right? Because we are working with the UI. But anyway, let's imagine if someone is sending a request directly with the update request and the product is not there, it will create the product. So maybe you can have a check if the ID is present. So that for that reason, we can use the ID. Otherwise, the code which I'm going to write, I'm not going to use the ID. Okay, so what I was saying is we can return repo.save, because this will return the product and that's what I'm returning here. But then it will not have the image. We don't have the image data, right, in the product. So before doing this, what I will do is I will say product.set image data, and I'll pick that from the image file.getBytes. Now this getByte might throw an exception. Okay, so I will add to signature, I will say throw IO exception, but in the controller, then we have to use try catch. Yeah, this works. But then we are throwing the exception. We should return this. Yeah, bad request. Okay. Yeah, the code looks big, but then if you see, we have a line for try, catch, if else. So the simple code is just this update product. Okay. But if I go back to service, this is the first thing you have to set. Next, I also want to set the name of the image. I will say set image name. And that thing I will get it from the image file dot get original file name, and the type product.set image. And if you have a better option, let me know. I'm just trying what I have explored, but if you have some other way of doing this, let me know in the comments. So what I'm doing is I'm updating the product and storing the product, and this should work now. And I hope this will work. Anything need to check? It looks good. Maybe we'll also write the code for the delete in one go. I don't have to type these things again. I will say delete mapping for which request? Delete mapping for /product/ID. And here we'll write the method name as public. Even this will return the status. So I will say response status with message. So I will say string and delete product. This will accept the ID. So I will say path variable and accept the ID. We can check, before deleting it, we can check if the ID is there. I will go for a simple way. So I will say, hey service, say delete product and pass the ID. Actually we should check, otherwise we'll not be able to return the status, right? So what I will do is I will just get the product first. I will say product is equal to service.get product by ID. I will just pass this ID and we'll check first. If the product is not equal to null, in that case, it should delete and return something. So I'll return the new response entity by passing a message deleted, we should print product successfully deleted or deleted works. And then we'll send the status. So HTTP status dot, do we have anything for deleted? Let's see. Yeah, we'll go for okay. Okay, but what if the product is not there? So in the else case, I will return new response entity and we'll pass the message product not found and return the status HTTP status dot not found. Okay, but then we don't have the delete method. So I will just go back here and say create the delete method. And in this, we'll do very simple stuff. I will say repo dot delete and pass the ID. But I think for the ID, we have to use a different method. It should be delete by ID and pass the ID. That's it. And now we have basically worked with two methods. One is the update, which is the put and delete. So put will work with the update. That's what we have done here. And this will send the request to the service. So things should work out. I'm assuming it will work. So let's restart the application. Okay, looks like there's no issue. Tomcat is running. And now I will open my browser, okay? And in this, let's click on home. Now, the moment you say home, you lost all the products because we have restarted this application. So I will say add product, Samsung Galaxy, which will be M, brand, Samsung, some description, price, let's say $99, category, phone, or let's give a wrong category. Let's put it in electronics, and stock is, let's say 9, date of release 1st June. I have kept everything in the images. I will click on this, I hope that's a phone. And now product available, submit. So we got the first product. And okay, that's here. Let's add one more. Gaming laptop, not laptop, laptop, brand Asus, some description, price $999. Category, let's also put that in electronics. We'll update this as well. Stock 7. Release date is 1. Or maybe we'll have a separate release date, 12th of June. Images of laptop, product available, submit. Okay, so we got two products now. The first thing we are going to do is we'll update something. So let's go to the first product and what I want to update. Maybe I want to update this description and also the stock. So I'll click on update and we'll change this description. Best budget phone. Stock, I will reduce it to, let's say 6. I don't want to change the image. Category, we have to also change the category to mobile. It was laptop. It was electronics, I think. And click on submit and it says updated. You can see the message here. And if I click on home now, let's go back to this product. Description got updated. The stock got updated. And we have also changed something, or maybe 2 things. So that's how basically you can update. What about delete? So what I will do is I will delete this laptop here and click on delete. So it says delete successfully. I can still see here, maybe it was not refresh, it's gone. Okay. So again, the UI things need to be changed, but things are working out. So we have worked with the update and we have worked with the delete. So just to reiterate, what we have done is we have added the 2 methods, one for the update product and one for the delete product. In the update, we are accepting 3 things. Of course, we are not using ID, but we can if you want to check if the product is there or not before updating it. Otherwise, the save method will create a new product. Okay, so that's one thing you can check. Again, that's up to you. If you have done it, let me know in the comments. Others can also see your work. And we have done with delete. In the service, basically for updating, it's very easy actually updating. We can simply use save method, but since we also have an image, that's why we have this 3 extra lines. Otherwise, simply save works. And delete simple line because we're not working with images. We just say, hey, delete the product and our job will be done. So that completes the basic operation, what we wanted to do with this. I hope you have enjoyed, and if you have enjoyed, please do share with your friends. So now it's time to implement the next feature, which is a search feature. Now, why search is important is because we are using Data JPA, right, which is Spring Data JPA. And if you look at the repo layer, it's quite empty. So we are not defining any method, or we're not even declaring the methods. We got all the methods from the JPA repository. So when things are simple, like CRUD operations, it can be done with the help of JPA repository. But let's say if you want to find something which is not a primary key, because whatever we are doing now, if you're searching for a product by the ID, it is very easy, right? You can just use a product by ID and it works. But what about if you want to search with some other things? Example, if you want to search with the name, or the product name, or the description, or the amount, the quantity. That's weird, right? Why someone will search for by quantity? It doesn't matter. You got the point, right? So if you have other fields to check with, how do you make it work? Because by default, it will not support. Example, if I go back to my product service, and let's say in any of the method here, let's say in the update itself, just to check what we do. So if I say repo dot, there are multiple methods, right? One of the method is find by ID. So if you have the ID, you can do it. But we don't have a method using which you can actually find by name or any other field of the database. Now, what are the fields we have? If you go to product, we got description, brand. Yeah. So let's say if you want to search by a brand, in that case, what you can do is, let's say when you search with a brand, And of course, you can have multiple products of the same brand. In that case, you can declare your own method, which will return you the list of product and list of products. And then you can mention the method. You can mention find by, and you can mention the variable or the type, which is brand. And then you can pass the brand here. Okay, so this is how basically you can achieve this. Now, your JPA does support this, right? But then this is only for one field, or maybe you can have two fields. You can also have here and you can mention the next variable. But let's say you have multiple things to check with. Example, if you want to search, but then not just based on one field, or maybe multiple field, or maybe you want to mention some customized query. In that case, you can literally write the query, not the SQL query. You can, but then I don't want to write the SQL query. And that's why we got something called a JPQL, which is JPQL, which stands for JPA Query Language. So it is similar to SQL. The only difference is in SQL we use tables. Here we have to use class name. In SQL we use column names. Here we have to use the field names. Okay, so those are the changes we have. Okay, so the method which I want to do is, which I want to write here is a method which will return the list of product, and maybe I will have the method name as search products, and then here you can pass the keyword on which you want to search, right? So we can have this method, but this will not work. So by default, JPA will not understand what search products means. So, and that's why you have to mention the query. And the way you can do that is by writing @query. So you can write the query here. Okay. Now, what is a query? We'll see that in some time, but we have to mention the query in this brackets. Okay, and of course in the query we are going to use keyword. So example, if you want to search something in SQL, so you say select star from the table, it's a product, where the product or the brand is equal to, and then you can use a like keyword, and you can put that in single quote, right? So what's a keyword you want to search with? So that's something we are going to use here. But then if you want to achieve this, we have to also change our front end, right? So let's start with front end and then we'll come back here. So let me go back to my front end. Now this is a front end, right? Now in this front end, basically we don't have the search feature. So for that, I'm going to open the new front end. So, and you will find the link in description. So I will say open folder. And this is the thing, which is ecom frontend 4. So this is the fourth front end which we are using. Of course, everything is iteration, so nothing new. And if I open that, okay, I can simply say npm install. And by the time it is happening, let's look at the place where it is searching. Again, with you, I'm doing this for the first time. So I'll go to navbar. I'm assuming that it is navbar. And here it is. So you can see there will be search box, and then every time you hit the keyboard, or whenever you hit a key, it will call this function called handle change. Let's see, where are we calling it? Yeah, so if you can see, we have handle change here. So with every input, every time you press the button, it will hit this query. Again, there are different way of implementing it. Maybe you can have a button. So once you type the entire text, you can hit the button. Which is much more efficient in terms of server load, because you're not going to search the server for every key, but maybe we want to make that more user friendly just by typing few letters if you can get the suggestions. So it is hitting that. And it's requesting for this URL. So this is what we have to work with. So search and then the value. Okay, so we are using question mark here in the front end. We can also use slash, but let's, so question mark makes sense here. So we are not going to use path variable, because for this we have to use something else. Again, we'll see that. So this is the URL we have to work with. So install done. Let me just say run dev and enter. So it's running on this port number now. Maybe earlier port number is busy. It says something went wrong because the server is not ready. And this is what I was talking about. So if I search something, it should give some suggestions. There's no button here to say go, so you have to give the suggestion. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my server or the backend. And in this, basically, I will go back to my product service. We have written this. Let's remove the extra line and go back to controller. So basically, we need a mapping for that particular search. So I can create a public. It will return the response entity, which will return the list of products. And let's say the method name is search products. Now this will accept a string, right? So string keyword, which is coming from the client side. And for this, we are going to do mapping as well. So I will say request or get mapping for the URL. So now we know the URL, it is slash product slash, okay, we don't know the URL. So slash product slash search is the URL. Okay. But then how we are going to accept this particular thing here, which is name is value. Now, in that case, of course, it should be keyword. So you're searching for name. Okay, looks like I'm using a wrong front end. Okay, so let me open the fifth one. I think fifth is the correct one. I was expecting that it will be keyword, but I got name. Let me just check the fifth one. And yeah, so it is keyword. So this is the correct one, not the earlier one. So what I will do is I will just do the same thing for this, which is npm install and npm run dev. So even this is using the same port number. Okay, this is what I was looking for. So we have changed the front page if the backend is not ready. Okay, so my bad. So I was using the wrong UI. So I will share this link in the description, the fifth one. Okay, anyway, so let's get back to the code. And here I'm going to use the same thing because we are searching for keyword. I mean, we are passing the keyword in the URL. So it will accept that in the same name. Okay, once you have that, the next thing you have to do is we have to basically call the service method, right, to search it. Now the service method is going to return you the list of products. And I will say products is equal to, and I will use a product service. So I will say service dot search products. Unfortunately, we don't have that method there, but we'll create one. So I will say keyword. So I want this method in the service. But let's say if you got the products, how will you return the value? So I will say return. And now we have to return the response entity, not the products. And in the response entity, we have to return the products. And then you have to also give the status, which is .OK, and done. But then we don't have this method, so let's create one in this service. And in this service, we are creating this method. Now again, service will not do anything. Service will simply say return, and it will ask the repo, hey repo, search the products. And since we have created the method in this repo first, we have that there. Just pass this keyword. So service job is nothing much here. Just pass it to the repo. Now in the repo, we are going to do the actual work. Okay, I'm just confirming if everything is good in here. So looks good, nothing wrong. Let's go back to repo and let's write our query. Okay. Now basically we have to use the JPQL, right? Not the SQL query. So it looks similar to SQL. So I will say select, and we don't say star, we say P. Now what is P here? So I will say from product, and mind you, product is not a table here, it's a class name. And then this is the alias for it. So this P is alias for product, and that's what we are using here. And then we say where, and now after this where, we have to check for multiple fields. We got for name, brand, so we'll do that here. So I will say enter. Now the first thing we can do is we can check for the name field. So I can say p.name, because in the P we got the name, right? So we'll say p.name, and let's match it with the keyword. Now how do we match it? Basically we can use like for matching this text. And then we can use the percentage symbol because it might be having something front and back of it. That's how we do it in SQL. And in between, we can pass the keyword. Now, since keyword is basically, this is what it has to pick up, right? So we can use the colon. So when you say colon, it will search for this field in the parameters which you are passing. So that it solves. But this may not work. Maybe because the text which you're searching for is small and in the database you got capital. So what you can do is you can convert everything here. So you can say lower. So these are some inbuilt functions we have. And here also I want to lower it, the keyword. Okay, so we are lowering. So these are the inbuilt functions we in JPQL. So we can use lower. It will convert this into a small letters, and even this will do it. But the problem is we are concatenating this percentage with the keyword, right? So instead of doing this, we have to use the method. So the method name is concat. I want to concat this particular percentage with the keyword, and this keyword with the percentage. And since we are opening the brackets here, that is closed here. We are opening it here. We'll close it here. Now this is only for the name. What about you want to have some more things? So you have to say or and enter more things here. Now, since I already have all the things written, so I will just use it here instead of typing. So I want to add more lines. I'll just paste it here. Looks like we got an extra bracket. Yeah. So this looks good. I'm just confirming if everything is correct. It's tricky because even if you want to check what is happening, basically we have to first add those products and check it. And I have to do things multiple times. So I will just check it once. Okay. So from where? Okay, looks good. So this should work. So basically what we are doing is we are converting every text into lower and then comparing it with the keyword. So now once we have done this, let's restart the application. Or in fact, we have not even started this. So let's restart and see if that search is working. In fact, what I want to also do is here, every time you call this search, I'll just print searching with, and let's also specify the keyword on which it is searching. And doing that, let's restart. Okay. So it's running on port number 8080, so no problem. Let me just go back to my browser and let's refresh. So you can see it's no product available, so that means server is connected. And let's click on the search and search something. Let's say I want to search for Samsung phone. If I say S, okay, this is not working. Let me just add a product here. So I'm saying Sam phone, Sam mobile, Samsung, price 33. It's a phone, stock is 3, date is this, choose a file, this is a phone, open. And now when I click on submit, product added. Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, it is working, but now why it is not printing anything on the console? Let me restart once again. Okay, let's hit that. Now, again, when you restart, you will lose data. And if I say S now, what's wrong? Why it is not printing anything? Let me try for the home page. This is weird. Okay. It is saying hi, but why is not doing for the search? Okay, I think I got the problem. The problem is we got here products, not product. Okay, I thought there's something wrong with the ID itself. Okay, let me remove this hi from the top. Oh. Suddenly I started questioning my Java knowledge. Now get back here, and if I say S, so you can say no product name with such name, but it is searching with S. Now, if I say something else there, if I say SA, it will hit it with SA. So every time you type something, it will search. But now to actually test it, we have to add some product. So I will go back here, and let's say I'm saying Sam Mobile or brand Samsung and some description, budget phone. And here price 666, it's a phone, stock is 2, date is current date or maybe 23. Let's pick up the phone image and add. So that's the first product you have, which you have added. And now we got home here. Let's add one more to test it. Also gaming laptop, brand is Asus, and fast machine, it's a laptop. Date selected, image selected, submit. Okay, so you can see we got 2 products now. How we are going to search? Let's say I want to search for Sam, and you can see when I'm searching for capital A, it is doing that, right? And if I click on Sam Mobile, we are getting this. Next, if I say a phone, so it still shows Sam Mobile because in the description, we are saying it is phone, right? Next, we can also search by something else, maybe gaming with the name itself. So we got gaming laptop. We can search a brand, which is Asus, so we got gaming laptop. So that's how your search is working. Again, the UI is good, and that's why you can see such beautiful text here. But then you have to also make your backend work to get it work. So at least now you know how do we write our own queries with the help of JPQL. So what you do is you use select from similar to SQL. The difference is instead of using a table name, you have to use a class name. And then these are not compulsory thing, but then since we wanted to make sure that the search should happen even if you don't follow the capital and small, and that's why you got here. And that's why we're using lower and all this stuff. So yeah, that's it from searching. I hope you enjoyed. And now it's time to focus on security. See, the thing is, when you talk about software development, of course, we build projects. And then in that process, basically, we have to first learn the language, we have to learn the frameworks, and then we start implementing the project. The most important thing in a project when you build it is it should work. Of course, right? If your software is not working, then all the other aspect doesn't make any sense. So the first thing is focus on building a working product. Next is the project or the software should be stable. I mean, we build projects which works, and then suddenly it stopped working for a few inputs, and then maybe because of some issues, it gives you other issues. Now that means your software is not stable, and most of the applications which I use on my phone are not stable, right? Even it can be a banking application. I mean, the only thing which works perfectly, I think, is calculator, right? Apart from that, you will see bugs in most of the softwares, and it will be. No software in the world is 100% bug proof. And if you think that one of the software is bug proof, maybe we have not done enough hard work to find the bugs. But yeah, it will have some bugs. We have to make sure that you reduce the number of bugs, at least the major bugs should not be there. And by doing that, you're making it stable. So in Java also, we can do that with the help of handling the exceptions and stuff. Then the most important thing which comes here is the security. And we know the importance of security, right? And that's why on your phone as well, you implement the locks. Maybe it can be your fingerprint reader or your face unlock or using a pattern or a password. We do keep the password as 000 just to make it easy, but again, not a good idea. Still, we know the importance of security. Now, whatever we have built till this point and whatever we have learned in the project which we have built is not secure because anyone can go there, anyone can do anything with the project. What if you want to make it secure? You'll be having multiple users. Not everyone should be able to do everything. Example, if you are building e-commerce, we will be having different roles there. So the seller will add the product, the buyer will buy the product, right? So everyone will have a different role and they have to log in to achieve those roles. And that's how you can secure it. And that's not the only way you can secure it. There are multiple ways of securing it. But as a developer, we focus on login, logout, or with the help of username, password, or maybe some other formats. So yeah, so how do we implement security? Now, if you're not using Spring, if you're using a normal Servlet JSP to build web application, implementing security is a big task. I mean, trust me, if you spend 10 hours building a product, you will be spending another 20 hours securing it. But Spring security will make your work easy. How? We'll see that step by step. But then how do we know? How do we secure the application? What are the steps you have to follow? Sometimes we feel that it is secure and then some hacker will hack it by showing, hey, it's not secure. Then you will secure it. It works in the normal applications, but think about banking application. Think about healthcare records. So sometimes we are not sure how do we secure it. We don't want to wait for someone to hack and then tell us that's how I can hack your software or the application. Now to do this, we have something called OWASP. Now, OWASP stands for Open Web Application Security Project. And what they do is every 4 years, they release some important security measures which you can take or some issues. And then you can work on those issues and make sure that you don't have that in your project. And they call it as OWASP Top 10. So if I click on this top 10 here, so you can see these are the top 10 risks of 2021. So they release this in every 4 years. So the next version or next update is expected to be coming into 2025. So depending upon when you're watching this, so you can look at the recent top 10. So this was 2017, this is 2021, and these are the measures, these are the security risk. And you can just go through this. It talks about access control, cryptography, how do you encrypt and how do you decrypt, which standards you're following, are you handling the injection attacks, then designing, is it the way you design your software, is it secure? There are a lot of things which are mentioned here. I would also add a link of OWASP Top 10 in the description. I already made a video on this, so you can have a watch. But make sure that you follow this to understand different security issues which we have. Okay, so the good thing is, if you are not using Spring, then you have to think about all those things. You have to implement them step by step. Now, when you use a framework like Spring, which has its own security implementation, which is called Spring Security, it takes care of most of these things. And by default, it will say, hey, you're doing this. Maybe it will not make your web secure. So do this. And it will give you suggestions as well. It will restrict you to do certain things. And if you follow that, you're basically making your application secure. And what I'm talking about, you will get to know that in some time. In the upcoming videos. So now let's try to build a project and let me show you how easy it is to secure your application using Spring Security. So to do that, what I will do is, first of all, let's create a new project. Of course, I can edit my existing project, but I want to show you how do you start a project thinking security in the mind. Okay, so let's go to our start.spring.io, and here we'll create a Maven project with Java language. This is 3.3.1. The group ID is com.telesco. The artifact ID is Spring Security Example. Of course, you can use any name, doesn't matter. And packaging will be Java. The Java version is 21. Now, dependencies. Of course, you can secure different type of applications. Example, if you are securing your hardware, let's say I have this phone with me and I want to secure this, basically I can just keep it in a room and I can lock the room so that no one can access it. That's external security. But what if someone can hack it online? So for that, we have to build Spring Security. So I'm basically trying to secure a web application using Spring Security. So I want to have a web feature. I will also get DevTool just in case if I want to use that. We can also use database. See, ultimately, when you say login, username, login, password, you may want to store that in database. So of course, we need to have database as well. But maybe we can add database part later. At this point, just try to keep it simple. So we got web and DevTools. I will get now Spring Security. Now this will make your app secure. And I will click on generate. So it will download the project. Now the only thing we have to do is we have to unzip it and open that in the IntelliJ IDEA community version. So unzipping done, I will just open this project now. So this is a project. I will click on open and yeah, I got my project here. So basically I got Spring Security project and now I want to test it if this is working. So what I will do is to start with, I will disable the Spring Security part. So at this point, I will just say comment and reload the Maven changes. That's important. Now, once you reload, you don't have Spring Security in the project. So it is normal Spring Boot application. And I will go to SRC. In the main, I will create a controller because at this point, we don't have any controllers. And if you want to secure, you need some resource to secure, right? So let's create a resource. And I will say this as a simple hello controller, nothing fancy, a simple hello controller. And here, basically what I'm going to do is, of course, I have to make it controller and I'll make it REST controller. I don't want to create the UIs. I will simply go for the REST endpoints. And here, I just want one method and we have used this before. So I will simply say greet. And this will basically get mapping and the URL is homepage. So whenever someone requests for the homepage, I want to return welcome to Telescope. That's it. Nothing fancy, just a simple text. Okay. So for the homepage, this is the text I want to return. I want to check if this is working. So I will go back to my application and here I will click on run. This should run on port number 8080 if it is free. And it should be free. So if I look at here, yeah, it is running on port number 8080. How do I verify this? I will open a browser. Okay, so I got my browser here and I'm going to hit localhost 8080 and you can see it says welcome to Telescope. Now this is the resource I want to secure. Of course, this can be a very complex resource as well, something which interacts with the database or maybe it is doing some bigger task. It doesn't matter, right? Resource is a resource. Maybe you want to secure your a simple pen or maybe you want to secure your gold chain. Both are resources. You will need a locker to secure it. So how do we secure this? What I want to do is, if someone requests for the homepage, it should first open the login form. Of course, right? There should be a login form. That means we have to create a UI for the login form. That's one. Next, when a user enters the details, the username and password, we have to verify that in the backend. How do I verify that? Maybe I need a database where I will have username passwords. A lot of steps, right? Okay, let's do that in this video or maybe in the next video. Let's see. Okay, maybe you can judge by the length of the video how difficult it will be. So what I will do is I will just go back here to the POM and I will enable this Spring Security because now I want to secure it. And just by enabling it, let's see if the application still works. I will just reload the project and let's see what errors you get so that you can focus on the building a login form and other stuff. Okay, so now I'm hitting the same URL, which is localhost 8080. If I enter, oh, this is weird and awesome at the same time. Weird because I was expecting some error or maybe it should say something that you don't have a login form. And the awesome thing is Spring Security is giving you a login form just by adding that dependency. But the question is it just a login form or is it working? Okay, now that's tricky. First of all, I'm not sure what the username and password is. I'm just guessing. So maybe the username will be user. Actually, the username is user. But what about the password? Is it the user? Let's try. Sign in. No, it's not working. So you can see it says bad credentials. So it is checking something. I'm saying user, password should be Naveen. No, it's not working. Maybe it's not even picking my local, desktop name. So what will be the password and username? Username is user for sure. The password, where do I find the password? Now, if you go to the console and if you scroll up, can you see that? It says using generated security password is this. This is the password. I can simply copy this and go back here and paste it, and voila. So just by adding a dependency, it is giving you a login form. It is also giving you the logic to check if the username password is correct, and it is doing that. Okay. Now let me show you. It's actually working. If I open another tab, another incognito tab here, or private window for Safari, and if I say localhost 8080, it is still asking for the login form. So it maintains the session as well. But if I open a normal tab, or let's say new tab, and if I hit the same URL, it is not asking for the login form. So session is also maintaining. So a lot of things is doing behind the scene, right? This is cool. Now we got this, right? And this perfectly makes sense. But it also says something. It says this generated password is for development use only. Don't use it in the production. Okay, that's good. Also, we only got one password. In your system, you'll be having multiple users. How do I achieve that? How do we have multiple username password? And now you might be thinking there should be some magic where Spring Security will have all the username password. No, Spring Security is magic, but it's not actually a superhuman. Can I say that? Or in India, we say Rajnikant. I'm not sure how many of you know this context, but yeah. So Spring Security has no idea what username password you will be going to use. And that's why you have to use database. How we are going to do that, let's see in the upcoming videos. But we have to do a lot of work to secure it with the help of username password. But the main thing what it has done is it is giving you a login form. It also gives you one more thing. What if you want to log out? So you can just use a URL here and say, log out, enter. It will say, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Log out. And then if you're thinking this is just a UI gimmick, no, let me just open this tab once again and I will hit the localhost 8080. It is asking you to sign in again. So logout actually works. It's not just a gimmick where you see a UI which says logout done. It's actually protecting your application. So once you log in, once you log out, it's gone. Okay. And, but yeah, there are a lot of things we have to talk about and we're going to discuss that in the upcoming videos. But at this point, we just added the dependency for Spring Security and it is giving you a login form. If you want to change something, if you want to change a password, you can do that in the resource. So in the application properties, you can set your username passwords here. But again, you can only set only one username password. Maybe you don't want to go for this password every time. So maybe a super root password, you can set it here, username password. But the ideal way is to work with database. So now we got a default form using which you can log in, right? But then I want to change one thing. And then during that process, we'll understand different concepts in between. The thing which I want to change is the username and password, because by default, you are getting a username as user and the password you are getting in the console. I don't want it. I want to have my own password. So that's one thing. But then there are certain things which you have to understand in between. First of all, who is handling the security part here? How exactly, when we are defining the controllers, someone else, I mean, that someone else is your page, the login page, is coming in between. How that is possible? Next, I want to talk about this session. So when you log in, I can access the same page multiple times. I mean, not just same page. In the application, if you have multiple controllers, in this case, we only have one. But let's say if you have multiple controllers, do we have to log in for each request? Not exactly, because we have something called session behind the scene. How that session is getting created. And if I want to see the session ID, can I do that? So I want to check that as well. And then what if I don't want to use a login form? What if I want to do that from a Postman? Can I do that? So Postman, basically any REST client, can I do that? So let's try that everything in this video. So first thing, how that login form is coming there when I'm requesting for the home page. See, to understand this, let's go back to the basics of Spring Web. See, when you create controllers, so let's say we have this box here, this is your server, and the most important thing here is the controllers, right? So these are the controllers which you're calling. Now, let's say this is your home controller, this is your add controller, or this is your check balance controller. So let's say if you have a bank account and you want to check your balance. So we got multiple controllers here, right? And a client will send the request, right? So that's how the flow goes, right? So client sends request, response goes from the server to the client, right? Everything is good. Of course, the object here is the HTTP request object. This is HTTP response object, which we get from the server. And this is your container. Now, if we talk about this controller here, behind the scene, these things are running on a servlet container. See, as I mentioned before, Spring Web comes into two parts. One is a servlet way, which we are doing now. And then there's also reactive way. We are not focusing on reactive here, Spring Reactive. We are only focusing on the Spring Web. Now in this, every controller gets converted into servlet behind the scene. So basically you are able to run this on Tomcat because of that servlets. So all these things, all your controller gets converted into servlets. Okay, so this is running on the servlet container. Now this is your Tomcat, which is a servlet container, right? But then before the request goes to the controller, we got something here which is called your front controller. So this is your front controller, also called a dispatcher servlet. So every request from the client, when it goes to the controller which you created, it goes through the dispatcher servlet. But before it goes from the dispatcher servlet, there are more things there. By default, we don't invoke them, or even if they're there, they're just passing it. But we can customize it. So when you add Spring Security, we are calling those things. Those things are responsible. But what are those things? So those things are your filters. So there's a filter chain here. So I don't have horizontal space. I will do that in vertical. So basically what you have is you have something called a filter chain here. So request goes from the client to the filter first. This is your filter chain. And then from here, it goes to the front controller. And then from front controller, it interacts with different controllers here. Now, what is this filter chain? In the filter chain, you will be having multiple filters. This is filter 1, let's say F1. This is filter 2. This is filter 3. And I'm not saying that you'll be having all this filter by default. There might be few filters, there might be more filters. It depends upon how you configure your application. By default, there are certain filters. But then when you talk about Spring Security, it adds its own filter here, okay? So what it does is when the request goes from the client to the server, the Tomcat, it looks for the filter first. Do we have any filters? Now Spring Security says, yes, there are filters, multiple filters, not just one. Let's check what those filters are. In the earlier version, we used to see those filters here. For some reason, it is not coming in the console. Not sure why. So what I will do is I will ask my Copilot to give me the security filters. Okay, so you can see it is giving you a list of filters, 11 filters, but I think there are more filters which is not showing. So if you scroll down, or if you scroll up, basically here, we got security context persistence filter, we got logout filter, we got username password authentication filter. Now this is what was working when we got the login form. So even if you are accessing for the home controller, it says, hold on, you are not logged in. So let me take care of it. So this filter comes into picture. Then we got login default page generator filter, page authentication filter, request cache aware filter. There are a lot of filter here, as you can see. But I think there are more which is not showing. So there are a lot of filters. Of course, you don't have to remember all because Spring Security will take care of it. But when you want to customize it, yes, you can customize those filters. Then you need to know those filters. And this filter, so F1, F2, which I'm showing here, these are those filters. By default, it applies some filters to you, and that's why it is giving you a login form. Now, behind the scene, how this filter works is it works in a chain format. So when your request goes to the server, it says, okay, let's execute F1. F1 can decide, I mean, F1, I can actually change data as well. Let's say if you want to add two numbers, 2 plus 5, it goes to the filter, it checks. I mean, using filter, you can check, are those two numbers actually integers, or are there two numbers bigger than 5? So whatever filter, whatever condition you want to add, basically you can do that in the filter. You can change the request, you can change the response as well, because response goes in the same format. So if the request goes like this, the response goes like this, right? So it goes to the filter. So you can change the request, you can change the response, and whatever you want to do. But here we are not changing data, we are just checking if the user is logged in or not. So one of the filter here acts like a login filter. It says, hey, the user is not authenticated. Let's send the login form. Okay, but let's say if the user is logged in already, and by sending the session ID, they can basically check if the user is logged in. Yes, don't ask for the login page. Let's send the request. So that's how this filter works, and it uses something called chain, as I mentioned. So this filter will send request to F2, F2 will send it to F3, F3. So there's something called next filter or do filter. chain. So it goes for the next filter. I hope now things are making sense. How exactly when you call a controller, the security part is getting activated is because of these filters. We have talked about a lot of things. Now let's go for the second point, which is the session ID. So when you say this session is getting generated, because if I relaunch this, and of course it will give you a new password. Okay, this is a new password. I will just copy this because I want to re-log in and just refresh this. Just wanted to make sure I'm not logged in. And now I'll be saying user, and this is a password, sign in. Now I'm logged in, right? And it doesn't matter how many times I refresh, I can still see the same page. It's not like it is giving me the login page. But after logout, it will give the login page. What if you are changing your browser? So when you change your browser, you got a new instance, right? A new particular application. Even that will ask you for the login. Just to show you the proof, I'm opening my Chrome, localhost 8080, it is sending a request for the home page. Now the inspect element of Chrome is better than Safari. I've never tried on Safari. Let's try on Chrome. So I will do the same thing again. Same password, enter, I'm signed in. How do I check this session ID? You can check it from here, right? So you can just go back here and say inspect more tools and developer tools. Okay, so here, if I refresh once again, let's go back to the network tab. And here, if you can see, we got continue. So basically that's a query parameter they're sending, but not required. This is request for the home page. Okay, this is a request for the home page. I will click here. And if you see, there are certain things here. One of the thing is the session ID. If I click on this, you can see session ID. So this is a part of a cookie. And this is your session ID. So that number, the alphabetic numeric number, which you can see here, it's actually hexacode. That's your session ID. And every time you log in, it will change. Let me show you. So I will just refresh this and now send the request for the logout. Yes, I'm sure. And if I go to logout, new session ID, or is it the same thing? Even I forgot what was session ID before. Doesn't matter. Let's create a new user and new login, sign in, and request for the localhost, because you can see we don't have question mark continue there. So it says localhost. And we got a new session ID there. If you can see, the number has changed, if you remember the old number. But what if I want to print this here in the response, just to see if the session ID is changing or not? You can do that from your code. So just go back here. Now, if I want to print this session ID, what I can do is I can just go back here and get the hold on the HTTP servlet request. So as I mentioned before, behind the scene, everything is servlet, right? Even the controllers are servlet. So it will have two objects, the request object, response object. They're called HTTP servlet request object and HTTP servlet response object. I just want a request now, don't want to play with the response one. So this is the HTTP servlet request object, which I got hold on. Now this request object has multiple methods, and just wanted to confirm. So this HTTP servlet request should be a part of jakarta.servlet.htp package. Okay, with this object, I can simply say request.get session .get ID. So this will basically return the ID. Let's relaunch the application because we have changed the code and we got a new password. So let's copy this as well. Go back to your browser. I will stick to whichever browser. Safari is there. In fact, let's hit back to Chrome itself. Okay, so first of all, we'll do the, it will log out by default because we have restarted the application. No. Session is still there. Okay, so now let me just log in once again and sign in. So we are logged in and you can see we are printing the session ID as well. So if I go to localhost, you can see this is the same value, which you can see there, right? I hope you can see this font size, but yeah, this is the same thing. And every time you refresh, you will get the same session ID. And not just for this particular URL, doesn't matter which URL you go to, you will get the same session ID. But yes, if you delete your cookies, this will be gone. So you will be logged out automatically. It's as simple as that. So that's the session ID which we were trying to print. And of course, we can have multiple controllers. You do that with, let's say, I want to print the about content. I want to add two numbers, whatever you want to do, just check if you're getting the same session ID. Okay, what next? The next thing I want to do is I want to change the username password. I'm not happy with the password which is generating here. How do I change it? See, one of the filter, which is the username authentication filter. If you remember, one of the filter we have here, which is this. This checks if you have your username password mentioned in the property files. If not, it will simply create its own password. What we can do is we can add the username password. So for doing that, you can say spring.security.user.name, and you can mention the name here. So I'm going for a name Naveen, and spring.security.user.password, and I'm going to set this as Talisco. So the username is Naveen, the password is Talisco, and this is a property, okay? I know in the community version, it will not highlight much. If you're using ultimate version, this looks good, but yeah. Let's use community. So now with this, let's restart the application and go back to the browser. So first, let's hit the logout. And now we are logged out. So let's try with the user. And in fact, what about the password? Is it generating the password? If you scroll, nowhere it is generating a password because it knows now that you have your own password. So let's try with this password first, which is Talisco. And I will say sign in. No, bad credentials. So now I will try with Naveen and Talisco, sign in, we are in. Okay, it says save the password. No, because I'm going to change it. Okay, so now if you refresh, you're still logged in and you can access it multiple times. Is that good? Okay, so now you have your own username password. I know what you're thinking. What about different users, different username passwords? We'll do that in the upcoming videos. But yeah, at least we can change the username password. I want to do one final thing, which is logging in through the Postman or maybe any UI tool or any REST client tool. So I do have Postman in this machine, so I will just fire it. So that's Postman, used it for some other URL. This time I want to hit localhost :8080. This is the home page and send. Okay, so you can see we got an status code, which is 40401 unauthorized. That means you are not allowed here. You know why you're not allowed? Because you're not sending the username password. How do we send that? So if you can see, we have a tab here, which is authorization. And by default, there is no auth. We have to say, hey, I have a username password. And to do that, you will click on basic auth. There are multiple options here. We got JWT barrier token, multiple options. I will stick to basic auth now, and let's explore others later. Basic auth. So let's enter the username, which is Naveen, and the password is Talisco. In fact, let's give some wrong password. Talisco1, send, still unauthorized. Talisco, and we got the response. It says 200. We are happy. And it generates a new session ID because a new login. So you can see this session ID is not matching with this. So different users, different session ID. Okay, looks good. So that's how basically you can change the username password. You can access it through the Postman. Now we understood also how filter works. We have seen that in the diagram here. In this video, we'll focus on CSRF, which stands for cross-site request forgery. But why exactly we have to talk about this? And we'll do that with the help of an example. Okay, so two things. One, we'll talk about the theory. We'll also see that how it works in the example which we are doing. So let's get started. So let's say, till this point, what we are doing is we got a client, right, from where you are sending a request. And of course, this client can be a Postman, this client can be a browser or any other application. And then we got a server here, right? And then this is a server which we are building in Spring Boot. So this is your Spring Boot server. And now when a client sends a request, of course, we are implementing security. That means whenever you send a request from client to server, you have to also send your logging details for the first time. If it is not there, then of course it will say, hey, who are you? You will not get the access. And we were getting the errors, right? So that's why we have to first enter the username password. You have to log in. Now, when you log in, what happens is when you pass the username and password by doing login, what you receive from a server is success, of course. Also, you receive a session ID. So if I want to show you the running project, so this project is not running now. Let's run this and let's hit the URL. So this is a login form you are getting, right? And when you say username, password, so let's say Naveen and Talisco, enter, you got this message, which is welcome to Talisco, but also you received a session ID. So if you refresh this multiple times, every time you will get the same session ID. And that's how the server knows, hey, this person is logged in. So let's not ask for login again, right? So it doesn't matter which URL you hit, you will use this session ID. So that means what you have on your client is the session ID. So every time you send a request, let's say if you want to get details about a particular resource, in that case also you have to send this session ID. So till you have this session ID, whatever the ID is, let's say 1256, that's your ID. Now if you have this ID, server will verify and server says, okay, you are already authenticated user, I will give you the access. So this is good, right? You don't have to log in multiple times. And I don't remember last time when I used Gmail when I logged in. So basically, every time you use these famous applications, you normally prefer them to have stay signed in, which means every time you go there on your browser, you don't have to log in again. Is it good? Of course, it will save your time. Is it bad? Sometime. Let me tell you why. So let's say I'm using a third-party resource here. Any website which is not good, most of the applications are secure, but let's say if you go for downloading a pirated movie, and when you visit a particular website, which is not, of course you get things for free there, but what you don't understand is most of these websites are malicious. They run some script and they will steal from you. Then you will say, how? So let's say I visit to a particular website, which I should not. Let's say I'm downloading a particular crack version of a software. And I'm going to this website and it says, hey, get this software for free. I'm so happy. And then when I'm downloading it, while in that downloading, it will give me some pop-up, allow download, or allow this file access. And you say, okay, allow, everything allow, because I want this software. And now this particular script, which is there in the malicious, I will name this as a malicious software. I know my handwriting is bad, but you got the point, right? So if I'm going to this malicious software, what this will do is, this will run some script and it will get this session ID because I'm already signed in from this particular machine, and then it will send the request to the server. Now server thought, hey, I got the request using this session ID and it's valid. So it will give the access. And then this particular malicious software or the website is stealing my information. That's wrong. But it happens. And that's why you should not go to some weird websites. Now, if you talk about this thing, how do we stop this? And this problem is called CSRF, which is cross-site because it is from other website, request forgery, because they are doing the request on your behalf. And we need to stop it. And by default, your Spring Security will take care of it. I will show you how. But then when you talk about the protocol called HTTP, it got multiple methods, right? It's not just one. So CSRF works with, when you talk about CSRF, HTTP by default gives you different methods, right? So you work with GET for fetching data, you work with POST, you work with PUT, you work with DELETE. Now, when you talk about these methods like PUT, POST, DELETE, they actually change something on the server. And by default, it will take care of the CSRF. So Spring Security will not allow you to do these operations if you're not handling the CSRF. But GET is a bit normal, right? So GET will, by default, it will allow GET. Now question arises, how will you make it work? How will you secure it? Now, if you go back here, don't you think this session ID is wrong? It should be created every time. So what I feel is you should get a new session ID every time. So it's something like, HTTP by default is stateless, right? So it will not remember who you are. And that's why we have this session ID, which will remind the server, hey, I'm that person. But what if you generate a new session ID every time? So of course, even if someone is hacking your session ID, they can't get access to it. They can't actually access the server. That's one. The next way you can do is, every time you send a request to the server should generate a token, a unique token, and you can send that token every time you want to send the request. That will be solved, right? And that is called the CSRF token, okay? Let me show you where we can see that. So if I go to the browser and if I say logout, because we are changing some data from the server now. So if I say logout, of course we got this page, but if you see the view source of this page, okay, now this is the thing. I want to do that on my Chrome browser. So login. No thanks. Okay, so if I do a logout from here, and we got this page, let's go to the view source, and this is a source. Now, if you observe, there are a lot of content. Actually not, but yeah, we have some content on top here. But if you see, there is a special input tag, which is by default hidden. It's not there on the page. But then it has a value. So we got the name as _CSRF, and then this is the value. So if you can use this token to send, your job is done. But how will you do that? And how will I know this token, first of all? So to understand this, let's create an example, okay? So let's go back to the project and let's understand this step by step. What I will do is I will create one more controller here. I will say Java class, and I will name this as student controller, okay? And in this, I will have some operations. So first of all, I will just make this as a REST controller, And here I will have some methods for getting all the students. But I want to represent student as well, right? I should do that in separate package, but since we are into learning phase, I will put that in everything in one package. So that is student. And in this student, I will create some variables. So private int ID and private string name, and let's say marks. So private int marks. Okay, so we got these three fields, and for these three fields, I need getter setters. Of course, I could have used Lombok, but let's say generate getter setters for all the variables. And also I need a constructor, parameterized constructor here for all three variables. And next I need a toString to print it. Okay, so we got this things here in the student, and now in the controller, basically I will create some objects. I'm not making it as a component, is because normally for normal POJOs, you don't make them component, standard practice. Okay, so I will create a method here, which will return me the list of students. So I will say, so let's say from the browser, if I want to access, let's say if I go back here and refresh, it is still working. So let's say if I request for the students, of course, you will not get anything because we don't have a mapping for it. So when I call for students, it should print the list of students. So here I can return a list of students, import the package, and here I will say get students. So I should do the mapping as well. So this will be for get mapping, and I'll be doing for /students. So whenever someone requests for this, I will execute this method, and this should return a list of students. I don't have it. So ideally, if you think about the application, it should be, the data should be there in the database. There should be some more layers, repository layer, service layer. But let's say I'm skipping those things now. I will just have that here. Again, not a good idea, but it works for this scenario. So, I mean, for the example, so I will say list of students, and let me have some hard-coded values. So list dot off. Okay, so I want to have the first object, new student. It should have some values. Let's say 1, Naveen, and let's say some marks, 60, and let's add only 2 objects. So 2, Kiran, and let's say 65. Okay, so we got 2 students, and now here I want to basically return those two students. So I will say return students. Our job is done, right? So this will return the data. And now if I refresh, let's see if this works. So restart done. Let me go back to my browser and refresh, and you can see we got data. So this is working, right? And this is awesome. So we got this data here. I just want to check if the security is still enabled. Yeah, it's enabled. So you can see we got the data. But what if you want to create a student? So let's say I'll go to my Postman now. This time I'll do it with Postman. And I want to get the students, and if I say send, so you can see we got data, and we are passing the username password as well. But now this time I want to create a new student. So let's say we got these 2 students, and now I want to create a new one. I will just use this data, and let's create a new student. So I will go to post request. I want the same URL, but this time post request. And in the body, I want to have this data. So this should be 3. Let's say Harsh, and Harsh got, let's say 70. So we got this data there. And now, ideally what should happen is, it should give you an error that the method is not there. If I click on send, it is saying unauthorized. This is weird. What I will do is, I will go back to my code, and I will disable the Spring security just to see what happens, what type of errors you get. So Maven reload done. Now we are not implementing Spring security, and I don't even want to pass the authorization data. I will keep it no auth because we don't have Spring security now. And in the body, I want this data. First of all, I will try to do send. Okay, so you can see this is the error I was expecting. It says 405 method not allowed. But what you got is unauthorized. Now that is weird. But first of all, let's create this method so that you will not get this error. So go back here to the code, and let's create a method which will accept the post mapping. So I will say post mapping, and here I will say /students. The URL is same, but the mapping is different. And this will return a student. Whatever student you're adding, it will return the same student. And I will say add student. And here, basically, I want to accept that student. So I will say request body and student. Let's say student. I'm accepting a student. And this student, I want to add in the list. How will you add? It's very simple. You say students dot add, and you will pass a new student. It's that simple. Again, of course, it should be in the database. But since we are doing hard coding here, this works. And we have to also return the student. So return the student. Whatever you're receiving, let's send that. So we have implemented the method. I will just restart the application and let's see, will it work? Let's go back and click on send. So you can see it says, okay, that's good. And if you try to fetch all the students now, so you can see we got 3 students. So this is working, right? We are happy. But as soon as you enable this Spring security, let's see what happens. I'm enabling the Spring security now. Restart. Okay, so let's try to do the get students first. I will click on send. And of course, we are passing authorization, so it will work. But if you go back to post, and now if you try to add the same data, and in the authorization, we have to go for basic auth with the same values. Click on send, it should work, right? It's not. It's because CSRF token is not there. So whenever you do any update request like put, post, and delete, where changing something, CSRF token you have to send, otherwise it will not work. Okay, how will you make it work then? So one thing I'm going to try is, how do you send CSRF token? You can just go back to the headers, and here you have to pass one of the key pair value or key value pair, which is X CSRF hyphen token. This is what token. This is what you have to send. Now I know the key, I don't know the value. Maybe I can get the value from the browser. Not a good idea, but let's try. So I will just go back here and I want to get the token. So I will say localhost /8080. How will I get the token? You get the token from /logout. Don't do the logout. Just go on this page, right click, view page source, and just copy this. This is your token. I will just reduce the size of it so that I can copy in one go. Okay, copy. I'm not sure if this works. Let's try. Paste, send. Oh, it's not working. So maybe I have to generate the token and get it. I thought it will work. Okay, no problem. Let's generate the token from the code, and it might work. You try it out. You try it out and let me know if it is working for you. So I don't want to get that from the browser. Again, it's not a good idea to get it from the browser. Can you return the token from here? So from this particular code. So what you can do is you can request for the token and you can send it. So I will say public, and it should return a CSRF token. So I will say CSRF token. And this is coming from springsecurity.security.web.csrf. And say, maybe I will say get CSRF token. And this should return a token, right? Now, what should be the mapping? Maybe I will say get mapping. And the URL I want here is CSRF token. So when I request for this, it will generate a token for you. Okay, and then you should return a token. Now, how will you do that? That's tricky. See, when you talk about a method like HTTP, okay. So when you talk about a protocol like HTTP and when you're working with servlets, because behind the scenes, Spring is servlet, right? Or Spring MVC is servlet. And if you go back to hello, we have used one of the object type, which is the HTTP servlet request, right? Now, if you get the object of request, you can get a lot of data, including the session ID and also the token. So I can just go back here and say HTTP servlet request. And with this request, okay, where I'm doing that, wrong place, it should be here. And request, okay. And here with the help of that object, so I will say return. So from the request has a lot of methods. One of them is get attribute. Now what is attribute name? Remember when we were trying to see the browser, not this one, yeah, this one. This is a name, which is underscore CSRF. So I will simply use it here in double quotes, underscore CSRF, and you will get the token, right? But then get attribute gives you a type of object. You want a type of CSRF token. So, it's very simple. You have to just do typecasting. So cast it with this. Your job is done. So what this will do is, this will give you a CSRF token, which you can use to send the request. Let's try. Or maybe the token was not working when we tried with browser. I don't know how I forgot that. We are using 2 different users, right? The browser is a different user. The Postman is a different user. Okay, so here I will go back to my Postman, not the browser. Where is my Postman? It's here. Okay, so now I will first of all, let's check if the students are working. This is working, but I don't want to request for students. I want to I want to fetch CSRF token and click on the request. And this is token you got. You can see this is a parameter CSRF token, and this is a value. So when you copy, you have to make sure that you copy from double quotes to double quotes and copy. So you can see the header name should be this, X-CSRF-token. And now when you get this token, you can just go to your post request, and in the headers, we got the key, replace the value. This is a value, new value. And I hope this will work. The body is same. Headers we have changed. Send. It worked. Okay, so this is good, right? So this is how basically you generate a token and send it. There are two more ways to handle this. One, in fact, we have talked about one before. What if you simply generate a new session every time? Then you don't have to worry about the CSRF. You can disable it. You can disable the check of it on the server side. And we'll see that how do we do that in upcoming sessions, but you can disable that. Next, you can work with the same site strict. So you can make sure that no other site can access it. So that's one of the way you can do that. So yeah, that's it from this video where we talked about CSRF token. But again, as I mentioned, you can also disable it and make sure that you generate a new session. Basically, you make your HTTP stateless or your session stateless. So till this point, we were able to configure the application, right? And we are basically able to implement Spring Security. But then most of the settings are default, right? So we implemented Spring Security by saying, hey, I got the dependency, this project is secured by Spring Security, and Spring Security says, okay, since you are using me, let me give you some default configuration, and then we have changed something, okay? So basically we went to application properties, we set the username password, we have done some changes. But then we want to do more. We want to connect with database, we want to disable, let's say I don't want to go for a form login. So there are a lot of settings which you have to do, and then we'll do that step by step. In this video, let's see how do we configure that? How do we create our own settings? How do we change the way the security filter chain works? So to do that, of course, we want to change the way it works, right? By default, Spring Security provides you a filter chain. There are a lot of filters which comes into picture and then it will check for the defaults. But now I want to customize it. I want to have my own filter chain. And the way you can do that is by creating a config class. See, when you talk about Spring Framework, and if you want to customize something, or when you want to have your own configuration, you create a separate class, a config class, and then you define beans there, which will inject the object. So now what I will do is, to achieve that, I will create a class, but then I will create that class in a package. I will name the package as config. And in this package, I want to have that class, which is the security config. So this is the class we have. And in this class, we have to do that. First of all, I want to say that this is a configuration file to Spring. And to do that, you will say configuration. Now your Spring knows that this is a configuration class and I have to search for the configuration here. Next, I don't want to go for the default Spring security configuration. I want to implement it here. So to do that, you will say enable web security. Now by doing this, you are saying, hey, don't go for the default flow. Go with the flow which I mentioned here. So by doing this, we are doing two things. First, we are saying this is the configuration and we are saying that go with this configuration. Now what I want to change, see by default it will work for the security filter chain. I want to customize it. So in order to do that, what you have to do is you have to return a bean for security filter chain. So let's do that. So I will create a method which will return you the object of security filter chain, which is coming from Spring Framework.security.web.security filter chain. And then we can give any method name here. So I will say security filter chain. And this will basically give you the object of security chain. But how? So of course you have to return the object of security filter chain. Now who will give you this? So there is a type called HTTP security. You have to use this. Let's create reference for it called HTTP. You can also say HTTP security, but HTTP is a small word, so it makes sense. And I will be using that because HTTP has a method called build. So basically the build here returns the object of security filter chain. Now it is giving you some error here is because we have to add the exception, throws exception here, a signature. Now this will do. So what we are doing is we are saying, hey, Spring Security, don't go for the default. This is a security chain you have to go for. So this is a filter chain, follow this and you're good to go. Now, since we have not specified any filter here, by default, no filter is applied. I will show you. So what I will do is I will just restart this. In fact, let's comment the bean tag. And let's restart then. Or maybe we have to also comment enable security. So I've commented both enable web security and the bean here. That means this is still not applicable what we are doing. And I want to check without those things. If I hit the URL, you can see it is still enabling the login form. So that means Spring security is still implemented. But if I do this and if I uncomment this B now, and if I restart, so let's say it disables the default configuration. So let's go back here, and instead of hitting the login, I will hit the URL, and it's working. Without login, it is working. So if I refresh, it is still there. That means security is not implemented now. We are bypassing all the security. It's something like you're buying a lock and you are not closing it properly. Or maybe you're not even locking it. So we don't want to do that, right? So let's implement. So how do we secure it? How do we provide that layer? The first thing I want to do is I will implement different security. I want to achieve that login form. I want to maybe send the request through the postman. But the first thing I want to do is I want to disable the CSRF. So let's do that. So I will go back to HTTP because that's the object using which you are creating this build, right? So we have to make some changes in this object of HTTP, which is the object of HTTP security. And in this, the first thing I will do is I will say CSRF. I want to disable this, right? In the initial days, it was very simple. You can simply say CSRF.disable, but it will not work now. In Spring 6, things are a bit different. Now, I will show you this in 2 steps. One, using the Lambda syntax, and one without it. With Lambda, it becomes very easy to read and write. But then if you want to understand what is happening behind the scene, we'll go for imperative as well. So here, I'm saying http.csrf. And to disable it, I will use customizer. Again, I'm not explaining that now. I will do that bit after some time. So I will say customizer.disable. So what we are doing is we are disabling the CSRF. The next thing I want is, even if you write this, you will still not get the login form. I want it to be authorized. So if I don't authorize it, anyone can go there and they can log in. So even if I open a new incognito mode here, so if I go to incognito mode, and if I say localhost 8080, you can still open it. So there's no login restriction now. And to achieve that, what I will do is I will say http.authorize HTTP request for every request. And people who are good with Lambda expression, they know what I'm writing. But in case if you're not familiar, I will show you the imperative style. So any request should be authenticated. So by doing this, what we are doing is no one should be able to access any page without authentication. So now after making those changes, if I restart my ID or the application, go back to the browser and say refresh, and now you can see it says access to localhost was denied. That means authentication is applied here. So now that means you have to enter username password. But then where you will do that? Even if I do that in Postman, and let's try to fetch the home page here, and if I say send, you can see it says forbidden. Even if I pass the values, you can see I'm passing the username password, it still says forbidden. Because you are sending username password, but no way we are using it here. So how do we do that? First of all, I want to enable the form login. So http dot, you can use something called a form login using customizer dot with default. So it will pick up the default properties and it will implement form login. Now, just by saying form login, let's see what happens. So let's go back here and refresh, and you can see we got a form login now. Is it working? Let's try. So I will say Naveen Telisko, and it's working. You can see if I refresh, it works. So that means the form login has been implemented. So whatever customization you want to do, you can do that in the code by using this HTTP object. But what about if I try to do that from Postman? Let's try from Postman. And if I say send, okay, we got the status okay, and we are happy about it. But look at the response. Response is basically a login form. Why we got login form here? It's because we are saying form login. That's why we got it. So if you want to do that from the Postman, in that case, you have to add one more thing here, which is http basic. You have to implement this, or you have to enable this for the Postman, for the REST API access. So let's go back here and see if that Postman is working now. Say send, and you got it. So you can see we got the page. Cool. So we have used 2 things. One is form login for the browser, and one is HTTP basic. So form login still works. Now logout will not work. Since we're implementing our own, it is expecting you to have your own login page. So logout will not work, or it will sign out directly. It will not give you login form. So now if I do Naveen and Telisko, okay, wrong password. So you can see it is working. So basically, by doing this, we are enabling that feature. Of course, you can disable your form login if you want. You can directly use your Postman to access it. Next thing I want to do is I want to make sure that you don't see, we are disabling the CSRF, right? Now, why we are disabling it is because in one of the video, we have talked about different ways of handling CSRF. One of them is, what if you make your HTTP stateless? And if you do that, you don't have to worry about the session ID. So how do you make it stateless? You have to say HTTP dot session management, and you will take the session object and you will say session dot. How do you specify that you want to go for stateless or stateful? In that case, you have to use something called a session creation policy. So there's something called session creation policy. In this, you have to say session creation policy. So you can see we have different options. We got never, if required, stateless. I want to go for stateless, and job done. So by doing it stateless, what we are doing is, see, the problem with this is you can't log in from your browser with the login form, is because for every request you have to pass the credentials. And when you have a form login, let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I refresh and if I say Naveen and Telesco, so it will give you login form again, because now you are accessing a new resource. A new resource is a new session, right? New request. So you have to pass this detail every time. But with Postman, this will work. So if I go to Postman, if I say send, you can see this is working. And every time you send a request, you will get a new session ID. If you can see, the number is changing here. So that's how you get the new session ID, right? But if you want this to work on a browser, what you can do is you can disable your form login, because then you have to maintain your own sessions. And now if I restart, let's see what happened with the browser. Enter. Okay, so you can see we got a pop-up, not the login form, a pop-up. And in this pop-up, you can say Naveen Telesco, enter, and now it will work. So not with the form login, but HTTP basic will give you this pop-up. Refresh, and if you say enter, you will get new session ID every time. Cool, right? So that's how basically you can do this. But again, the problem is how all these things are working. So what I will do is, time being, I will just comment this, everything, and let's see what is happening behind the scene. So comment, why is not commenting here? Comment. Am I using the wrong, I don't know, shortcut is that? Maybe they have done some changes. So now let's understand what is happening behind the scene. See, we understand what is this object, HTTP object, right? Which is HTTP security. And we also know that method object will have some methods, right? So we got CSRF. And in this, we are passing this customizer and disable. So what is this thing? To understand this thing, let's do that in an imperative way. So I will say HTTP dot, and I will use this method, which is CSRF. And if you observe CSRF, you can see what it takes. It takes the object of customizer. In fact, that's a big name. Can't even copy this. So yeah, we have a big name, customizer. The type it takes is CSRF configure. The type, and again, the type is HTTP security. I hope I will remember this. So I will say customizer. So that's a part of security config package. And this will take CSRF configurer. And it was taking something, I forgot. So let me just say control space again. I don't want to do dictate. HTTP security object. So inside this, it should be HTTP security. So this is a type you have to work with, okay? And then let's create the object of it, because CSRF method takes the object of customizer of type CSRF configure of type HTTP security. And let's give a name to it. I will say cust or CSRF cust. Cust CSRF equal to, and then you have to say new and the object for this. Now, the customizer itself is an interface. You can see we have the interface and the method name is customize. That means if you are using this, if you want to create the object of it, we have to create a method. You have to define the method of it using anonymous in a class. Okay, and in this particular method, using this object, I will not use a name as HTTP configurer, CSRF configurer. I can use any other name. I will say customizer. You can use any name, right? So the name I'm using here is customizer. And using this object, I can do whatever I want now. So using customizer, you can use different methods. What we are using it for is disable, right? Now, this is the way you create the object of customizer, CSRF configure, HTTP security, because this object you have to pass inside http.csrf. I'll pass this object and your job is done. So by doing all these things, you are disabling your CSRF. Oh, let the task, right? Now, since this is an interface and this is a functional interface, if I show you configure, this is a functional interface, which means you can use Lambda here. And people who are familiar with Lambda, they know how to create Lambda. It's very simple. You remove the extra stuff. And if you don't know Lambda, just search for Lambda expression on YouTube or Telesco Lambda, Java Lambda. That should make sense. So you can replace the entire code, this entire code with one line. So this line here, which I've written, is equal to this number of lines. Oh, we can do the same thing for authorized request. Let's try that. HTTP.authorize HTTP request, and look what it is asking you for. Look at the name. Customizer authorization manager request matcher registry, and then you have to create object for this, and then you have to pass it in the method like authorize HTTP request. Same goes for the HTTP basic. Let's try for that. HTTP basic. It is asking you for the object of, again, customizer, but since we want to go for default configuration, we are not changing anything. We are saying customizer.with defaults. So it will pick up the default settings. And that's how it is working behind the scene. And now you know what is happening behind. So for all the methods here, same thing. You have to implement certain interface and define the method and pass the object here. Another thing which you can do here is instead of doing all these things one by one, you can use a builder pattern. What I'm saying is remove this semicolon and remove this HTTP. So you can just add at the end something like this. So HTTP dot CSRF, that particular setting, then authorize request, and then I will just put that below somewhere. Okay, what's wrong with my ID settings? All the settings have been changed. This is weird. Okay, I will just say enter here. Remove this semicolon, and now you can put this after this. So you can see for one object you are applying different settings. I can remove this, and the same thing goes for this part. Cut and paste it here. Just that you don't have to put semicolon at the end, and put it together. If it is big, you can just say enter here to make it more readable and remove this. So by doing this, you are making it more readable and in proper sequence. So this is called builder pattern. So for this object, you are doing this, then you are doing this. You know, when you have a belt in the factory where the object passes from one machine to other machine, same thing is happening here. One object is passing to different methods and customizing it. In fact, what you can also do is you can directly say return here. Then you don't have to write return again. It's just that at the end, you have to say dot build. Even this looks cool. So that's it. Let me just run this after making all those changes. I hope this will work. If you see a warning here, just that it is saying you to use method reference instead of Lambda. You can replace this method reference or Lambda to method reference, even that works. Okay, restart done. Let's verify from the postman. Hit this, you're getting the response. Maybe I'll also try to work with students if you're getting all the students, and you got it. Okay, let's also see if the post request is working. So I will say post. You can see we have a post request here. I'm sending the headers. Okay, we are sending CSRF token. Let's not send it. And done. You can see it is working. So even without the token, it is working because we are disabling the CSRF request or CSRF setting. Things are working out. Basically, we were able to secure the application with the help of Spring Security, and then we were able to log in as well. But the only thing is we are able to log in with the help of this username and password. What I want to achieve is I want this data to be coming from database because we can have multiple username and password. And even if Spring Security says, hey, let me give you an option of having more users here, don't you think we are hard-coding the values? In the real world, we don't do that. So we want to store this data in database and fetch it from database to verify the user. That should make much more sense. But if you want to do that, there are multiple steps involved and a lot of steps. And that's why if you can see the video is lengthy. The thing is, when you build applications, huge applications, which will go for months or years, the setup like Spring Security and database connections will hardly take 1 or 2 days, or maybe more, depending upon the complexity of your project. But then you do that only once, not for the entire time of the project. You do this setting once and you just use it. In the remaining time, which is a lot of time, you focus on building a feature, right? Whatever logic, business logic you want to implement. So in this video, let's do that initial part of work of securing the application, and let's see how that works. Again, video is a bit lengthy, so just bear with me, and I will do step by step. So make sure that you practice when you are watching this so that it will make much more sense. Okay, so let's go back to the security config. Now, what is happening is, whenever you log in, of course, Spring Security is using the application properties to verify the username password, but who is working behind the scene? If you remember, we have talked about different filters. In fact, we have asked our Copilot as well, what are different filters we have? One of the filter, which is username password authentication filter, Now that filter is responsible to verify or to take the username password and get it verified. And who is responsible to do that? So somewhere in between, we have something called a user details service. See, in the application, when you talk about different layers, like web application, we have different layers, right? We got controller, we got service, we got repo layer. And when a client sends a request goes to the controller says, okay, my job is to only accept the request and respond. But if you want to do any processing, that will be done in the service layer. What if you want to do some database connection? That's where you have repository layer, right? Now, here, to verify the username password, we can use something called a user details service. Now, by default, it was getting used, but I want to customize it. I don't want it to use the application properties. I want it to verify the way I want. And how do we do that? It's very simple. You can ask, hey, don't use the default one, use mine, which I'm giving you, but how you will give it something to the Spring security. And that's where what we can do is we can create a bean. Because when you create a bean will be in the Spring container, and your Spring security will pick it from there. So what bean I want to create? I want to create a bean of user details service. This is an inbuilt thing inside the Spring security. And I will say user details service. What I want to do is just return this object. My job is done, right? So it will behave the way I want. I'm happy. But then how will you create the object of it? First of all, let's verify the package for this. So if you see here, the package is springframeworks.security.core.userdetails service. And now I just have to return the object of it. How difficult that can be? I can simply say return new user details service. Okay, but the syntax is a bit different. We are getting curly brackets as well. What is user details service? If I click on this, oh, it's an interface. I was not expecting interface. The thing is, if you have interface, you can't get the object of it. Then we have to go for a long way. What is a long way? Either we have to get the implementation of it, or we can use some inbuilt implementations. We have to create a class which implements this, but we'll do that later. At this point, let's go step by step and use something which is inbuilt. So I'm going to use a class which implements user details service, and that is in-memory user details manager. Okay, how do I verify that this class implements the user details service? You can click on this, and this is a constructor. If you go up, it's a class. That's a good thing. That means we can create the object. And this implements user details manager. Okay. If I click on this, this extends user details service. So our job is done. So indirectly, in memory, user details manager is implementing user details service. Okay, is our job done here? Not exactly. We are simply returning an empty object, right? Or the object which is not having any value. So it will work and it will not work. It will work because it will run. It will not work is because if you provide the username password, how it will verify. I want to show you something, and I'm expecting it will work the way I want. Let's see. I'm going to enter the same username password when I'm logged in, or when I'm trying to log in, and let's see if that works. So the username is Naveen, password is Telesco. And if I go back to, I will try with Postman, at least you can see the username password there, right? I can go to authorization. You can see the username password is Naveen and Telesco. I'm going to try to hit students, let's say, not the get request, or sorry, not the post request, but the get request for the students. And let's verify the authorization once again. It's Naveen and Telesco. Enter. You can say it failed, 401 unauthorized. So why it's not working is because now we are not using default service. We are basically returning our own user details service object. And if you want to do that, you have to customize this. Now, how will you do that? Now, if you look at the constructor of in-memory user details service, there are multiple constructors. Let's go to it in this. You can see it has a constructor which is empty. It also has a constructor which takes the collections of users, okay? And we got one more which takes a varargs. Basically, we can pass different user objects by giving commas, or user details objects by giving commas. Let's use this. So what I want to do is I want to return different objects or different users. How will I do that? It's very simple. You come back here. And if you remember, it was taking the object of user details. So let's create the object of user details. And if you see user details, oh, even this is interface. Okay, a lot of interface to deal with. That means we have to get a class for this to implement. Not exactly, I will show you something. So we'll say user details, I will say user1 is equal to, let's use a class called user. So there's inbuilt user in the Spring framework. And if I click on user, it is a class. And this implements user details. And it got a lot of methods. One of the methods which we are going to use is the builder. So we are going to use the builder. Okay. So to achieve that, what we can do is we can say user, since it's a builder pattern, I will say enter and dot, dot, dot. The first thing I want to assign is the password encoder. See, the thing is, whenever you store data in database or whatever data you are saving, by default, we store that in a plain text. What I want to do here is, let's say if I want to store the username and if I store that in a plain text, that's fine. But if you want to store a password, it's a plain text, anyone can read it. Not a good idea, right? So you should do encoding of your password so that no one can read it. So at this point, I don't want to make it complex. So I will just go with the default password encoder. So I will say with default password encoder. And this is deprecated, don't use it. I'm just showing you so that since we are learning into learning phase, I can show you anything. But don't use it in production. Next, I want to assign is a username. So let's say the first user is Kiran. Let's not use Navin now because we have used it before. So let's use Kiran. The password I want to mention is k@123. Then I also want to assign the roles. Again, it is optional, but let's say I want to assign a role. So Kiran is user here, and the password. Then once it is done, so we got the username, password, and role. I can simply say build. Now by doing this build, we can build this particular object. And this build, so not the builder, I think I have talked about builder or build. Okay, that doesn't matter. So this build returns the object of user details. And that's what we wanted, right? So we got our first user. We can create more users if I want. Otherwise, I can simply pass this user 1, and our job is done. But let's say if I want to pass one more, just for the experiment, this is user 2. And let's say Harsh is h@123. And let's say Harsh is an admin. So we can create different roles, maybe user, admin, trainer, or anything you want. Anyway, and then I can pass different users here, not just one, multiple. Now, since it supports varargs, you can pass any number of users just by giving comma. Okay, still till this point, we have not connected with database. Okay, we are still trying to understand how do we customize stuff. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's restart the application. We can use browser, or maybe I will just try to do that with the Postman. This time I will go for Navin and Talisco. It should not work. And if I use Kiran and the password is k@123, I could have used browser, but then on browser you can't see the password. I want you to see the password. If I click on send, it says okay. So this is working. If I give a wrong password, of course this should not work. Let's try with Harsh as well. And Harsh is h@123. Let's say in 1234, it should not work. And 123, it should work, and it's working. So that's how basically you can customize or you can have different users. But again, not a good idea still. It's because we are still using the hard-coded values in the code. I want this to be coming from database. In that case, we can't use this. It's because this thing is actually returning the default one. So comment. Okay, next step. Now we want to work with database. How do I do that? See, if you want to work with database, we have to understand one more concept. See, whenever you pass the details, username and password in the login form, that object, when your server receives it, it's basically an authentication object, which is still not authenticated. It goes to something called authentication provider, who will basically provide the service of checking it and validating it and then make it as an authentication object. By default, it's running behind the scene, but now I want to customize it because this time I don't want to use a default authentication provider. I want to use mine. And that authentication provider can be used to connect with database, to some LDAP service or some other service. And for database, we have a different authentication provider, and let's use that. So basically what I'm trying to say is, let's create a bean to change our authentication provider itself altogether. And I'm not going to use the default one, so let's create our own. So public authentication provider. And I will say authentication provider, there's a method name. And let's return the object of authentication provider. How difficult it can be. We can simply create the object and return. If I click on authentication provider, it's back. So interface is back. It's an interface. So that means we have to look for a class which implements authentication provider. As I mentioned before, there are multiple authentication providers, right? One of them is for database, and that is called a DAO authentication provider. So let's use that. So DAO authentication provider. And if you see, this is a class, a relief, okay? And okay, so it actually extends abstract user details authentication provider. If I click on this, it implements authentication provider. So indirectly it is implementing it, and we should be happy with it. Let me close all the extra files which is open here. Even this. And let's say this is a provider equal to new DAO authentication provider, and simply return this. Our job is done, right? Actually not. Now what's wrong with this? See, this will return the object for sure. Okay, this should return the object. But the problem is this one basically need to connect with database and get the data. And at this point, we don't even have the database. We don't even have, we have not specified who is our DBMS. We are going to use Postgres, by the way. It has no idea what is your table name, database name, nothing we have mentioned. And that thing we have to do first. So we'll do that sometime. But if you want to specify those things, what we have to do is we have to go to provider. The first thing you have to mention is I want to use a password encoder, which is the default password encoder, which is no op password encoder dot get instance. So what we are doing is we are not using any password encoder. You can use that. I will show you that later. How do we use some different password encoders? At this point, I'm saying there's no password encoder, default one. So you will see the plain text. Next, I want to specify before returning this object is the user details service. If you remember, at the start also I mentioned that behind the scene, user details service works, and that is responsible to verify it. And now I'm saying that I want to even change the authentication provider. It will also use the user details service. We have to specify that. So I will create my own user details service, not the bean which we created, but somewhere here. I want it to inject the object. I want Spring to inject this object at AutoWired. But unfortunately, even Spring will have no idea how do we provide this, or maybe Spring will provide a default one. I don't want default one. I want to customize it. I want to have my own user details service. Okay, how do we create our own user details service? It's very easy, right? This is the interface. The only thing we have to do is create a class. That will make our job easy, right? Okay, so let's create a class called user details service, or maybe some other name which implements user details service. And before I do that, I just want to make some changes. I want to get different packages. We are not keeping things in a proper package. So I will say controller package. We already got config. So we got controller. I want to have a service package. I want to have a repo package. I want to have a model package. Okay, so the reason I'm doing this is because the controller should be a part of a controller, right? The home controller should be part of hello controller. The student controller should be part of the controller package. The student, which is a model, should be part of a model. And that's it. Now in this service, basically I want to create a class which implements the user details service. And I will say my user details service. I can also say Telescope user details service, but that's fine. And this implements user details service. As simple as that. The only thing you have to do is, first of all, let's mark it as a service. Second, I want to, you can see we got an error here. It's because in user details service, we got a method. We have to implement this method, which is load user by username. So, okay, it's simple. You can just come back here and say implement the methods, which is load user by username, and do something. Okay, I'm not sure what to do. It just said load user by username. This is tricky. How will I load the user by username? And from where I have to load it? See, that's where we have to think about layers. Now, we have a service, right? And service says, I want to get some data, and data should be coming from database. And who is that layer who will give you the data? It's your repo, right? So that means if you want this to fetch the data, we need a repo layer. So I can simply go back here and create, in the repo, I can create a class. It's actually an interface, because if you remember, we have talked about JPA. In JPA, you define the interface for the repo, and it will give you all the methods. So I will say, this, not student, what you are working with. So I will say user repo, and this repo will extend the JPA repository. The thing it is not working is because we have not added the dependencies. See, till this point, the project is still a simple web application, right? Nowhere we have talked about the JPA, nowhere we have talked about database. So that means if you want that dependency, we have to add two dependencies, one for the JPA and one for the Postgres. Now, as your DBMS changes, you can use different DBMS driver here. So I will go back here and I want some dependencies. To achieve that, I will go back to my browser and I will go to MVC Repository. And here, I will search for Spring Boot JPA, the first one. Which version? Anyway, we are going to remove the version, so anything you pick up that works. And just copy this, not the entire stuff. It also promotes their own website. It's a good thing, but I want to keep it clean. I don't want to specify the version because that's something we have specified up here. If you can see, yeah, we have specified the version in the parent. So we don't have to specify that here. Okay, that's one. The next dependency I want is for Postgres. Now, depending upon which DBMS you use, you can change it. So let's say if I want to use Postgres SQL DDBC, this is a driver. If you want to use MySQL, search for MySQL driver. And from this, I will pick up the one which is not vulnerable, which is this one. Again, it might be vulnerable. It's just that they have not tested it properly. So I can just copy this and paste it here. So we got two dependencies. And once you add them, you just have to reload your Maven. So it will download dependency for you. Okay, I think dependency added. Let's go back to the repo, the user repo, and let's see if you can get the dependency now. So we'll just cut this, control space. Yeah, now I got it. So it says JPA Repository. We have to pass two things. One is the class which will refer to the table. I will explain that in some time. And the primary key. So the primary key is integer. Now, in fact, you don't even need the primary key as an integer. Okay, we'll see that. So what we can do is, when you talk about JPA repository or the concept of Data JPA, you define a model class. So for a table, so of course in your database you will be having a table. In fact, let's do that. Let's do step by step. It will make much more sense. Now, since I'm using Postgres, you can use any DBMS which you want. I'm going to use Postgres, okay? And to do that, I will open my pgadmin. So in this machine, I already have Postgres, already have pgadmin installed. So make sure that you download Postgres, get pgadmin. If you want a shortcut way, you can just go to Postgres download. For Mac, they have done something new. Not sure about Linux or Windows. So you can get something called postgres.app. I'm not sure if this works on Windows, but for Mac, we have this. For Windows, anyway, the setup is very easy for Postgres. For Mac, you can just get this and run it. It will work. By default, the username will be your system username and your password will be blank. So you can use that. So it depends upon how you configure this. So I got my pgadmin open. I will explore the databases. In this, I got the Telescope database. I'm going to use the same one. And if you see there are different tables here, let's ignore all. In fact, there's also user. Okay, let's not use the Telescope database. Let's create our own. So I will click on database. I will say create a database and let's name it Telescope 1. Not a good name for database, but that works. Click on save. So now we got different database. And in this, if you say schema, we don't have any table. You can see it's empty. So now let's create a table here. So I can just open the query tool here and say create table. So create table users. In fact, you can also get this done from the code itself using JPA. But I want to show you, let's say if you already have a table, how do you make it work? So we got table and let's say we have three values, username and password. So the type of ID should be integer. And this should also be primary key. The username is text. The password is also text. And let's execute this. So what this will do is this will basically create a table for you. And now let's see if you have data. So I will say select star from users and run this. It's empty. Let's insert some data. So I will say insert into users, values. I want to insert 1. That's my ID. Then I have to enter username, which is, let's say, Naveen. And the password is, let's say, n@123. I want to have one more user. Let's go with 2 users. So it's a 2, not double quotes, single quotes, Sushil. And the password is s@123. So we got 2 users. And I will simply execute this line. Okay, I think it executes both the lines. Okay, so select and run works. So you can see we got the data here. And now I want to basically connect them. So we got table, right? Now in JPA, when you want to connect your table with the code, basically what you do is you create a class which represents it. So let's go back here. So we need a class like user which connects with your table, and the user class should represent the users table. The reason I went for users in Postgres is because I think user table is already there for the Postgres inbuilt implementation, so it doesn't allow. You can just check and let me know in the comments. But here I'm using user, or maybe we should create users, even that makes sense. So let's create this class. We don't have this class users. And where will you do this? You will do that in the model. So in the model, I will right click, I will say new class, and I will name this as users. So what are the things we need here? First of all, we need to basically represent your table and a class, right? So I will say primary int ID, primary string username, and private string, did I say primary before? Ignore. I will say password. And in this, I will say at ID, because that's my primary key. And I'm assuming that you know JPA, okay? I'm not teaching you JPA here. So I will say entity, and that's done. Our job is done here. But we need getter setters for this. So I will say generate getter setters for all three variables. And maybe in future, if you want to print it, you will also use the toString for all the variables. Okay, it says one problem. What is that one problem? Okay, we have to import the package. That's the problem? Don't tell me. Okay, that's it. Looks like our job is done. Is it? Let's see. Let's go back here. And now, since I already have a user repo, now we have a power to connect with database. I'm so happy. No, actually, we don't have a power. It's because even if your user repo says it is connecting, nowhere in the application we have specified which DBMS you are working with. What is your username for that DBMS? What's your password? Let's configure that first. And we will do that in the application properties. So here, basically, we have to specify different properties. One is Spring Data Source .url, and we have to specify the URL for JDBC, which is JDBC:PostgreSQL. Now, depending upon which DBMS you're using, if you're using MySQL, replace MySQL there, //localhost, this remains same, then you have to specify the port number for the DBMS. Now, since we are using Postgres, the port number is 5432. For MySQL, it is 3306. Depending upon which DBMS you use, just change the port number, change the name here, and then / your database name, that is _1. Next, we have to mention the username. So data source dot username is equal to, I think it is Postgres for my machine, and the password. So spring dot data source dot password, and the password for this machine is 0000. Okay, so now we have specified which DBMS you're working with. We have specified the username and password. This should work, but it will not. The reason, I mentioned that we have a lot of things to do. So just be with me. This is looking good. Let's go back to the my user detail services because we are still returning null. We don't want to return null. What we want to do is, we want this to connect with the user repo. So I will say private user repo, and I will say this is auto-wired. And for the repo, I have to mention that this is the repository. Okay. And now, basically, with the help of this repo, I can fetch. Now, what do you fetch? If you see the method name is load user by username, that means we are getting username here. We just have to verify if the user exists in the database. So I can say users, user1, or maybe a user is equal to, I can say repo dot. Now, in the repo, we have a lot of methods, right? We got find by ID and all those stuff. But then now we don't have to find by ID. We have to find by the username. So I have to say find by username and just pass the username, right? And in the repo, we can use DSL and we can say users find by username and we can specify the username. So now basically we got this method and this will return the user. And we just have to check if the user is there. We can say if the user is equal to null, in that case, I want to print on the console as well. First of all, let's print on the console that the user not found. Okay, how will you let your system know that the user not found? If you observe, this particular method returns user not found exception. What if you can just throw it? So here you can say throw new user not found exception with the same message, user not found. It's that simple. But what if you found the user? In that case, what you will return? It's very simple. In that case, you will return the object of user details. Okay, and if you see, the video is still not completed. We still have to work with the user details. Okay, now if you click on user details, I can simply create the object of user details, right? You can say new user details, but unfortunately, user details is an interface. You can see I here. That means we have to look for a class which implements this, or we have to create our own class. And the Idea is create your own class. So many classes, right? But as I mentioned, this is just one-time setup. Okay, so let's go back to your model and let's create the user details, or maybe you can call it something else. You can say my user details, or you can say user principal. So normally in the terms of Spring security, the user principals refer to the current user who is trying to access or who is trying to log in. And that's a user we are checking, right? So instead of saying my user details, you can say user principal. But user principals implement the user details. That's what we are trying to implement. And if you see the list of methods we have to implement, let's go back here. And if you click on user details, look at the methods. So many methods to implement. Okay, we don't have a choice. So I will just go back here and say implement the methods, all the methods. So we got all the methods here. Okay, now is it difficult to implement all? See, when you're building a full-fledged application, yes, you have to mention everything. But in this example, I'm going to skip certain things. Example, you can see we have different methods which returns Boolean. Example, is it enabled? We have to return something. At this point, I'm assuming that the account is enabled, so I will say true. Is credentials not expired? True, it's not expired yet. Is account non-locked? Yes, it is not locked. Of course, in the big application, you have to take care of all those stuff. Is account not expired? No. True. Get username? I can't say true now because we have to actually return the username. We have to actually return the password. And we have to actually return the authorities, the roles. We can even skip roles if you want. But let's try to implement that. But the question is, if I'm creating this class, which is user principals, or which is implementing user details, how will I return these values? I don't have these values. You don't have it. But from the class where you want to access this has these values. You can see in users, we have these values. So the username and password is there. So what I can do is I can simply create the object of user principal, and we can pass this object. Our job is done, right? Once you pass it, you can accept it here, and then you can get the value. You just wanted the values, right? I can just right click here, say generate a constructor, which can take, okay, I could have written this by myself. I will say private users user, and let's pass users user, and this dot user is equal to user. So what we are doing is we are basically assigning this object, which is coming from the constructor, to the user. And once you got the hold on the object, I can just go back here. For the username, I can say user dot get username, password user dot get password. And for this collection, now we have to return the roles, right? Because one user can have multiple roles. And in the database, we are not even working with it. How do I handle this here? So maybe we can return some static values or null. So let's return the static values. I will say new, but it is asking you for the object type of granted authority. Okay, so I will return. So there's a class which implements this. So I will say simple granted authority, and I can pass the role as user. So by default, every user will be getting the access as user. Now the only thing is we can't return a single object. It is expecting a collection. Okay, so I will say collections dot. If you want to return only one object, there is a method called singleton. Let's use that. Okay, after talking for so long, I hope this will work. Let's try. So let's try, let's see if this works, and then I will explain, let's go back to everything step by step. So let's restart the application and go back to the Postman. Let's see. We don't have Hirsch in database, do we? No. Click on send. You can see this is unauthorized. But what we have in database, let me verify the database fields once. So we got Naveen, or let's work with Sushil. And Sushil is username and password is s@123. So it is Sushil and it is S. Let's try with wrong password. Okay, unauthorized. Let's work with the right password. It worked. Okay. So after so long, things are working out. So data is coming from database. But still, we have one thing to do, which we'll do in the next video, which is we have not encrypted the password. So yeah, let's try with Naveen if Naveen is working. So Naveen, and it's n@123. So this is working. Let's go through the code once and understand what we have done. The first thing we are doing is we are making the changes. Okay, let's talk about the XML first. We have added two dependencies, one for JPA because we are working with database, and which database we are working with Postgres. That's one thing. Next, we have done some changes in the application properties. We have added the URL, username, and password. So the URL is this for Postgres, username for Postgres, and password for Postgres. Then we have to basically configure this security config. By default, it was using some authentication provider. We are saying, let me provide authentication provider, which is the DAO authentication provider. To make it work, you have to pass two things. First, password encoder, and second, the user details service, our own user details service. And since we want our own, we have to create our own class, which we are doing here. And this says, okay, you can create this class. You just have to implement one method, which is load user by username. To make it work, we need to work with the repo because repo will do the database connectivity. If it is connected, you got the data, it's good. You say return the data or return the object. If not, you can print user not found. In fact, when I was testing it, we also got a message here. You can see user not found. Okay, so you can do this, but then you can't simply return this user service, user principal, is because we have to implement the user details interface there, which has so many methods. We just are concerned about the username, password, and the authorities. So that's a lengthy code. Make sure that you check the code. Okay, you will find the link in description. And do that once. Do this code by yourself, then it will make sense. I know there are a lot of files to work with, and we have spent enough time to understand this. It's time to focus on encrypting your passwords. Now, what I'm talking about is when you go back to database, of course, we do have now users in the database. In fact, we have added few users, right? And if I want to show you the users, if I say select star from users here in the database, and if I hit the query, these are our users. The problem here is I can see the passwords, okay? Imagine you are running some huge applications, a critical application, and then you open your database and you can see the user's password. And most of us use the same password on multiple platforms. Not a good idea, okay, never do that, but yeah, people do that, right? So they have the same password on multiple platforms. So that's how you get hacked, right? I mean, not just one thing where if I'm a database administrator, if I can see the passwords, that's one risk. But what if you are using certain application and then most of the applications which are using are safe, this particular application is not safe, and someone was able to hack it, they got your password, and then they're using these passwords everywhere. So again, don't do that. Don't use the same password everywhere. But again, the problem here is we are not encrypting the password. You can still say it. So what's the ideal way here? What I can think about is, let me just go back to my ID and let's use some area to type what I'm talking about. Okay, which is empty file. So this looks like an empty file, right? So I will just use this area. So what we can do is we can take a plain text from the user. Okay, so user will say n@123, and before I store that in database, what I can do is I can simply encrypt it. Right, so we can get a cipher format. So we got a cipher text in the database. If a user is trying to basically verify, you can convert that cipher text into plain text and then you can verify, right? That's one way. But the problem is when you talk about encryption, like cryptography, we use a key there, right? And using a key, you can basically do this encryption and decryption. But the problem is, what if the key gets leaked? And of course, for all the users, you will be using the same key. If one password is compromised and if someone got the key, they can basically get all the passwords. We don't want that, right? So instead of creating a ciphertext, what if you can create a hash of it? Now, what is hashing? So basically, hashing is one way. So if you get a plain text, you run some algorithm on it, let's say SHA or MD5, and then you find a hash. Hash is like a fingerprint for a text. For me, this is my fingerprint. And imagine if I change any part of my body, let's say if I remove these specs, the fingerprint should change. That's how basically hashing works. And you can't get back. So from the fingerprint, you can't get the person, but from a person, you can get the fingerprint. That's how hashing works. So from the plain text, you can get the hash, but from the hash, you can't get the plain text. And we can use different algorithms to achieve that. One of the algorithms is SHA 256, but you can do that only once, right? You can run one round. But what if you can do multiple times? Same thing, get the plain text, run the algorithm, get the hash, run the algorithm on the hash, and again, you will get a new hash. So let's say this is hash 1. Again, you run the algorithm, you got hash 2, and multiple times. How many times? Maybe 10, 15, 20, 100, millions. So if you do it more, and if it takes some time for the computation, of course you can secure it. And to achieve that, we are going to use something called Bcrypt. Okay, so let's head back to the browser. And here I want to search for Bcrypt generate password. There are different websites we can go through. One of the things which I use is sometimes I use Bcrypt online or browserling. So let me go to browserling, or how do you pronounce it? Browserling? Browserling, doesn't matter. So here we got this Bcrypt password generator. So basically it finds the hash and you can do multiple rounds for it. Okay, so let me just enter the password. So let's say if I say n@123, and if I click on Bcrypt, you can see it is generating a password for you. So basically not a password, but the hash value of it. And this is the hash value. So from the password or from the text, you can get the hash value, but not other way around. So you can't basically get the text from the hash. And you can see it is world's simplest online Bcrypt hasher. Okay, I'm not sponsored by this link. I hope they will soon. But yeah, we got this thing here. But if you observe, we have one more thing, which is rounds. As I mentioned before, you can talk about the rounds, right? 1 round, 2 rounds. So it says 10. Does it mean 10 rounds? No, it's actually 2 the power of 10 rounds. You can imagine how big the number is. And we can also go for 12 rounds, and we are going to use 12 rounds. And if you see, when I change that number, observe this. With 10 rounds, it gives you this text. This is a type of Bcrypt. So there are different types we can use, or different versions we can use. This is 2A. There's also 2Y. The different versions. And this 10 here means the rounds. So if I say 12 now, if I click on Bcrypt, you will get a different number. So you can see we got 12 here. And the hash also changes. So the bigger the number, it is difficult to crack. But again, by doing this, you might be thinking, what if I say 100? And I want to make it more secure. You can do that. You can click on Bcrypt and okay, it exceeds the limit. But let's say if you give a bigger number and you have no idea, okay, it's still calculating. That's the problem. You can see I clicked on Bcrypt, it is still calculating it. Imagine you are using this on your server, and every time a user login, you will run all this number of rounds on your server. Imagine the bill as well. If you're using Amazon, imagine for even verifying a user, they will charge you a lot. And that's why 30 is not a good number, and it's still not going ahead. Maybe I can go with 15 if that works, and I hope it will come back. Gone. We'll try with again some text here. Round, let's say 15. So the higher the number, it will take more time. You can see it is still calculating. So better 10, 12 works. And we are going to use 12. Again, okay, we got 15. So yeah, it takes time. So don't go for a bigger number. 12 works, and I will stick to 12. Click on Bcrypt, and this is the thing. Okay. Now, once we understood this, now what we have to do is we have to implement this in our project so that every time a user is logged in, or every time a user creates an account, at that time when you ask for the password, don't store the plain text. So that means we have to do 2 things. One, we have to implement Bcrypt when a user registers, and we have to implement Bcrypt when also we are validating it. So let's do for the registration. And as you can see in the project, we have not done the registration part yet. In the earlier video, we had the user in the database, right? So we went for some SQL query, and where's our PG admin? It's here. Let me make it full screen. Browser full screen. Yeah. So we already have these values, but now I want to create a new user. So what I will do is I will go back here to the code, and let's create a controller for this. So for the creation, we'll create a Java class and we'll say user controller. And in this, basically, first of all, we have to make this as a REST controller. That's the first thing. And next, I want to register a user. So I will say public. I want to return the user. And the class we're using is users, not user. And we have to import the package for this. Again, the reason I'm using users, not user makes sense. But then if you say user, it's an inbuilt class inside Spring Security. So sometime you will import some wrong package and it will give you errors. And that's why on the safer side, I'm going with users. Normally we use user. And I will say register. And while you're registering it, of course, you will receive the data from a client. So I will say request body and users, user. And we have to also pass the post mapping because we are submitting data from the client. And this will be /register. Okay, now here basically the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to return the user itself as it is. But don't you think I want to store this in database? That's our aim. Okay, so to do that, I will need a service layer. So I will go back to my service, and here I will create a new class, a user service class. I will say users. Oh, do we have user service? No, we don't. User service. And the job of user service is just to accept that particular request, right? And it will return the users. And I will say save user, or maybe we can say register itself, register. And this will basically take the object of users, user. And who will store this in database? Of course, service is accepting it. And I forgot to write service, yeah. So service is accepting it from the controller, but service will say, that's not my job. If you want to store something in database, send it to database. And to do that, we are going to use the repository layer, right? And we already have it here, user repo. So I can simply use user repo in my service, and I will close certain things here, which we don't need at this point. Home controller not required, user principal not required, my detail service not required, student controller we don't require. Okay, so let's head back to the service and let's create the reference for the user repo. So user repo, and on top of this I will say auto wire so that I don't have to create the object. And here I will simply say repo dot, I want to save. So we can simply say save and pass the user. This will save this data in database. Okay, and also return the user. In fact, I will return the user which we are storing in database, not what we got. Okay, so I'm returning the user here, and also I'm going to user controller. Okay, we need service here. So auto wired private user service user. Okay, I will say service. And here I'm going to basically say return service dot register user. So we got the request on the controller sending to service sending to database, and we are done. Again, till this point, we have not talked about Bcrypt. We are just storing the user in the database as it is. Okay, so by doing this, let's restart the application and see what can go wrong. Okay, server started. I will use my postman. Okay, and let's send get student. Let's see if this is working first. And yeah, so this is working. Authorization is this. Now I want to create a new user, right? So I will say post, and I will send the request for register, but we have to pass the body as well, right? Now in the body, of course, I don't want to pass the product. What I want to pass is the ID. I want to pass the username. Now from where you will get this field, now this is dependent upon what you have used here. So this is the type of users. And if you go to users, these are the three fields you have to pass: ID, username, and password. So let's get back ID, username, and password. The value is 3 here because we already have 1 and 2. The username I want to go for this time is, let's say, okay, what user we don't have. Let's verify from database. We got Naveen and Sushil. Let's go for Harsh. And the password is h@123. Okay, so let's click on send. It should work. You can see we got the user back from the database. And the best way to verify is actually hitting database, right? So I will just run this. And yeah, we got new user. Again, no Bcrypt implemented. Now let's implement Bcrypt. What I want to do is I want to create this new user, but then the data which you are storing in database should be with a new, with a Bcrypt. So what we can do is here, before you send the user to database in the service layer, what you can do is you can change the password. So you can say user.set password. But how will I know what is the Bcrypt version of that password? Maybe you can just get the password here, go to that website, copy that. What I'm talking about is take the password, type it here, copy this, and paste it there. Again, we don't want to do manual process. So in that case, we have to use a library, the Bcrypt library. And the good thing is, in Spring Security, you will get Bcrypt by default. You just have to use the object. So I will just create the object here. There are two ways of creating the object. You can use the bin in the security config file or in the configuration, or I can just hardcode the value, or I can just create the object by myself. So I will say Bcrypt password encoder, and you can see this is a part of Spring Security. So Spring Framework.security. So we are happy. At least we are not using some third party which will give you some errors. So we got encoder, and we can say new Bcrypt password encoder. Now in this bracket, basically for the constructor of Bcrypt password encoder, we can pass this strength. What is this strength? The rounds, 10 rounds, 12 rounds. By default, it will be 10 if I'm not wrong. They don't have the documentation. Let's download the source. Let's see. So strength is by default. Okay, they don't have a default strength, is it? Okay, by default is -1. Is weird. If you pass something, okay, they've not mentioned the strength. So log rounds to use between 4 to 31. So we can use between these numbers. Next, we can also mention the version. So with this strength, you can also mention the number, version, like we can have 2A, 2B, 2Y. We'll stick to the basic version, whatever it passes. Let's go back to the user, and here I will just mention 12. We are not going for 10 now, we are going for 12. Strength is 12. So using this encoder, I can simply say set password, encoder.encode, that's the method, and pass the password. But how will I know the password? Actually, we know. In the user object, we're already getting the password, right? So get the password, encode it, set it in the user, set it to the user, and it will do your work. Okay, so I am hoping this will work. Let's try. So let's restart the application. Now go back to register. Of course, I will use the same username password for the authorization. In the body, I will create a new user now. So I will say for, this time it is Avni and a@123. Let's see if this works. Send. It worked. We got 200 OK. And we also got a password. Can you see that? We got a Bcrypt password. We can also verify that in the database. So let's head back to database. Let's hit the query, and this is your new password. But we got another big problem now. Let's try to do something. So let's say I want to fetch all the students. I'm just trying to access some resource. And in the authorization, Naveen will work. So if I say run, it works. But let's say I'm trying to use a new user, which is Avni a@123. If I click on send, we got authorization fail. Why? This is the right password. It's just that when you are storing when you are creating a new user, you are converting into Bcrypt, right? The hash. But when you're validating it, we are not doing that. Because in the validation, if you go back to your security config, this file, we have written one line here, which is this line. Can you see that? We are saying that when you are verifying it, still use no op password encoder. That means we are using a default one, not the Bcrypt. So yeah, for storing we are using it, but for verifying we are not using it. So how do I verify? So we have to convert this. Of course, if I want, I can go to database and copy this string. I'm just hoping this will work. Never tried it. Yeah, it works in that way. But do you think user will enter this? Of course, they want to enter their normal passwords. You can't expect them to remember the hash values. And again, it's not safe to transfer this on the internet. So what can we do? Of course, while verifying it, instead of using no op password, use Bcrypt. How difficult that can be? Maybe creating some classes and objects? No, just one line. What you can do is just create the new object of Bcrypt password encoder and pass this strength. That's it. You just mentioned that we are saying that, hey, authentication provider, the password encoder you have to use is Bcrypt and the strength is 12. That's it. Now it knows, okay, whatever password I will receive, I will convert that into Bcrypt hash, and now I will verify it. And by doing so, let's run this and let's see if this works. So go back to the postman. Let's use the hash, and hash will not work now. Yeah, you can see we got 401. But now let's use a normal password. It's a@123. Send. It worked. What about the normal users? Naveen, normal users means the user with the plain text. Even for them, it will not work. In that case, you have to basically ask them to update their passwords. Maybe, sometimes you receive a link from some applications or some service by saying, hey, it's time to change your password. Maybe they mess up sometimes and they ask you to change the password. I doubt. Anyway, so one thing you can do is, if you want to change the new password, if you want this to work, you can create a Bcrypt version of this and copy this. Again, not a good idea. I'm just showing you what you can do. And here you can just update Naveen. So you can say, first of all, ID of Naveen is what? It's 1. So I will say update users, set the password. I don't know why I'm feeling that I'm doing a crime here, where the ID is equal to 3. Oh, sorry, ID is equal to 1. Just hit this query, run, got updated, and run. So you can see for Naveen also, we got the encrypted password, or the hashing password. And now I can verify this, and this should work. So make sure that all your passwords are encrypted, and who is not safe? It's Sushil and Harsh. Okay, it's time to send them a link by saying update your passwords. So anyway, we have talked about Bcrypt, and now we know why encoding your password is important and how do we do that. So we can use Bcrypt. It's not the only solution. We have other solutions as well. And if you tried something, let me know in the comments, and others will also try. JWT. Oh, this JWT. JWT stands for JSON Web token. In short, we call it as JWT because it is easier to pronounce. So we'll say JWT from this time, or JWT. I will go with both the words. JWT or JWT stands for JSON Web Token, as I mentioned. So we'll talk about why do we need JWT. We'll talk about what is JWT, and then we'll focus on how do we implement that in our project. See, the thing is, when you talk about security, of course, we have done a lot of things about security till this point. We were able to log in so that we can access the resource. So what resource I'm talking about? So let's say we have a client here, a happy client, and then we got a server here. And of course, every time you try to access any resource from the server, basically we send a request, of course, but the first request should be for the login. Otherwise, you cannot access the resource. Yes, there are certain resources where you don't need restrictions, but let's say you've got a resource which is protected, and if you want to access it, you need to log in first. And when you log in, of course, for login, you have to provide your credentials. It can be username, password, or anything else. And this goes to the server. Server says, okay, you are an authorized person or application, and you can access the resource now. So of course, you are very happy, you are doing transactions and everything is going well. But then every time you access some other resource, let's say on the application or the server, you have 10 resources. And when you access one resource, you provide the credentials, it works. For the next access, you don't have to provide credentials, right? Because you are logged in already. Then why you have to provide credentials? And that's why we use something called session. So what happens is when a client sends a request to the server, and if it is logged in, you maintain a session basically. You have a session ID stored on the server. Let's say the session ID is 102. And then every time client goes to the server, it say, hey, I'm this, and my session ID is 102. And then server knows, okay, this person has logged in earlier. We don't have to ask for username, password every time. And that's why if you go to any website, let's say Gmail, I don't remember when was the last time I have logged into Gmail. So on this machine, not this machine, my personal machine, I have Gmail logged in for a very long time. I mean, not just Gmail, most of the applications, right? And then I can actually use other Google applications, let's say Google Drive or Google Meet, just by that sign in. So we have something called SSO, which is single sign on, where you log in once and you try to access all the other applications. But yeah, the main point is you don't have to log in multiple times. You just do it once. So to achieve that, we use something called session. Okay. So what is wrong with session? It's great, but then there's some drawback. And to understand that, let's go with an example. So let's say I am Navin Reddy. Okay. So let's say I go to different offices for training or some consulting work. And then every time I visit a company, maybe the process goes for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month. Okay. And then every day I leave my home, I go to the office, and in between, maybe I want to have a coffee. Okay. So what I do is I know for a particular office, there is a coffee store there. So there's a coffee store here. And then this store name is what? Okay, I made a cube, I don't know why. But let's say this coffee store is Tea Coffee. I know that sounds a good name. But yeah, so we got a tea coffee shop here. And then I go there, I pay some amount, let's say maybe $5 for a coffee. I know that's a costly one, but let's say I pay $5 for coffee and then I get a coffee, right? I'm very happy. So that's a server, that's a client, the transaction has been done. And I was thinking, okay, so I go there every day, right? So for next 2 weeks or maybe next 3 weeks, I will be having my coffee there. So why don't I make a pass, a monthly pass, or maybe I will pay upfront where I will get some discount. I don't have to stand in a queue to order the coffee. I can just show my card and I can say, hey, give me the coffee. And that sounds good, right? You don't have to stand in a queue. You don't have to carry change, or you don't have to scan to pay every time. You just pay that once. So we had a deal, okay? So that person there, so let's say the person name is Bob. So let's say Bob is here. And then Bob says, hey, Naveen, you can just pay $50 once and then you can access the coffee. You can come here every morning. You can get your coffee and we'll give it to you. So $50, good amount. So that's for the entire 3 weeks. I'm very happy. I got discount as well. A lot of benefits, right? And I'm going there, I'm showing my face, and then this Bob knows who I am, so he gives me a coffee. But let's say after a few days, I can't see Bob there. Bob has been replaced by some other person, let's say Rohit. So when I go to coffee shop now, and then I don't see Bob there, and Rohit says, who are you? And that's weird, right? I mean, I have paid for the coffee, but Rohit has no idea who I am. So if you go back to the scenario, instead of Bob knowing my face, we could have done some better thing, right? What if Bob could have given me an ID? Let's say Bob will maintain a book there. And in that book, it is mentioned that 102 is Naveen. and he has already paid $50, right? And then I can carry an ID card with me which says 102, and every time I go there I can show the card, and then now Bob or Rohit, doesn't matter who that person is, can see, hey, I can see your name mentioned in the registry, I can just give you the coffee. So it doesn't matter who that person is, I can get my coffee now. So that's one scenario. Let's go for more scenarios. Let's say now I'm not just going to one city. Let's say I travel to multiple cities. And I realize that most of the tech space have the same coffee shop, tea coffee shop, okay? And then let's say I was in Mumbai, now I'm going to, let's say, Delhi. And there I want to do the same thing. I'm going to a company, but I want to have a coffee. So I was in Mumbai and now I'm going to Delhi, same coffee shop. This time I'll make just a box. And now when I go there, there's a person here. Let's say the person name is different. I will not draw this again. So let's say there the person name is Mahesh. And I go to Mahesh by saying, hey, I have already paid $50 in Mumbai office, and now I want to get my coffee. And now Mahesh says, I don't know who you are. And then I will say, hey, don't worry, I got an ID with me. I will show you the ID. And now Mahesh is looking at the registry, the local book in Delhi coffee shop, and then he can't find my name there. The reason is very simple. The book was there in Mumbai, not in Delhi, right? So we got two different offices. Maybe we can have 10 different offices in all over the world. And every time I go there, no one knows who I am. So this is failing. So what they could have done is, instead of going for a local copy, they could have made a server in between. And all these offices can share the same server where they can maintain the registry by saying Navin Reddy already paid $50 and for 3 weeks he can now access the coffee. And now they can do it. So all these different offices can share the same server. And this will solve the problem, right? And I was happy, he was happy, everything is done. But sometimes this common database between different servers creates some issues, okay? It may also slow down the stuff. So this is one problem. How do we solve this problem? So in order to solve this problem, let's go for some other approach. Let's say I'm that person. Let's go back to the original scenario. This is the coffee shop, which is tea, coffee shop. And then there's a Bob here. Initially it was Bob, right? So let's go with Bob. And now let's change the scenario. I'm going to the server or the coffee shop. I said, I will pay you $50. You gave me the access. And then on that day, of course, I got the coffee. But then instead of giving me an ID, and they have to also maintain the registry, right? Instead of that, what Bob is doing now is, Bob is giving me a card. Initially also I got the card, but this time a different card. Now this card will have certain different things. Example, first of all, the card will have my name. The card will also have the issue date when the card was issued and when is the expiry. Of course, expiry is important, right? Otherwise, I will enjoy the coffee for my entire career or for my entire lifetime, provided doctor says don't drink coffee. Otherwise, I will enjoy this, right? So name, issue date, and expiry, that's what I want from that's what I got. So every time I go to the coffee shop, I will take my ID, I will show it to them, and they will say, okay, the ID looks good. And they will give me back my ID, and then I can get the coffee. So name, issue date, and expiry works here. Now, what is not working is, one of my friend, he also goes with me for different trainings, or maybe we meet sometime. And then I have given him this idea. Hey, what you can do? You can talk to Bob and you can get this card. You don't have to stand in a queue. You don't have to pay every time. You can pay it once and you can get discount as well. And now this guy is very smart. What he did, he looked at my ID, or the card, and he says, okay, I can simply make a fake copy of it. And then what he's doing is he's basically changing just one thing. Instead of my name, he's using his name, let's say Harsh. And now Harsh can access the coffee. So Harsh can go there. So Harsh is here. Harsh take this card and go give it to the coffee shop, and then coffee shop give him the coffee. But don't you think this is a fake one? It's not given by Bob, and maybe Harsh can go to different cities all over the world and use the same card. So how can you stop it? It's very easy. What if the manager gives a sign there? Maybe Bob or a manager, or maybe a stamp of that coffee shop, which you can get here. And that stamp is important. And if any card which is not having stamp, then you know that this is a fake one. Okay, so this is how you can solve this. And this thing which I got is called a token. Okay, so I can carry this token every time. Now question arises, how will you represent this token in the data format? We have different formats. We can use XML. So in the earlier days, people used to use XML for this token. Now, which transaction I'm talking about? This, the virtual world client and server. So when you got a client, when you got the server, When they want to exchange a token, they will exchange a token with XML format. But the problem with XML is it is very bulky. And even if you want to encode it, the output will also be bulky. And that's why we have to go for a smaller format. So we got the alternative there, and the alternative is JSON. Now JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So you can represent your data in a small format, and also you can encode it to become it more smaller. So it is very easy to carry between the client and server. It will be lightweight. And that's where we thought, okay, let's use JSON. And we are building some token, and this will be used for web. So in short, this is called JWT, which stands for JSON Web Token. In fact, there's a website called JWT.io or MS. You can go to any of this. Okay, so what is JSON? So JSON stands for JSON Web Token, or Open Industry Standard RFC 7519 method for representing claims. Now what is claim? So this data on this card is claim. So I'm claiming to be Navin Reddy. I'm claiming that the issue date is this, the expire is this. Those are the claim I can transmit between two different parties, the client and server. And the beautiful thing about this is you can store your data in this format. If you can see, we got a data here, right, which is called a payload. So whatever the card is, that's a payload. It will have the name, it will have the issuance time. You can also have the expiry time here. So you can see this is the issuance time. I can also add the expiry here, colon, with the same number, but I will just modify something. I will just paste it here. Instead of 3, let's say 4. Any number, it just doesn't matter. So you can say this time is 18th Jan 2018 and 7 a.m. hopefully. And this is what? It's not able to interpret that. This is weird. Yeah. So you can see this is 9:47. So we got 2.5 hours of session. So this is the issuance time. This is the expiry time. That's how you can pass this. Apart from this, you can also send a header. So header will have the algorithm. So to build this token, you can use some algorithms. We have HS, we got RS. So HS basically is HMAC. RS is basically RSA. We also got ES. RSA and ES, they are asymmetric cryptography. They use public and private key, and HS uses symmetric key. Now, if you're not sure what these keys are, I will give you a basic introduction, but to know more, you can check out the video in the link, a separate video on data signature and cryptography. Okay. And then you specify those things, algorithm and the type, which is JWT here, which is JWT. And you will also give a signature. Remember, Bob or the manager will give a signature, and you can use that to verify this is valid. But then you don't have to send all this data from client to server, server to client. What you send is this encoded format, a short format. Okay. So when you say you're exchanging between client and server, you send this. So that means every time now, you don't have to maintain session. So let's go back here with this original client server. So now every time you want to access a resource, let's say you want to access a resource for students, what you do is you send a request for the students /students, but then you also send the token. Now how you got the token? When you logged in for the first time, what you received from server to client is JWT, the token. And every time you go to the server, and if you say, hey, I want students, and server says, who are you? You can say, hey, this is my JWT. I'm sending it with the request, verify it, and you will know who I am. So that's how basically JWT works. Now, when you talk about the signature, basically you can use different algorithms, right? So we have something called cryptography. So what you do is you send a plain text, right? Now, instead of sending a plain text, you can send a ciphertext. You encrypt it. And then, of course, you can use a key there to encrypt and decrypt. If you use a different key for encryption decryption, that's called asymmetric, where you have a private key, public key. But then let's say, if you want to achieve data signature, you can use these two keys to achieve data signature as well. Again, how? You can find the link in description. Check that video. It's very important. And you will get to know how data signature works. And by doing this, by doing JWT, you're not actually achieving secrecy. What you're achieving is accountability. That means if you see a stamp on a card, you know that this is valid. Anyone can read the card. It's not like you are stopping someone from reading this card because you're sending the data on the internet, right? So you're sending the JWT with the login request. Of course, anyone can see that. You can also encrypt it. You can use HTTPS instead of HTTP. So by default, we are using HTTP here. You can use HTTPS to secure your token as well. But the main reason for using JWT is not secrecy, it's accountability. But yeah, you can also achieve secrecy as I mentioned. So now it's time to implement JWT in our project. The thing is, when you want to configure JWT in the project, in the Spring Boot project, there are a lot of classes and interfaces to work with. We have to get multiple layers, The thing is, see, we have to do two things. One, whenever user logged in, you have to basically send a token generated on the server to the client. And then when a client sends some other request, they have to send this token with them to the server. And on the server side, we have to validate the token, and based on that, you have to send the response. Looks like a less number of steps, but then when you say you have to generate the token, it involves itself a lot of steps. When you say you want to validate the token, it will take a lot of steps. Now, you might be thinking for a simple project, as I mentioned before, for a simple project, you do a lot of settings. See, security is very important, and you will do this configuration only once. I don't know why I'm saying this every time as a disclaimer, but I have seen the mindset of people who are learning Spring Security. They're like, hey, I'm building an application to add two numbers, and then the amount of time I'm spending on security is much more than the feature. But when you build big applications, you are spending more time on the features than on security. But if you do security properly, that's what you get. Less time security, more time development, but do it properly. And now we're going to divide entire JWT implementation into multiple stages. In this video, let's do the first step, setting up the project so that you can work with JWT. See, we are going to use a lot of classes to generate those tokens, validate those tokens, and these are not part of Spring Security by default. We have to add those libraries for JWT. That's one. Next, we have to create layers so that when you send a request goes to the Spring Security, but then at this point we were working with, if I go to Spring security config, we are asking our authentication provider to talk to database to verify it, and we still want to do that. Now, since I want to use JWT now, we have to add one more layer. It is there behind the scene even if you're not using JWT. Till this point, we have used authentication provider, but when the request goes, that object of authentication goes to the server, and there is something called authentication manager, which calls authentication provider. And by default, authentication manager is handling this stuff behind the scene. And now we want to say, hey, I'm working with this token system, and let me handle it. So we have to work with authentication manager as well. So which dependency I'm talking about? So what I will do is I will go back to my POM file here. So let's set up this project once. And here we have to add two more dependencies. So one is for the JWT API. And to do that, we will go to our favorite website, which is MVC Repository, and here search for JWT API, and this is what we need. So if I click on this is the API we have to work with. Now, which version looks stable? So 12.3, because it has a maximum usage, so I will use that. Or maybe this one also works, 12.5. So let's get this. And based on when you're watching this, you can pick up any version, make sure that it is used a lot. And now I'll copy this without the add, of course, and go back here and paste. Next, so this is just an API, right? Of course, I have to do Maven reload, but we need two more dependency. See, we have got the API, not the implementation. So you have to take both. They give you an option of API and implementation difference so that you can use any other implementation if you want. But I want to use the JWT implementation, so I will just say impl, and this is the one. So this implements the API. Go for the same version, and as you can see, they have found a vulnerability. So learning purpose, this works. But then if you are implementing this in your project, check with your company's policies, what kind of security they are implementing, and your team, the security compliance team, they will have their own set of APIs available. So I'm going to use this, and I'll copy this and paste it here. So we got the implementation. Sometimes you also need a Jackson converter. I think that's optional. Just try it out without the Jackson converter. If it works, it works, but I will get that here. So JWT Jackson, I know there are a lot of J's here, but let's take it. Same version. And version plays a major role. Sometimes when you have a different version, it might create some issues. So stick to the specific version. So do the Maven reload. It will download all the dependencies. As you can see, it is doing it here. Took some time, but it should be here soon. Yeah, we got it. Now, once you got dependency, let's do this stuff. The first thing you have to do is, now we have to make sure that the authentication manager is something which you are handling. So when you say you want to handle something, we have to create a bean for it. So let's create a bean for authentication manager. So if you say authentication, we got provider, but I want manager. Yeah, authentication manager. And let's authentication manager. Now question arises, how will you give the object of this? You just have to get the object and return. The way we have done here for the authentication provider, we got DAO authentication provider, but here either we have to look for a class or some other way. Now because if you see authentication manager, it's an interface, so we can't simply create object of it. So the way what you can do here is you can basically pass the object of authentication configuration and I will say config. And using this config object, if you can see, there are some methods. And one of the method is get authentication manager. So this will give you an object and you as a programmer just need to hold on it. Then that's why we are saying bean, right? So I can simply ask for authentication manager object in any of the classes and I will get it. But it might throw an exception, that's what it's saying. So I will say, okay, add throws exception, I'm happy with it. I think we have to return this. So return, yeah. So this is working. So that is the first step. We wanted to get the hold on authentication manager. And authentication manager will talk to authentication provider. That's the flow. And now what's the next step? See, we are able to register the user. So if you go to your user controller, and that we have done this in the earlier videos, you can basically do registration, right? So you can create new users. And everything is working out. Basically, when you say register, we do have a way to register the user in database, and we are also making sure that we are using a Bcrypt password encoder to save it. That's for the registration. But what for the login? See, by default, if you don't implement the thing which we have done now, which is the authentication manager, behind the scene, it will take its own flow. What I want to do is I want to have my own flow. So I want to create a login option, something like this. So if a user says a URL/login, they should be able to do that. So I will say public. I want to say if the login is successful, and I will say login, in which it will pass you the object of users. So I will say users, user, and I have to say request body, and let's return success. At this point, I'm not checking if the user is valid or not. I'm just saying success. And for this, I need a post mapping URL because we are accepting data. And here I will say login. So when someone sends a login request, this method should be called and it should say success. And that's what I want. Nothing fancy. I will just relaunch this. First run this and open my Postman. First of all, I want to know in database what are the fields we have. So we can see we have Naveen, and I forgot the password. It should be Naveen n@123. I hope there's a password. Anyway, Postman will tell me. Was the last thing? Okay, we have used that last time. Now I want to send a post request for the login. Okay, and maybe the better thing would be also to print the data we are getting here. So let me print the user as it is. Let's relaunch. Okay, let's go back to the Postman, and here I have to specify the basic auth. Even if you don't do that, I think we have done it for the login, if I'm not wrong. We have made sure that it should not stop login. Oh, okay. So we have not done that yet. See, the thing is, whenever you try to access any resource, the thing which we do is we basically make sure that you pass a username password, and we are doing that from a long time. In the Postman, basically we were sending this authorization, right? Even for the registration. So if I want to add a new user, I have to pass some authentication, basic auth. And even for if you want to fetch students, you have to do that. But don't you think for the login and for the registration, we should not do that? We don't need to do that. So can we skip certain things as open resource and everything else as a close? Because by default, if you see, everything is closed. Any request will be authenticated. So what I can do is I can free up. I can say, hey, there are two links which I don't want to implement security on. So I want them to be permitted. So once we got the request object here, just say enter, and here, so before the any request, you can say request matches, and you can pass the patterns here. So I don't want it for the register, and I don't want it for the login. So for these two URLs, it will skip it. How? You have to say permit all. So when you say permit all, that means this will be permitted, and then any other request will be authenticated. That's how you differentiate between open links or the closed resources. Okay, so let's restart. So now if you want to register a user, it will basically not check for your credentials. You can simply skip them and you can add a new user. But now when I say login, I don't want to pass the auth, but in the body, I want to pass something, not this. I want to pass certain things. I want to pass the ID first of all. So I will say, I want to pass the ID. ID should be new. We already have, let's start with 11 because I'm not sure what's the last ID there. I will say username. And how do you know this field? These are there inside your users. If you can see, we got 3 fields here. So username, new username I want to add is, let's say, Guli. And the password is g@123. Okay, so we got this detail. And when I click on send, it should be login. And you can see we got success. Let's verify if you're getting that on the console. So you got this object. So this is working till this point. Now we want to actually do the login, right? How do you verify the user is logged in or not? In that case, I don't want to print login now. What I can do is I can ask my service layer to verify. We don't want to do that, right? So I can say return, and here I can ask my service to verify the user. It's that simple. If the service class says done, if it is a real user, you will get that text. If it is a wrong user, you will get that text, right? As simple as that. But we don't have this method. So I will just click here and I will say create a method verify, and we have to verify it here. Now question arises, how you are going to verify? That's a big question, right? Because if you see the flow, before this, login was happening automatically because of the authentication manager. Behind the scene, it was working. And now we are changing a flow, right? So in that case, we already got authentication manager object. I can simply get that object here and pass the request to it. So I can say authentication manager, we got the hold on it. I will say auth manager. And once you got this object, I can come back here and I can use that object. But using that object, what you will get? See, ultimately you want authentication, right? So to do that, I will simply use authentication. Authentication is equal to, and using the auth manager, I can say authenticate, but how will you authenticate? What you want to authenticate? So whatever this user details are, I want to authenticate. See, behind the scene, we have written all the logic for the authentication, right? We have mentioned that we have authentication provider who will verify on database. I just have to call them. And to do that, in this authenticate, I will just enter that here so that I can read it. You can pass the object of, because if you see authenticate, it needs the object of authentication. Okay, a lot of authentication there. So what you're passing now is unauthenticated, and what you will get is authenticated. But both are the same class object. It's like you're sending a box without the stamp, and what you get in return is a box with a stamp. So to do that, I will use a class called user password authentication token. In this, you have to pass two things, the username and the password. So you will say user.get username and user.get password. So we want to pass these two things. And what this will give you is the authentication object. And once you got this object, I can verify if you are authenticated, if the user is real. So it's authenticated dot is authenticated. This will return true or false. And I just have to check. If it is authenticated, I can return success. Else I will return, not even else, I will say return. I can throw the exception as well. Yeah, but I would say return failure. Okay, so basically what I'm doing is, behind the scene, all the verification of the user is correct or not is happening. Okay, it's just that we are taking the control of login. So when you say you're passing username password, we are manually verifying it. We are asking the authentication manager, hey, we got the details, take this detail and let me know if the user is logged in or not. And we have done all the hard work before. We have done all this hard work before. Right? So now this should work. Let's try if this is working. So I will just restart this and go back to Postman, literally check it. So we don't have to pass ID when you're verifying it, right? So now I will click on send and it should give you 401 because this is a wrong username password. Let's pass something real. So I will say Naveen and Naveen @123. So Naveen and N @123, send. It works. You can see we got success. If I give a wrong password and we got failure. In fact, it's not printing it here, but yeah, that's what we got. It's basically throws an exception and you got this error here. The thing is, earlier also we were doing login. In fact, we never tried login, right? We are just using this URL now. We were accessing the resource by passing the authorization, but now I'm actually logged in and I'm not passing any auth from here. Now what I want to do is, we are getting success, but actually we don't want success. What we want is, if I run this and if I get the success, I don't want success here. I want to generate a token which I can use later. But the question is, how will you generate token? That's a big question. So instead of returning a success here, I want to generate a token. So we can do that, right? It's very simple. I can say generate token. So this method should return me a token. And the beauty is, actually not beauty. Maybe you were thinking that there might be some method and magically it will give you a token. No, we have to generate the token by ourselves and we have to create this method. I can do that in the same class, okay? In the user service, I can do that. But I want to keep the JWT stuff apart from the user service. So what I will do is, in this service package here, I will create a class for the JWT service. And in this class, I want to have that method. So first of all, I will say this is a service layer and go back to the user service and create the object for that here. So I'll say private JWT service or JWT service. And on top of this, I will say add auto-wired. Now using this JWT service, I want to say .generate token. And we don't have that method there. So what I can do is I can just go there here and say create a method. And this method should return the token. Okay, but how will you generate token? It's easy actually. You can go to the browser. Remember we went to this website. I don't know where my Chrome is gone. Okay, so browser is here. And if you remember, we went to this website and this is a token, right? A random token, but this should work at this point. Maybe you can generate a random token anytime you want. So let's say I want to say this is for Naveen. This is for this subject. Token refers to, okay, I will just keep it empty or whatever default is. And this is the expiry. I will just use this token and paste it here. That's it. We got the token, right? I know that's a big text, but we got the token. Let's restart this and go back here. Click on send. Okay, server not started yet. Send. Okay, we got the token. Okay, so ultimately we got token, right? But there's one little problem. This is not the actual token. I mean, this is a token, but not the valid token. Reason, first of all, it is expired, right? This is 2018 one. And second, doesn't matter who the user is. All the user will get the same token. This is one of the biggest security breach, right? Yeah, someone is logged in and then you are using the same token to access some other resource. We want to generate token for users, different tokens. But at this point, we know we have done with the flow. Okay, we know a lot of different stuff now. What is happening? The only thing you have to do is generate this token. You might be thinking that easy? No, multiple classes are there. So the code is not that easy, but if you be with me and practice it together, it becomes easy. And now it's time to generate the token. This is the hard-coded token which we are sending. Not a good idea because different user will get different tokens, and every time you log in, you should get a different token. Now, how do we do that? So to achieve that, first of all, of course, we don't want to return this, but time being, I will keep it there. I will change it later. And I want to generate the token now. Now, when you say you want to generate a token, it should be based on certain things, right? It should have the subject. Maybe we can use the username as a subject. We have to specify the issue date, expiry, and other things if you want to mention. And where you will keep all these things. So what you can do is you can create a map of claims. So basically I want to create a map of claims. And the type of this map will be string and object because the key will be string. The value will differ, right? So you can have different type of data. So I'm going for the object type here. And we have to import map and we'll say new hash map. Okay, so we got the claims here, which is the map. At this point, this is empty, but we'll build it step by step. And now I want to return the token. So to generate the token, we can use something called JWT class. If you can see, this belongs to JSON Web Token package, which we have got it from the Maven repository. And you can use this. Let's import the package. So we'll use this. This is basically a class. It has multiple methods to work with. One thing if you observe, there is a method called claims, and this is where you can mention all the claims. It also has claim builder. So we are going to basically use this claim builder to build our claims because we have to specify multiple things there. So either we can use claims to build it or we can use builder, even claims. Okay, let's use builder because that's JWT builder we have. And with this, I can use certain methods. So the package which we have used, let me show you the package. So the version of that package is 0. Okay, where is that? So I will go to my .xml. Now, since we are using 0.12.5, they have made some changes in 0.12. So we have to use a new code. In the initial days, we were basically using, I think, set claims. And you can see set claims basically is deprecated. Now this got deprecated in, I have to download the sources so that I will know in which version it got updated. So set claims is basically deprecated from 0.12. So if you're using the older version, it will work properly. Even for this version, this will work. There's no error. But again, this is deprecated, so use the latest one. And which is the latest one? So we can use directly claims. So I can simply say, instead of saying set claims, I want to say just claims, then dot, and now we can set what are the values you want. So basically, I want to first of all add the claims. So I will say add, and this is where you will add this map. So in this map, it will add all the claims. The next thing I want to do is I want to set the subject. So again, earlier we used to use set subject, and now you can see it is deprecated here. So all these methods, set issuer, set expiration, all these are deprecated. So we can directly say subject. And this makes much more sense, right? So we are adding claims, and what are the claims we are adding? We're adding subject. Subject is basically the username. And okay, so to get the username, I have to accept the username here. And from where you will set the username, we are calling this from user service, right? So when you are generating a token, we need to send the username. So we're sending username from here to here, and we can set the username here, subject, or we have to set the issuance time. So I will say issued at, and I will say new date. I want to specify the current time. So I will say system dot current time millis. Okay, not say dot. And then we have to specify the expiration. This will be again the same thing. But then with the expiration, we have to add some extra time. So I will just multiply this with 60. So this is milliseconds, right? So into 60 is seconds, into 60 is minutes. And I want to, let's say, do it for the 10 minutes. So this will be applicable. This token will be applicable for 10 minutes. Or maybe we can also make it 30 minutes. That's fine. And then we have to specify one more thing. So this will generate the token for you. I mean, you can generate token from this, but we have to also sign it. Remember, we have talked about data signature. And to do that, we have to use a method called, so we have to say dot, and the method name is sign. But if you can see, it is not there now. So we have to basically say, and I want to also mention something. So you have to use and. Let me just delete this line. Why not giving suggestion for signing? Oh, okay. It's and, not add. Typo. And when you say sign with, basically you have to pass a key. Okay, now I'm not sure what key I have to pass, and maybe I have to generate the key every time. We can use some standard key, but as I mentioned, if you want to make it secured, we have to use some technique to do that. Once it is done, you can simply say compact. This will generate the token for you. Okay, but then how do we sign it? Now this is a critical part. So when you say sign, we have to generate a key here. Now I don't want to write the code for the generating key in this particular method. There should be some other method to do that. So I will say get key, and let's create this method. Okay, and since we don't have this method here, so I will simply say, okay, create method get key. So I want to create this method which will return the key for me. And how do we generate the key? So what you can do is you can simply return the key here, right? And then there are multiple ways. One way you can create a key here. You can say a private string key, or maybe I can say secret key. And I can mention whatever key I want to mention here. Maybe something like CF781. I'm just generating a random key. Okay, so let's say this is the key, and then you are basically return the secret key here. Again, not a good idea. I will show you the proper way. But this is a normal string, right? And to convert this normal string into a key, what I can do is I can basically return keys dot. So there's a method called keys dot, and for which algorithm we are using this key. So we are using it for HMAC SHA, and then we have to pass this key here. Let's see if this works. No, even HMAC SHA takes the byte. Okay, so this basically, before I send this, I have to convert this into byte. Okay, no problem. I will create a byte array. I will say key bytes equal to. Now, how do you convert the string to bytes? So basically, I can use something called decoders dot base64.decode, and we have to pass the key here. So what it will do is it will use this 64 base decoder, and it will convert your string into bytes, and we have to pass those bytes here. So by doing this, we are generating a key, and this should work. Let me verify if this works. I'm not sure. I'm just experimenting it. We have a proper way, but before doing a proper way, I just wanted to show you, will it work? If not, we'll do certain things. So there's no error till this point. That's a good thing. Okay, no error. Let me go back to my browser, and you can see we were getting this static text view because we are returning it. Now let me just hit the login, and okay, so we got 401. Okay, we got an exception. Let's see, what is the exception? It's huge. It says that specified key byte array is 32 bits, which is not secure enough. Okay, this is not secure. So we have to basically generate a secure one. In fact, you can Google it. You can search a key from Google and you can get it there, and it should work. So this is not working. So what I will do is I will generate this key. So this is not safe. That's what it says. So if this is not safe, then how will you generate this? So maybe I can create a constructor in which I can just create this key. So JWT service. And let's write the logic for generating key here. So I don't want to use this key. This is a default value. And in fact, this is not secure. So I will just remove that. Now, how do you generate this key? So there's something called key generator. So if you see key generator, this belongs to Java X.crypto, not the cryptocurrency, but cryptography. And I'll use this, and I can say key gen. And using this key generator, I can create the object of it. So key generator.get instance. And in this instance, you have to specify which algorithm you're working with. So I will say HMAC SHA-256. So this is the algorithm we are using, and this might throw an exception. Okay, that's what it says. I want to use try catch, not throws exception. Okay, so this is basically the thing. Now, once you got key generator, I can basically use secret key equal to. So using this key gen, you can generate a key. So you can say there's a method called generate key. Okay, but generate key will not give you a string. It will give you of type Okay, so we have to use something else. I will use SK here. So generate key returns a type of secret key. Okay, so no problem. I will just use secret key. It's an inbuilt type in Java x.crypto. And from this secret key, we have to get the string, right? And if you remember, we have used something called the base64 decoder here. So we have to do just encoding there. And I can use sk dot, in fact, not sk dot. So I can use base64 dot get encoder, and we have to encode that into string. So let's use our secret key, or not secret key, sk dot get encoded. So basically this will convert that into the string, and I will just use that here. So I will say secret key is equal to this. So what we're doing is we are generating a key. So this will be generated as soon as you create the object for this. And maybe you can also create a new key every time you request for it. So again, that's the option you have. But what we are doing is we are generating a key, this one, and that is what we are using here. Now we are not doing hard-coded value, so I hope it will work. So let's go back to the code, go back to Postman, and now hit this once again. And this time it says, okay, so this is working. Okay, so we have generated a key. Now, what are the values for the key? So the username is, if you see authorization, okay, not authorization, the body, the username is Naveen. So it should create a token. The subject should be Naveen. So let me copy this. How do I verify that? It's very simple. You go to this website, which is JWT.io. And here you can just simply paste this. And you can see we got the subject as Naveen. You got the IAT as this. Okay, the date for this ending is not proper, so we have to change that. So anything here? Okay. So I'm multiplying it. I should add it. Okay. So we have to basically add the time, not multiply it. And that's why it was giving you some invalid value. Let's verify that once again and go back here, click on send. Server is not ready yet. Server is ready now. Let's copy this new token and verify it from this website again. Paste, and you can see now it works. So we got subject as Naveen, we got IIT as this is the current time, and then this is the expiry. You can see this is 3 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever the time is. Okay, so that's the calculation you can make. Maybe I messed up with some calculation. That's not important. Important is you can set this. It says invalid signature because we are not saying that you have used 64 encoded, and now it says signature verified. So yeah, that's how you generate a token. So we have done with the one big step of generating a token. Now, just to show you what we have done, simple stuff. Basically, we are saying generate token. We are specifying some claims, which you are adding it here. And then you are saying that you also want to sign it. And for signing, we need a key, and we are generating a key here. Okay, so maybe you can generate a key. So maybe you can write this code in this method. Even that works, and you can just do that. So there are multiple ways of doing this. And that's how you generate a key. Now, this works, but then what's the next step? See, the next step is very simple. When you go to Postman, once you got the key, once you got the token, I should be able to copy this. And now for the other request, let's say I want to get all the students. Now, when you want to send the students, I don't want to pass username password because I got the token, right? You're logged in. And once you log in, you don't have to pass username password every time. You got the token. So that means instead of using basic auth, I want to use the bearer token, and in this, I want to pass the token which I generated, okay? So I want to log in through the token, not with the username password every time. And when I click on send, it's not working now. I want this to work. That means when you send this token, on the server side, we have to take this token, verify the token, or validate the token, and then say, hey user, I know who you are. You can access the resources. So till this point, we were able to create the token, the JWT token. So just to show you how it was looking, so if you go back here and if you click on login, so we are passing the details. If you can see the body, we are sending the login details, which is Naveen and at the rate 123. When you click on send, the request goes to the server. And then on the server side, it verifies the username password. And if the username password is correct, in that case, it generates a token, which you can see here. And of course, using this token, I want to do other activities. Example, I've done the login once, right? And I got the token. And now let's say from the application, if I want to access any resource, example, if I want to fetch students, and I don't want to pass the username password now. So in the earlier scenario, we were sending the username password, but now we don't want to do that. We want to send a token, which is a bearer token. And here we should be able to paste it. And we are doing that. But when you click on send, this is not working and we want to make it work. So generating token done, but we have to validate the token and give the access to the user. That's what you have to do in this video. Okay. In fact, this token is also valid. We have checked that on JWT.io. We got the details, we got the claims, and we got other details. So things are working out. It's just that now we have to validate token and we have to make this work. Now, how we are going to do that? So of course, there are multiple steps involved. The first thing you have to do is when you send a request to the server, by default, see, there's one thing I wanted to point it out. If you go to security config, we have mentioned that for this two requests, the register and for login, you don't have to check for authentication. So basically they are permitted. But for all the other requests, it will be authenticated. That means when you request for the students, it will be authenticated. And by default, the authentication we follow is user password authentication. So by default, that filter comes into picture. Now, if you remember, we have talked about filters, right? So in Spring Security, we have multiple filters. One of the filter is user password authentication filter. This is a filter which gets activated and then it checks for username password. Now what we are saying is, hey, I don't want this filter to be activated first. Before this filter, I want to make this filter, which is UPAF, as your second filter, and the first filter should be your JWT filter. Now this will check for the token, right? Now once you verify token as a first filter, then it will send the request to the UPAF filter by saying, hey, I have verified and this is a user already logged in. So I'm confirming that. So you can just continue with the other work. So this is what we want to do. So that means we have to add a filter before the user password authentication filter. And the way you can do that is very simple. It's not actually, this video is also very lengthy. So just be with me. And there are a lot of things going on. And if you watch it with me and if you write the code with me, it will make much more sense. So the first thing you do is, before you build, I'm in the security config and we are working with security filter chain. Basically, we're working with filter chain. And before you say build, what you do is you add a filter before the user authentication filter, right? So you will say add filter before. So you can add filter anytime. You can add filter at particular point. You can add filter after or before. So I want to add before the user authentication filter. So I will do that. The first parameter is actual filter. So let's say I want to say this is a JWT filter. So that's the object we have to pass. The second one is the class, the filter class. So I will say user name password authentication filter. Now this is what we have to specify. So what I'm doing is I'm saying that, hey, before you hit this particular filter, use this filter. But what is this filter? We have to work with this. So in that case, you will go up here and create the object of private JWT filter, JWT filter. So this is what? So we have created the object here. We are doing auto wire, and then that object will be used here. Okay, but the problem is, and it says that this JWT filter is not able to find it. So it's very simple. You can just simply say control space, let's import the package. Oh, it says no suggestion. That means in your library of Spring Security, we don't have this filter by default. And that's where you get the opportunity to create a new filter. I know I'm using some positive words here, opportunity. Yeah, we have to get another class to make it work. So let's do it. Anyway, we are doing this only once. So I will just click here and say, hey, create a class. And when I want to do that, maybe in the same package config, logically it should be in a separate package called filter package, but config works for this example. I will click on OK, and we got this new class. Now I want this to behave like a filter. Okay, how do you make something behave like a filter? What you do is you extend those properties, right? So if I want to be rich, I want to get adopted by some billionaire, right? So here I want to extend. I want to make this a child class of some parent class which has a filter capability. So one of the filter we are going to use here is, that's one of the class we are going to extend is once per request filter. I know, very nice name to give to a filter or a class. This is called once per request filter. See, the reason is every time you send a request, you want a filter to get activated. And in the filter chain, you want this filter to be executed only once. So for every request, you want this filter to be executed only once. And that's why you're saying once per request filter. Now it is giving you some error. I was not expecting, but let's see. This once per filter is actually an abstract class, which means there might be some extra abstract methods which we have to implement. And if you scroll down, all the methods are defined, but one method is there. Yeah, there's always one. So one method is there which is called doFilterInternal, which is the abstract method. That means if you want this to work, we need to implement it. So let's click on implement and OK. So this is a filter we have to work with. Now, if you go back to our sessions on Spring Web, we have talked about HTTP servlet. Behind the scene, everything is servlet, right? And it gives you two objects to work with. Request object to work with the data in the request of the user. Response object if you want to add something to the response. And here I just want to work with a request. So let's use request. But what I want to do, that's a big question. See, it's actually very simple. See, on the client side, you are sending a request, right, for the students. And with that request, you are sending a token as well. Now, this token, when you receive on the server side, you will not get the token as this, just the token. What you will receive is, can I type here? No, I can't type here. Maybe I will type in body. So what I receive from the server, not a good place to type, right? Okay. So I will just go back here and I will write a comment. From the client side, what you will get is better. That's the first word. And then you will get the token. I think token is this. Yeah. So this is what you get from the client side. So it starts with better, and then a space, and then it starts with the actual token. This is what you get from the client side, right? Now, what you have to do is you have to get this token and you have to cut that better part. You just have to focus on this part, get this token and validate it. So simple, right? Okay, not that simple. I mean, breaking that is simple. Validating is difficult. So let's be with me. So how will I get this thing, the entire stuff? And actually it's a part of request. So it sends the data, this better and the token in the request object in the headers. So what I can do is I can get the headers. So I will say security, I will say auth header. So header will have a lot of things. I don't want everything. So from the request, I just want a header which talks about authorization. This is the only header I need. It will have a lot of headers, but I just want authorization. And once you got this auth header, this will have this token, but I want only the last part. So I will save this token somewhere in the token, and by default, I will keep it null. I want the username as well, because somewhere we have to work with the username, because you will generate a token, you will verify the token with the help of username. And now let's get started. So first thing I want to check is, do we have any authorization header? So let's check that. So if there is a auth header which is not equal to null, in that case, you have to continue. So that's the first thing you want to check. You want to make sure that this is not null. And you have to also verify, do we have a better token? So again, I will check auth header. So it should start with better. So you can even say B, but to be on safe side, I will say it should start with better. In case if it is starting with that, I will set the token, and I want to fetch the token now. And fetching token is very easy. You will say auth header dot. You don't want the entire string, right? You just want this particular token here. So I want to skip these letters. Now, what are these letters? So I will start with index of 0. So this is B is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. The space is also there, right? So I want to start from 7. So it should start this substring from 7, index number 7. And I want to get the username from the token. So I will say username equal to. Now, how will you get the username from the token? Because token is encoded, right? So you can see this, you have to find username from this. As a human also, you can't do that. So we have to do something for the program to work. But I will make sure that I do that in the service. So I will use service object, and we don't have the service auto-wired here. So I will say auto-wired, private JWT service. Okay. So I will use this, and in this, I will make sure that I have an object. I have a method called extract username. Or maybe I don't have username. So for where exactly it will extract the username from the token. And you can see there's a red here because we don't have this method in the service yet. So what I will do is I will say, okay, create this method of extract token. And at this point, I will just return empty. We'll code it later. So this is empty, so that you will not get any error. And you can see there's no error here. Now, once you got this too, now we have to verify. So once you got the details, you got the token now, you got username. So I will check if, so the username should not be equal to null. That's the first thing I want to check. And I also want to make sure that it's not already authenticated. So if the object is already authenticated, why you have to verify all those things? So I will say security context holder dot get context dot get authentication, and this should be null. So if it is not null, then I don't want to continue because it's already authenticated. So I will just continue with this. So this should be null. If these two are matching, see, ultimately what we have to do is we have to validate token. See, we are into filter now, right? So see, if this filter is success, then we'll forward it to the user pass authentication filter, right? Now, how do you specify that this is success? The first thing you have to do is you have to validate the token. If the token is valid, in that case, you will create the authentication object. And that's what you have to do here. So to do that, I want to verify, right? So I will say JWT service dot, in this particular class, I want a method which will validate the token because all the things we are doing in the JWT service, right? So let's do that. So there should be a method called validate token, and you have to pass the token. Now, when you're validating, you have to check two things. One, in the token should be valid. And second, the username which is mentioning, it should be part of a database, right? And to refer to database, I will pass the object of user details, and we have to create this object somewhere. Now, where should I create the object? I can do that here. So I can say user details. You have to import the package. user details. And then I can actually auto-wire if you keep it on top, but I think it will create a cyclic redundancy. So what you can do is you can get the hold on the application context object. So I will say auto-wire and application context. Remember when we were learning about Spring framework, we have used this application context to get the bean. So here also I will say context dot get bean of type user details dot class. But the problem is it will give you an empty object. I don't want empty object. What I want is, I want the object of user details which will have the user data. Now, if you go back to my details service, in this you have this method called load user by username, and this will give you the object of user details. That means if I ask for the object of my user details service dot class, and from this object, if I can get load by username, and if I pass the username here, it will fire database and it will give me the username, right? And not just username, it will give me the entire user detail object. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. But if you can see in JWT service, we don't have this method, so I will just create one. So the method name is JWT Token, and at this point I will return true. Okay, let's go back to the filter. Now if the token is valid, in that case, remember we have the next filter, we have to make it work. So the next filter is, next filter will work with the username, password, authentication filter, but I want to pass a token there. So I will create a token and I will say new username, password, authentication token. Now this token asks you for three things. One is a principal, next is the credentials, and third is authorities. So user principals we already have, which is the object of user details, which will have all the details about the user. Credentials I don't want to mention, so I will keep it null. Authorities I have is, so I will get it from user details dot get authorities. Okay, that is what it was asking, and we are getting, is it a warning? Variable token is already defined in the scope. Where exactly I'm using token? Okay, so I will use something else. Okay, token we already have it here, right? So this should be auth token, if it makes it happy. Now auth token knows about the user, but auth token has no idea about the request object, right? So this request object will have a lot of data, and we are just creating this object and we are passing it. So this object should also know about the request object. So you will say set details, and to specify that, you have to use web authentication details source. Sometimes you have to just remember the class names and stuff. It becomes very complex. You just get into it. And with this object, you will say build details and you will pass the request object. And now once you have this auth token ready, it's just you have to set this in the context. So this particular thing, which is authentication, should not be there by default, and that's what we are checking for null. Now once it is verified, you have to set the authentication. So you will say security context holder dot. Now instead of saying get authentication, you will say set authentication and you will pass the auth token object. So by doing this, you are adding the token in the chain. And once it is ready, you will simply pass the request or the filter. So now you will say filter chain dot do filter. So continue with the filter because this is one filter. Go for the next filter once it is done. And by doing this, you will pass two objects, request and response, and done. So filter work is done. So the JWT filter, it will validate the token, it will create the authentication object, it will pass it next. So now it will, we don't have to pass the username password. Now, if you're thinking this is done, not exactly. What is missing now is this. If you go back to your JWT service, we do have two methods which are empty. You need to make sure that this is completed. Now, of course, we can type the entire code here, but then when you got a token and when you want to extract the username, it's not a simple process. We have to decode it. We have to fetch the claims. From that, we have to fetch the username. For validating a token, we have to do a lot of steps. You have to check for the expiration time. You have to check if the account is not, a lot of things are involved, right? So we can do that here, but what I want to do is I just want to copy paste so that we can save some time. So basically, this is the thing we have to do. So I will explain the code to you, don't worry. Okay, so this is the code which you have to work with. So if you can see, if you go up, this is what we have done before. But now we are saying that you have to extract the username. Now to extract the username, it's not just extracting a username, right? First you have to get the claims because username is a part of the claim. And that's what you can see here. So we are creating a method called extract claims in which you are passing the claims and you're passing the token. Now in this extract claim, basically it will fetch the claim, it will extract all the claim. And that's what we are doing here. Extracting the claim with the help of signing key because you have to also use the key to do that. And we are fetching it here in the claims, and that's what you are returning it here. So from that, you will get the username. So you can see from the claim, we are getting the subject. And if you go down, we also have a method called validating. But for validity, of course, you have to check if the token is expired or not. And that's what we are doing here. So it's checking if the expiration time is before this, then it will give you false, otherwise it will give you true. And of course, it will return true if it is expired, then you have to check if it should not be expired. And this is how you're extracting the expiration time. So basically what you're doing is you are fetching the claims. I pasted this code because it's more redundant code and you'll be doing it only once. That's why we pasted it. Important point to observe, there are few changes from the last time I did this. So first of all, let me just import claims. That's one. And import this function type. And one more change, they have done some changes in the new version. So the code is for the older version. For the new version, they have made some changes. The first thing they did is, if you go to parser builder, there's no parser builder. So JWS it's a class and it has a method called parser. And then this parser has a method. So if you can see, earlier we used to use set sign-in key. But now we have to use something called it's verify with. So instead of signing key, we have to say verify with. But it takes the type of secret key, not the key, because get key gives you key. So what I can do is I can just change the type of it and this should work. So I will use secret key here so that it will not give issue here. So remember this, we have to make one change. In the get key, you have to return secret key. Now, depending upon which version you're using. So if you're using the version which I'm using, then you have to make these changes. So anything before this works perfectly for the earlier code. But since I'm using 0.12 and anything after that, you have to make these changes. So go back here to the JWT service. Okay, there's also change in the pass claim. So I will first of all do enter here. So instead of pass claim, they made some good changes. So now it is signed claims because it makes sense because it is already signed. Instead of body, they now call it as a payload. And how will you know all these things? If you go to the method documentation, you will see what they have replaced it with. Again, that code will work. It's just that it's good to go for the new versions, a new code. Don't go for deprecated methods. And that's it. That should work. And where you will find this code, you can check the description. You will find the link for the GitHub repository. If it's not there, let us know. We'll put it there. And now, after making these changes, I hope this will work. And if it works, I will tell you the entire flow, what we were doing. I hope nothing is null nowhere. Okay, cool. So this got restarted and we got an error. It says, okay, I think, no. Filter, we are using AutoWired, but this itself is not a component. That's what it says. Okay, so let's make this component, just restart, and there's no error. Let's go back to Postman. First of all, let's do the login. So I will click on this, and okay, we got the token, though there's no problem with the token. I will just copy this. And now when you are sending a request for the students, you don't have to pass, of course, the body is not important, or body is important maybe? You're getting it, right? So we don't have to pass the data. In the authorization, we have to pass the token. We are not passing username password now. Click on send. It worked. You can see it says okay. So what is happening behind the scene? Let's go with the flow again. The first thing you're doing is you are generating a token. Now, who is responsible to generate a token? If you go back to your security config, we are saying that the authentication manager now, this time we have a hold on it. And we are creating something called login form. So if you see user controller, we got something called login. And inside this login, we are doing verify. And in verify, we are using this filter to achieve that. So once we got this, we are generating a token. So once it is verified, the user is verified, we are generating a token, right? Now in this token generation, what we are doing is we are doing all those steps, building a token with the help of claims. We are signing it, where it's here. We are signing it. We have subject, issue date, expiration. After doing all those things, what you get is the token, right? Now, next time when you send a request, you are sending a token. Now, since we are sending a new request, and in that request, you are not passing username password, in that case, we have to mention, hey, don't go for username password, go with the JWT filter. Now what we are doing in filter is, in the filter, basically we are saying that, first of all, get the token from the user or the request. Check if the token is not empty or token starts with a bearer. If it is there, get the username, get the token, get the data from the database based on what username is you're passing, and verify if it is matching or not. If it is matching, of course, you have to write a token. If it is matching, you have to create a new authentication object. And you have to set that in the context. Once it is done, you're through, because for the next filter, you have specified that I do have the authentication. But there's one problem. In the validate token, we have to actually validate token. And to do that, we have to extract the username. To extract the username, we have to extract the claims. And to extract the claims, a lot of steps are involved, right? So yeah, that's what we have done in the entire flow. And by doing this, all this thing have been done. Now you know what is Spring Security. Now you know how to generate a token. How do you verify the token? Now you can make your application secure. Let's see, how can you get the Google or GitHub or any other login in your website? See, what happens is when you build application, of course, you want to secure it. And one way to secure it is through the login forms. And normally what you do is when you say you are allowing your user to log in so that we can provide them the resource, you have to verify the username password from the database. And we have done that before. Right? Now what I'm doing is, let's say you build an application and then with the username password, you also want an option of someone can log in through their Google account or their GitHub account. It will be easier for users to log in. And most of the time when I want to access any resource or any web application, I prefer to log in through Google. Now Google already knows a lot about me, right? They have all my information and I can use that. And they already have my username password. So what if this application can ask Google, hey, this person is claiming to be Naveen. Can you just confirm that he's Naveen? So that's how you basically verify. And to achieve that, what you can do is on your page, you can have a Google login or GitHub login option. And to do that, we'll build a very simple project. Let's not work with the older projects. Let's create a small project with a small resource. And let's see how do you provide the Google or the GitHub access to it. So the first thing I will do is I will create a new project, and to do that I will go to start.spring.io. If you have ultimate version of IntelliJ IDEA or Spring or STS, you can use that. So here I want to create a project, and I will say make sure that this is Maven, a Java project. And the Spring Boot version latest is 3.3.2. Depending upon when you are watching this, you can just change it. And the group ID I will mention is com.telesco. The project name I will make sure has OAuth2. Now, why it is OAuth2? Because if you want to provide this option of using someone else's authorization server to verify, we can use a protocol called OAuth. And the version is OAuth2. So we'll use that. So we'll say Spring OAuth2 demo. And the packaging will be jar. The Java version 21 on this machine. Let's add dependency. So when you say OAuth, you can actually create your own OAuth2 server using Spring. But since we want to use some other services like Google or GitHub, we'll use a client there. But before we add that, we also have to make sure that we also get Spring Web and the OAuth2 client. Now, of course, you might be saying we also need a Spring security, right? Because it's a login thing. The thing is, the OAuth2 client itself will give you all the Spring security dependencies. So we just need the Spring Web and OAuth2 client, and click on generate. This will give you a project which you have to unzip it and open your IDE. So unzipping done. Let me go back to my IDE. This is the earlier project which we were doing for JWT. Will not touch it. I will click on open, and let's open this new project. Click on open. And okay, so first of all, I will just stop this server. Or maybe we'll just click on new window. Disconnect. Okay, sometime, when you disconnect or terminate, it will not free up the port. I think it's with terminate. So let's see, I hope the port number 8080 is available, otherwise we'll change it. So the first thing I want to verify if this is working. So I will just run this application to see what goes wrong. We have not done the mapping yet, no resource created. Let's run this and see what goes wrong. The moment you run this, it will give you some errors. Okay, first of all, it says the 8080 port number is busy. Okay, that's the mistake, right? So for the older one, I should have stopped it. Do I have the option? No, it's closed. Okay, so what I can do is either I restart my machine. That's the solution I found. If you have other solution, let me know. I can just change the port number. I will say server.port equal to 8080, or maybe I will say 8000. Let's use port number 8000. Let's run this, and this time it should not give you this error of 8080 busy because we're using a different port number. Let's see. Okay, so it says Tomcat started at port number 8000. I'm happy. Okay, now let's create some resource. In fact, even before you go for the resource, let me just go to the page of, okay, not this port number. This was the earlier project. It's 8000, enter. And it is giving you a login form. Go back to Spring Security, right? When you add Spring Security modules, it will give the login form, right? But hey, I don't want a login form. I want buttons here for the Google or GitHub. I don't have it. And even if you pass the username password, you don't know the username and password, right? Or maybe you will get it in your console, but if you scroll, you don't even have a password here. Okay, no problem. What I will do is I will create a simple resource which I want to access. So first of all, which resource I want to access, I will create a class, and this will be my hello controller, and I will make this as a REST client. So I will say REST controller. I mean, not a client, REST controller. And let's create a method which will do something. So I will say public string. I know we are using the same method every time, but it works, right? And here I will say this is get mapping. This will be mapping for the homepage request. Or maybe I can specify some URL, or maybe homepage works. And here I will say return welcome to Telesco. I'll give a comma and I will say telesco.com. No harm in product marketing. Okay, what do you call this? There's a word for this, right? When you pitch in a product inside the script. I forgot what it called. Doesn't matter. Okay, come back. So we are saying telesco.com, and this should work. So let's relaunch it. And actually, it will not work. The reason being, it will still ask you for the login form, right? And we don't want a login form. So if I go back and hit the home page, it will again give you login form. Now, how do you stop default configuration? So one way to do that is you have to do the Spring config, okay? And still, if you want to see the home page, what I will do is I will just go back to my POM file and I can disable it. So I can disable the Spring OAuth2 client. So what it will do is it will also disable the Spring security configuration. So let's go back to the browser and say refresh, or not for the login form. I will say enter. Okay, still giving me login form. Oh, I forgot to do one important thing. You have to reload your Maven before you do that. Let's restart. Go back to the browser. I don't want a login form now. Enter. Okay, it's not ready yet. So you can see it says welcome to telesco.com. So we are happy. And now let's enable it. Again, let's reload the Maven changes. I want to pass the security. So we have done that before. So if you want to pass the default security, what you can do is you can create your own config file. And I will name this as security config, and on top of this you will say this is configuration and also enable web security, and then you have to just change one method. Basically you have to create one bean, and I want a bean of security filter chain. So I'll say public. I want the method which will change the behavior of security filter chain. I will have a default name, security filter chain, and this should take an object of HTTP security. I will say HTTP. This might throw an exception, the method I'm going to do. So I want to basically return HTTP.build. So this build will return the object of security filter chain, and this might throw an exception. So I will just say add throws exception. Okay. Now, if you want to change the configuration, in fact, we have done this before, right? What you have to basically do is with the object of HTTP, you have to add certain things. In the previous sections, we have talked about how do you disable the CSRF, how do you work with a custom login, authentication, but this time we don't want to do all those stuff. We just want a Google login, right? So what you can do is you can use HTTP dot. First of all, I want to make sure that all the requests should be authenticated. So I will say authorize request. If you don't do this, it will bypass security and you will be able to access resource. I don't want to bypass security. I want to restrict it. So I will say auth dot any request will be authenticated. By default is permit, but I want to make it authenticated. Now by doing this, it will restrict you to access any resource. But with the restriction, I also want to give them the access of login through Google. So I will say HTTP dot, or maybe I can simply use the builder pattern. I will just enter this, and instead of having a semicolon here. So now we'll say dot, and there's an option of OAuth2, and we have to specify we are going for a login, and login with the customizer dot with defaults. And that's it. It's so simple, right? Now, by doing this, you are making sure that you are specifying that, hey, I want to use OAuth2 for the login, and this should work, and it will not. You know why? Because we are saying OAuth to login, right? But in this world, Google is not the only OAuth provider. There are a lot of different servers using which you can do that. Maybe you can create your own servers. How? I mean, nowhere we are specifying that we have to use Google login. And that's what it is complaining about. If you say it says parameters 0 of method, set filter chain, blah, 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 web security configuration required, the OAuth2 registration. So that is not found. So the repository is not there. So that means we have to pass which login you want to go for. Okay. And that you can do in the configuration. So you can go to your application properties, and this is where you can mention those properties. So what are the properties? Of course, you don't have to by heart this. You can just get it from Google. So you can say spring.security. We want to work with OAuth2, and we are specifying the clients here, and we have to do the registration. That's what it was saying in the console. And then we have to specify which server we are using. So we are using Google here. So for GitHub, it will change to GitHub. And you have to specify two things. One is the client ID, and then you have to specify the client secret as well. So client ID is something which people can see, but client secret is only developers can see, or people who are building this. So I want the same thing, but with the client secret. So I will just copy paste here, and I will say client secret. This is like more like a password, or maybe you can think about username password if that makes sense. But the question is, from where exactly I will get this client ID and client secret? Now, these are the steps you have to do. So what I will do is I will go back to my browser. So search for Google Cloud Console and go to this website, and this is where you can get it. So if you see there's an option of API and services. If you click here, I want to create a new credential. So this is the basically API services from Google Cloud. And you need a developer account for that. So make sure that in your personal account, you have a developer account. Go to credentials, And if you don't have a consent screen by default, it will give you some issues. So make sure that if you're doing this for the first time, it will give you a consent screen. Just make sure that you complete it. It's a form which you have to complete where you specify your app and stuff. So do that. And then you will see this option. Otherwise, click on, if it is already there, you can click on credentials and click on create credentials. And then we are creating a OAuth client ID. Click on this. Now this will ask you for the application type. Now you can build, you can get your client ID for web application, for the Android, for the Chrome extension, iOS, and blah, blah, blah. There are so many options here. I want to go for the web application, so I will choose that. Next, I want to specify the name. I will say test app, if that works. Yeah, test app. And then we have to specify the authorized redirect URL or URI. And here, you have to mention http://localhost:8080. This is your browser name or the whatever URL you have. Oh, sorry, not 8080, it is 8000 slash. So I have to say login slash or2 slash code slash Google. Now again, you don't have to buy this. You can also get it from Google if you search. And then you have to click on create. So if you have your website already deployed, you can use that URL instead of the localhost:8000. Now, once you do that, it will give you two things. It will give you client ID and it will give you client secret. So I will just copy this and put it somewhere. So I will say client ID is this, and then I have to specify the client secret, and that is this. So you can just copy this and make sure that you don't share this with anyone. You can see that on the screen is because once the session gets over, I will delete those two things. I will delete this particular API. Okay, and now I can use these two things. So I can just copy this client ID and go back to your IDE, not the database, IDE, and paste the client ID. Then you have to specify the secret, which is here. I'll just copy this and paste it here. That's it. These are the two things you have to specify. And once you do that, let's restart the application and hopefully this will work this time. It should not give you those error. So you can see there is no error, but let's verify if this is working. So let's go back to our browser and localhost 8080. I will say enter, and you can see it is giving the option of login directly. Normally it should give you an option of, there should be a button. Okay, not 8080. Okay, there should be a button of Google and then it should give you this. I'm not sure why it is directly going this. Maybe I will just add one more so that, when you have your own UI, you can customize the way you want. But yeah, it gives you a button, and then when you click on it, and let me know if it is happening with you as well in the comments. And you can choose your email account and you can log in now. Example, if I choose my personal email account, it will say, okay, I want to give the access, continue. And now I'm logged in, and you can see we got welcome to Risco.com. Now I don't have to log in again. Every time I go this, it will use that token given by Google, and it will log in, okay? So that's one. This is for the Google. What about GitHub? Same thing for the GitHub also. Let's copy these two things and paste. The only change you have to make here is GitHub and GitHub. Okay. Now this client ID and secret key will not work. We have to change this as well. Okay. Now from where you will get this, of course, the way we got it from Google, there should be option of GitHub as well. So if I go to GitHub, this is my repository. If you're not following yet, do that. And if I go back, I have to log into my GitHub. Let's do that. So basically, I've also enabled the two-factor authentication. I can use authorization app, or I can use a passkey from my Mac. Okay, I'm logged in. Okay, once you're logged in, you can just go to this and click on settings. And once you come on this page, just scroll down at the last, not this much last, click on the developer's setting. And you can see there's an option of OAuth apps. Already have one. Maybe you will see an option of there's no apps available. You can click on new OAuth app and give a name. I will again go for test app. The home URL I'll mention is this. I don't want to specify any description, but URL, the callback URL is important. The same way we have done it for the Google, we'll do it here. So http://localhost:8000/login/ okay, it's already giving me option here. I'll just copy this. So this is the same thing, right? The only thing is in Google, it was Google. It is now GitHub here. And click on register. That's it. You got your details. Now where you will find the client ID? Oh, that's very easy. We got the client ID here. I will just copy this and paste it in here. And the secret. Okay, so secret, how will you get it? Now you can see it is not showing anything. So I will click on generate a new client secret. And I got it here. And I'll paste it here. That's it. These are the two things you have to mention. The client ID and the client secret. By doing those things, let's restart the application and let's go back to the browser. Again, the same page, enter. Okay, now you can see we got two options, the Google login or GitHub login. We tried for Google, let's try for GitHub now. Click on this. It says, since I'm already logged in on GitHub, it says authorize Navin Reddy. Yes, click on this. And I'm logged in. And now it says welcome to this course. So it's so easy to get the logins, right? And yeah, that's how basically you log in through your OAuth 2 clients. You can use Google, you can use GitHub, maybe Facebook, try it out different platforms. And let me know in the comments what other platforms you have used. And also if you can share how you did it in the comments, it will be helpful for others. So yeah, that's it from this video where we have seen how do we use OAuth 2 client. In fact, you can also create your own OAuth 2 servers. In future, maybe I will make videos on that. Not in plan as of now, but let me know. I will try to creating your own OAuth 2 servers. So that's it from this video. So I hope you enjoyed the entire series on Spring Security. And this is kind of the end of Spring Security at this point. And see you in the upcoming sessions or upcoming videos. Bye-bye.